Namaste. Welcome to round 5 of the Women Grand Prix taking place here in New Delhi, India from the 25th of March to the 6th of April. We are so excited to have the first ever Women Grand Prix taking place in India. We are your hosts. I'm International Master Soumya Swaminathan, and with me Grandmaster Praveen Thipsay, an Indian legend.
Welcome all, and let's see how the game start. So far, four rounds have been played, and they've been quite exciting rounds. Some rounds, on some rounds, there have been all draws. On some rounds, there are all resulting games. So let's look at the position at this stage of the tournament. Soumya, let's talk about how the players are doing and the point position.
Absolutely. Let's have the current standings on the screen. Polina Shuvalova and Zhu Jainer, two of the youngest participants in this tournament, are leading at the moment after 4 rounds. They have scored 2.5 points each, and out of both of them have played all 4 games so far, by the way. So that's something to note because some of the players have also played only 2 rounds, like Vaishali. um and so there's Polina and Zhu Jainer on the top with 2.5 points. Then Asubaeva Bibisara of Kazakhstan, Alexandra Goryachkina playing under the FIDE flag, Katrina Lano playing under the FIDE flag as well. All three of them are tied for the third to fifth position on 2 points each. Then our own Koneru Humpy from India and Nana Zagnidze from Georgia, as well as Dronavali Harika from India, are tied on 1.5 points each. And Nino Batsiashvili with half a point, having played only 2 games so far, and she drew the first round and lost one. And then there is Vaishali on right now. She has not yet opened her account in this tournament, but we must also note that she has also played only 2 games out of 4.
Yes, I think viewers' this position is a bit unclear at this stage because some players have played all 4 games, some players have played 2 games, some players have played 3 games. So it doesn't really matter now. It's the last round and penultimate round which is going to matter. What are today's matches? Let's see. Zhu Jainer is playing against Katrina Lano, and they have played only 1 game so far. So they are actually strangers to each other, and the game has been won by Katrina. And it was a Sicilian 4 nights difference.
Wow.
And Lano had played Sicilian 4 nights, a variation which Lano played with white. Okay, the games have begun.
No, but let's have a
Yeah,
look at the pairings.
yeah.
And In fact, Lano actually um, faced the 4 nights variation against Vaishali yesterday.
Yesterday, and I think because Lano, since she plays with black, I think I don't know if after the game, of course, one can say that I don't know if Vaishali's decision was right because you are playing against someone who knows the position well as black. So perhaps that was something complex. I didn't know Katrina was playing this opening with black herself. And then on second board, we have a pairing of Nagnigze versus Konoru Humpy. Now, they have played a lot of games, 29 games amongst each other, and the score is 9-9.
Wow. So they are very, very equal, both of them also the same age. So they have
Yes,
played
contemporaries, yeah.
they've played in a lot. They must have faced each other a lot in the age group tournaments. I'm
Yeah,
sure even in World Juniors, both of them have won the World Junior at least once. So I'm sure they faced each other in those tournaments as well.
yes. And Nana has never played e4 against Humpy, so probably she doesn't play e4. Mostly they are queen pawn games and c4 games. And now comes Bibisara versus Harika. So they have played only 5 games. They are from different age groups. Bibisara born in 2004, then Harika born in 1991. So they played only 5 games and only one draw. 4 resulting games, 2 wins for Bibisara and 2 wins for Harika. And they have played generally King's Indian and Benoni setups. So Harika is likely to play Benoni or the E6 and B6 setup. So Harika has a very wide repertoire compared to Bibisara, I think. And the fourth board we have Vaishali playing against Nino. So they have played 11 games, and Vaishali has a tremendous score. Vaishali has 5.5 wins against Nino's 2 wins, and all sorts of openings have been played. Classical Royal Lopez deferred, Royal Lopez Archangels, Caro-Kann defense, Caro-Kann advance, and Sicilian. So again, Nino seems to be a player playing lots of openings. So we
Wow.
will have very interesting matches.
Wow, and there we have some player stats on the screen as well. Vaishali was there on the screen right now, and there is Nino Batsiashvili stats on the screen. Uh, Georgian Grandmaster, born in 1987. She is world number 16 at the moment, and Georgia number 3. She became a full Grandmaster in 2018. I don't like to use the term full Grandmaster, but it helps chess players differentiate between the different titles, but actually the title is simply Grandmaster. So she has a standard rating of 2489, and she faces Vaishali. So both of them are in dire need of a win in this tournament at the moment. So I'm expecting a fighting game between the two. Let's now go to the board and have a look at the first game. It's being played between Zhu Jiner and Katrina Lano. So let's have the board on the screen as well as the player cams. Wow, there we have the board. So they have already played a few moves and it's a Sicilian defense. Let's have a look how they reached here.
Yes.
So e4, c5 has been played,
This is the Sicilian defense.
and with c5 as a reply to e4 is known as the Sicilian defense, a dynamic opening and always gives a possibility of three results. Knight
Yes.
f3, e6 was opted by Lano, so she still has a option to convert to the four
I
knights.
think that was the way she played in the first game as well, because if you play knight c6 instead, then you give a chance of a Rosolimo attack, bishop b5, where your opponent could. I think Vaishali has played with this opening, but Zhu Jainer, I don't know. But there are some players who play Rosolimo, and that's why it's wise for some blacks to avoid that. If they are going to play knight c6 at later moment, it avoids some lines and it makes your preparation easy.
Yes, nowadays the Rosolimo is extremely popular thanks to, I wouldn't, not only Magnus Carlsen, but since he has become world champion, the choice of openings has changed drastically in the last 10 years.
Yes, and also the contribution of chess playing computers, I must say, because computers have shown that some of the variations which were unacceptable sometime, some decades back, are now quite playable, and some strange moves are also not all that bad.
Absolutely. So we have more clarity about the evaluation of positions nowadays thanks to our very strong assistants.
Yes.
And knight f3 played uh, by Zujiner, replied with e6 on the board, d4 cd, knight takes, knight in the center, and knight c6. So she's going for her usual setup, but knight c3 replied with queen c7. The
Yes, the main line of Sicilian Taimanov or Khan, not knight f6, which she had chosen last time when she won. I think four knights is a opening which you should be played only as a surprise, because it doesn't have a very solid base as we saw from yesterday's game. I mean, if white knows the system well, it's not going to give a good result to black. So what she played today, what Lano has played today, is a solid choice played by Taimanov and several great players. And queen c7 is a standard choice. There are
and
different lines here. Knight b5 is also possible, but at this stage it's a bit strange because queen b8. So normal bishop e2 is a move. G3, nowadays even bishop e3.
yes, g3, bishop e3, bishop. Yeah, these there are so many options.
Yeah,
Even bishop e3, bishop e2 is a possibility,
yes,
and then there is bishop e3 followed by f3 and queen d2 going for the English attack, and then there is also bishop e3 followed by f4 being very direct. So
yes. In case of, I mean, there's a move direct f4 as well, and which is also possible. But I think the most common move here is bishop e2, because white wants to castle quickly and then play bishop e3 and f4. Or if you're going to play for the English setup, then you play bishop e3 and f3. Then you don't play bishop e2 because you don't know where to develop the bishop. So you play f3, queen d2, and long castle and g4, and then you choose where to move your bishop.
absolutely, very fun and fun lines arise from after bishop e3 and queen f3 and queen d2. G3 is also recently very popular, giving rise to less analyzed positions, but nowadays even g3 lines are fully analyzed because so
Yes.
many games
Yeah,
have
but
already
as,
been
as
played.
we look back in time, we see the wisdom of great players, because Fischer played this move g3 against Tal and won in a very brilliant manner. It's one of the best games between them, and that must be in the early 60s or late 50s when Fisher was very young. So we can say that the ideas are the same. I think the sort of same wine in new bottle, but sort of people know it better. They're more confident because they check it with the engine, as you said.
Absolutely. So Zoojainer has opted for bishop e3 and a6. The English attack setup is likely to take place.
Also bishop e2 and bishop e3 and bishop e2 are the same. So even bishop e2 here and f3. Yeah, I think there's only two moves. Objectively, you can play queen d2 here because there's no threat of knight g4. So queen d2 and knight f6 you can play f3.
Right. Uh, we are looking at the Sicilian Taimanov variation, which is named after the famous Grandmaster Mark Taimanov, and you have in fact played against him.
Yes, it was one of my best games, I must say, because I in those days in the 1980s, early 1982, he was a very strong player who had played six candidates matches and we had defeated Karpo in the year 79 or say 80. And I was upcoming player that in that tournament I made my international master norm. So it was a very final international master. It was a very tough game, and surprisingly I was able to play very well, very accurate moves. And he played a setup which wasn't the theoretical line, so it became a game between me and him. And somehow I was not able to, I was able to defeat such a great master with a accurate game. Sometimes you are lucky to have a very great day.
Yes, good players are always lucky, as they say. So, wonderful memory there. Also, we must mention to our viewers that Mark Tamino is also an accomplished pianist,
Yes.
and he even gave a few performances during chess tournaments, which he was playing, and then in the inauguration or during the tournament, he would be on the piano.
Yes, and I've seen some recordings, and he was so engrossed in playing. When I see it's just like a chess player engrossed in playing a game, which is not able to look anywhere else and not able to notice anything. I think that happened with Taimanov when he was playing piano. I've never seen such a sort of somebody being so much engrossed in the activity.
Yes, I think there is a connection between piano and chess that both the worlds are of black and white.
Yes, yes, yes.
So wonderful stories here, and let's have a look at Bibisara versus Harika before and the rest of the games as well. So Bibisara is playing white against Harika over here, and she opens with c4. We see that they both have a 2-2 score with each other.
Yes, and only one draw. So we can expect a result here on this game in this game. And c4 is a more flexible line. I think Bibisara had played d4 directly earlier, and Harika had played Benoni and then I mean first King's Indian setup and then c5. So it became Benoni. And once the game had gone d4 e6, c4 b6. So
Wow.
white avoiding knight c3 immediately, and black also allowing e4. Actually, I was a bit surprised at that choice, but yeah, it has also been played. So let's see. Today, I think is going to be more conventional.
C4 was replied to with E6. I think one of Harika's strengths as a player, apart from many other strengths, is that she is very good at surprising her opponent, because as we mentioned earlier also, she is able to prepare new setups more faster than most other players. So even before the game, I feel she sometimes changes her openings and goes for a new setup, and it's difficult to prepare against her.
Yes, I think so because it's quite. I see she has a wide repertoire and she plays almost all the openings, which is not easy because you have to study more. You have to be more hardworking then.
So g3 followed by d5, bishop g2, knight f6, knight f3, d4, and s- so we
Yes, we
see
see the
here.
difference in this and Catalan. If white plays d4, then it transfers to Catalan. Uh, the idea of delaying d4 is white is waiting for black to play the setup which black generally plays, and then white gets a good chance because the pawn on d4 is not weak. They sometimes play the pawn on d3. And if black plays with c5, then sometimes white goes quickly d4, giving an isolated pawn, and it becomes a sort of reverse Grunfeld. So d4 as played by Harika is the most principled variation. So basically we can say it's going to be a reverse Benoni, because now white will be playing the Benoni from with white pieces, and since Harika plays it with black, I think it should be a good battle for her, good comfortable position. So she hasn't actually got into unknown territory, one must say.
Absolutely. To explain it further to our viewers, the Benoni defense is usually reached by this move order as white, that d5, e6, knight c3, take, take, and black plays g6. And this setup after d6, bishop g7, uh, short castle is known as the Benoni. White continues with knight f3, e4, and there are many ways to play against the Benoni with h3, bishop d3, short castle being one of the main lines. So this, look at this position and now look at the position we have on the board. This is exactly the position that white gets, that black has achieved here
Yes.
with one move down, of course.
Yes. So I think there are some advantages, special advantages in this. Black need not go knight c6. Black need not go c5 in this. Black can directly play knight c6 here, because it's not really important to support the d pawn. It's not so weak, and knight c6 and e5 actually is a more common setup than c5 and knight c6, because your tempo down, and if you are going to play e5, you'll be two tempos down because you move the pawn also twice. So instead of that, they try to save a tempo by playing knight c6 and e5, where that's roughly there's a more common variation. Uh, if
Yes.
white plays e3, knight c6 is more common than c5.
Yes, and this leads to a lot of dynamic positions because let's say castle, we also play e5
Yeah,
here, and we are completely comfortable here
yeah.
as black. You can even play
Yeah, so
take with the
rook
pawn.
e1, rook e1 check is nothing much, bishop e7, and you are ready to castle. So I think the game could go d3. So if somebody plays this setup, then d3 castles, bishop g5 would be a normal, and take bishop into. This is a position where knight is better than bishop in some positions. So white would like to exchange the c1 bishop for the f6 knight. In Benoni, it's always black trying to play bishop g4 and bishop into f3, and white running away with knight d2 and exchanging the bishop. So some positions there's a specific uh, choice has to be made between knight and a bishop, and it's important to know when a knight is better and when a bishop is better. And I think for viewers, generally bishop better than knight is so common that we don't pay heed to the possibility that knight could be strong. For players, it's very important to see when a bishop is strong and when a knight.
So the game actually did not, Bibisara did not play e3 immediately. She first plays d3,
Yeah.
not allowing any kind of d3 ideas for black.
Hmm.
And black played bishop b4 check first, which is surprising because here she could have played knight c6 as we mentioned.
Hmm.
So bishop b4 check sort of forces white to play bishop d2.
Exchange of black bishops could be favorable for black in long run. In when you are looking at a closed center, then if you have pawn in a particular color in the center, then the bishop of that color is supposed to be a bad bishop. It may not be a bad piece, but like for example, black f8 bishop is a technically a bad bishop, and g2 bishop for white is a bad bishop. Although no one can say g2 bishop is a bad bishop, it's one of the strongest pieces. But exchanging the black bishop could be of advantage for black, and she could make up for the loss of tempos. The option of knight b d2 for white for bishop b4 check is bit artificial, because then you would not be able to play e3. So black would probably go back bishop e7 or something, and then knight or knight c6, a5 a3 bishop e7 is a possibility. But I think knight b d2 also comes into consideration, where white will try to play b4 quicker than e3.
Right. Knight bd2 was in fact Bibisara's choice
Yeah.
here, and Harika has been thinking for the last uh, uh, 13 minutes, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would play
and
knight b2 myself, because I don't like to exchange this bishop particularly. The bishop which has got, so many squares here.
no, actually, she took 2 minutes to play bishop b4, so she's been thinking on this move after knight bd2 for 11 minutes now, which is surprising because it means she did not expect knight
Yes,
bd2.
perhaps knight b2 is not a common move and a bit artificial, but it's Yes, in some sorts of Sicilian also in Rosolimo, instead of bishop d7, black plays knight d7 sometimes. So it's not impossible. I think it's a very interesting position we have here.
Yes, there have been a few games in this position, grandmaster games. Uh, recent game was a recent game was between Anish Giri and Levon Aronian, where black played a5
Yes, I
for
thought because a3 and b4 was a threat, so a5.
because a3 and b4 is a threat. So a5, knight e5, and knight bd7 was played in response. So that was how the game continued, and after castle, knight f3, e5. I think black is fine. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a complicated position, but black is fine.
But black was not able to maintain a pawn on d4. So black is fine, but because of e3,
Hmm.
now if the knight had the knight been on c6 instead of d7, that would have been a bit preferable for black. But here the knight had gone from d7 from f6 to d7, and cleverly the knight on the other knight c6 knight was no, didn't the black did not get chance to play knight c6 because of a quick knight e5. So knight e5 is a good ambitious move. This position should be all right. Technical little advantage to white, as in all openings you have slight advantage.
But isn't d3 a backward pawn, or are you planning to play
I think
d4?
d4 will be played very quickly. So once d4 is played, I think it's a position where white should do something in middle game. Nothing happens in middle game and the bishops get exchanged, then black knight on c5 can be a monster. I have won some end games with in knight and bishop with my knight on c5 and bishop on e6 and opponent's bishop on g2. Apparently white has no target. So but only in the end game. In middle game it's fine.
Right. So these are some setups that they could enter into. We will see what Harika chooses. Harika has been thinking for a long time here. So we will come back to this game. Um, right
Yeah, I
now
think
they are
she's
too early into the
yeah.
game to give an
Yes, I
evaluation.
think she will make a great strategic decision now because there are several plans, and no point in analyzing the variations which they may not make a choice. Now she will make a strategic choice where to put the pawns, where to put the knight. Say for example, knight c6 or a5, whatever it is. Knight c6 is also possible, but then you have to give the bishop after a3. So now she's going to make a strategic choice. Let's wait for her choice and talk about that.
Let's go to Vaishali versus Nino Batsiashvili, which is another game we haven't looked at yet. Vaishali is playing against Nino with the white pieces, and she opens with e4. Nino replies with e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, the Italian variation, but Nino replies with the knight f6 move, so it is now the Hungarian,
No, after bishop e7, it becomes Hungarian. It's Italian at the moment, knight f6.
not yet decided
Yes, not
because
yet decided. And knight f6. And after d3, if you play bishop c5, it's Italian. And if you play bishop e7, it's Hungarian.
yeah, actually, she did go for bishop c5, so it is the
Okay,
Italian.
Italian.
So it got converted, and after bishop g5, chosen by Vaishali, very quickly bishop g5. I mean, white has.
I have seen Vaishali play this before. And this move, over 100 years back, it was considered to be a Patzer's move, a bad move, bishop g5, because bishop on h4 is not very productive. But recently, after I think one of the games by Vishwanathan Anand in say 15, 20 years back, to 15 years back probably, this has become one of the major moves. It's a possibility. It's no longer criticized as a unpositional move.
All right, so bishop g5 was replied to by h6, bishop h4 expected, and now we see the point of not having committed d6 already. The bishop goes back to e7, not suffering from the pin anymore. The bishop guards the f6 knight efficiently, and now what is the bishop doing on h4 is the real
Actually,
question.
yes, I think it's a standard play for e4, e5 players. In fact, in 1992 Olympiad, in a Roy Lopez game, but a similar bishop was placed, and I was able to exchange the bishop with knight h5 against Grandmaster Romanashin, a great player and uh, theoretician. And after that, he didn't get any advantage. So he said bishop into e7 is just excellent for black. So he chose bishop g3, and it became a complicated game. So I think if black is getting back the bishop to e7, bishop g5 is not a great idea. But even this has been played. Sometimes player wait for black to play d6 and then play bishop g5. That's more common, but this also exists. This exact position also has been played. So, well, knight h5 is uh, a possibility always, and the best of white's pieces, two of the best pieces white has, c4 bishop and c1 bishop. So c1 bishop, which has now gone to h4, is likely to be exchanged, because when black moves the knight to h5, the bishop doesn't come to g3. Knight would take that bishop. Not that it's a bad exchange, but the effective piece is gone. In return, white will try to place a knight on d5, because when you move the knight from f6, then you allow your opponent's knight to be centralized at uh, d5 square. One logical plan for black is to play after d6, exchange one bishop with knight a5, exchange the other bishop with knight h5, and then black can be better. So white's powerful pieces are, yeah, yeah. So most of the time the e5 pawn is hanging. One has to be careful. And very often white plays a3 and preserves the strong bishop. So it's going to be a complicated game, and it's going to be a strategic battle based on accurate tactical evaluation at every move. And then we have, yeah, let's go to um, uh, which game we should see now. I think, yes, I think let's come back to Humpy's game now. And yes, complex opening, we must say. Let's look at it from the beginning. A normal Queen's Gambit, generally a standard opening, one of the most powerful openings. And even today, I think the more games in Queen's Gambit declined than in Nimzo Indian Defense or King's Indian other. So exchange variation. I think exchange variation is a position where it creates a position which is no longer very strong. It becomes more or less a technical battle, and easier for white to play, but easier for white to get an advantage. So you simplify things, but you open up the c8 bishop. So you give away some advantage, and you take away some sharp continuations like Tarta core variation from your opponent. So uh, solid choice, and yeah, it means she is playing wants to play very comfortable game, and bishop g5, bishop b4. Yes. Uh, so this is basically idea of Ragozin with pawns on c4 and e6. That's exactly the Ragozin defense without the preliminary capture. But the capture doesn't change much, and Ragozin was the player who felt that bishop e7 was passive and bishop b4 was more active. So the purpose is that when white plays e3, then after c5, eventually the c3 point could get into trouble with queen a5 and knight e4 to come. And Kasparov has played some great games in this system with white. When I was watching some of the games, and when I felt Kasparov is in bad position, he often came up with some strange moves and got advantage. So there have been instances where both white and black have lost after bishop b4. So bishop b4 is the sharpest choice in the position, and Humpy goes for a sharper choice rather than the slower moves. Uh, c6, knight bd7, and bishop e7. Even knight bd7 is possible here for viewers. Can you find out why white can't take knight on d5 after knight bd7?
Wow, that's a very nice tactic over here.
Yes.
We
Well,
will ask our viewers to pause the video and maybe think for themselves.
yes, in about 5 seconds time. And
And let's now show the tactic.
yes,
So knight bd7, knight d5, and the point is that black can take it back
yes.
for the
Giving up the queen.
with a queen sack, wonderful queen sack, because we have bishop b4 in return, where we pick up white's queen instead. There is no escape square for the king yet, so queen has to play to d2. Knight is also still on g1, otherwise if it was on f3 it could have come back. And after queen d2 we pick up the queen and we pick up the bishop, and now we are a piece up.
Yes, so this is called a Cambridge Spring trap, and
Oh,
yeah, it's very basic trap, but I think viewers should see it's very interesting.
wow, I
But
did
of course,
not know it had a name.
okay, no, it had a name.
Wow.
And yeah, but knight bd7 also restricts various things. So bishop b4 move played. I think I like the move because it's the sharpest move, and perhaps it's Humpy's need in this tournament at this stage, that she plays sharp games, because she has beaten some of the strongest players with black. She has beaten Karpov with black as well. So former world champion. So Humpy, I think, rightly goes for a sharper variation with bishop b4. And I think that was the. Had any moves been played after bishop b4?
Bishop b4, some moves have been played already, so let's go. e3, h6 was played. Bishop h4,
And now c5. Yeah.
g5 first.
Okay.
Bishop g3 and knight e4.
Okay. Straight attack against e4, and there will be reinforcement coming with c5 and queen a5. Three attacks.
Let's just show it. c5 and queen a5, and c3 knight is under some pressure, so white doesn't develop the knight to f3 but to e2, trying to consolidate. But what do we do with the bishop is the real question.
I think the idea is to compel black to take some decision with a3, and if you don't exchange, and if you get out of the pin, I exchange on e4 and bring that knight to c3, and you exchange on c3, then I automatically get. So I think my problem is solved. In order to avoid this knight g2 variation, very often c5 is played, and if knight one move before, and if knight f3, then g5 is good. So that's also common. It's common, and if knight f3, now g5, and now white could have some problems.
Wow, this is a very subtle difference between the two, but an important one. Knight on f3 and knight on e2 makes a huge difference for white. So here Humpy went for g5 directly, bishop g5, knight e4, knight to e2, and black plays h5. Black doesn't want to lose time. She
Uh,
wants to build on her momentum.
Yes, actually, this is also a variation, but it's not as popular as the other lines. If the idea is to trap the bishop immediately, and I think f3 could lead to serious weakening of the e3 point when you don't have the bishop. So if you play h4, then knight into g3, you could lose that pawn. Um, It's a complex game. I don't know, but yes, this g5 earlier is also a move. h4, h3 are possible. Another advantage of knight g e2 is that knight into g3 doesn't spoil the structure because we are in a position to take on g3 with knight, and if we lose a pawn on h4, we get back the pawn on h5.
Oh, you know what? I think this variation that Humpy has played just now with bishop g4, f3, I
Mm.
don't think this is the right move. This move was chosen by Vidit recently against. No, this move was chosen by Rahul VS recently against Vidit Gujarati with white in the Interpetroleum Championship
Oh,
a few days ago, where
okay,
Humpy also played. Vidit
ah,
was Humpy's teammate.
okay,
She
okay,
might have seen that game,
yes.
and here Vidit picked up the g3 knight, and he went for some complications with gh4, which was not necessary. Bishop e6 was the better move, which has been chosen by Humpy in this game.
Yeah, I think
So,
black is already preferable, don't you think so? White has no justification for the weakness on e3.
yes.
With pawn on g2, with pawn on f2, probably white is better if white is not losing the h4 pawn. But with pawn on e3, I really doubt the soundness of white's pawn structure, and it's going to be a very complex battle. So f3, I think
So,
a
for
move which.
example, to
Mm,
elaborate what Praveenji is talking about, let's imagine white plays a move like queen d3 here, just for the sake of uh, illustrating Praveenji's point. Black takes with the knight, we take back with the knight, and now we go back bishop e3. It's no big deal because the pawn on f3, f2 covers the e3 square, and there is no weakness for white around his king either. But over
yeah,
here, the position we got in the board, the game,
yeah.
the e3 point is a serious weakness.
Yes, although bishop is on e6 at the moment, but also the e3 point can be attacked further with c5. Black is not afraid of playing c5 because you don't have a, white doesn't have a black bishop. So I'll make every effort. See, even the g5 move, anytime you play h into g5, queen into g5, everything is going to point out at e3. Actually, black is intending to win the pawn on h4 as well. So I don't think there's much option. H g5, queen g5 is strong. I think black is already a little better in my opinion. And with a more concrete plan, white has left the targets very soon. This could be as good as winning because king f2 looks like the only move. So this could all
Maybe h4,
h4 or yeah, bishop and knight g2. And white is being kicked back.
bishop
So yeah,
d6 maybe.
yes, yeah.
I mean, basically what problem does black have here? Black is having all the fun and white is suffering. So it is very easy to say that white has done something wrong in the opening.
Yes, I think f3 of fundamental blunder. If you are going to lose the black bishop, then you cannot play such a move.
So maybe queen b3
Queen
or
b3.
queen would be a very
Yeah,
logical move here, because
yeah,
we are the move that I made, queen d3, was simply to illustrate, but it
yes,
doesn't do anything except for removing the queen from the pin of the g4 bishop. But queen to b3 is a very active move. It also attacks the b4 bishop
yes.
and supports the c3 knight, and we also get rid of the pin. So this would
Uh,
have been a
I think
better.
even queen a4 check and bishop e5 would have been a possibility, but then it walks. We have to calculate bishop e5, but f6 comes, and then after bishop into e2, you're going to lose some material. Otherwise, if tactically sound, this was possible, but now it's tactically unplayable. So as a result, queen b3 looks like the only correct move in that position. And position should have been roughly equal. I think black doesn't have problem. White is a bit preferable because of the b7 weakness. I want to play a3, and you could yeah, and try to win the b7 pawn. If black plays b6, it's a bit ugly, and white is also now ready to take on g5. So roughly a equal position. Sometimes bishop e5, f6, bishop h2. So white is going to play more or less positional game. If you and this would have been a standard play. I think white. Uh, if white plays without weakening the pawn structure, white could be slightly better because black has weakened the pawn structure. Black has weakened the pawn structure for a specific concrete reason of aggression. And unsuccessful aggression, always the side effects of a unsuccessful king side attack are very serious in general. So onus of doing something would have been on black, and as the things stand, black is bound to get something. So I think the onus is going to be fulfilled, I would say. So probably black is preferable. Let's see, a very sharp game.
Yes, this is definitely dubious. I don't want to give it a mistake, but definitely a dubious move. Uh, but and then after knight g3, knight takes, bishop goes back, and now we are already threatening gh4 here.
Yes,
The pawn is hanging, so white has to do something concrete. White plays queen a4 check, bishop is hanging. We cannot simply attack the queen because she will pick it up for free. So knight c6 defends the king as well as supports the bishop, and bishop to b5 here, a concrete move again.
yes,
White has to play
yes.
concretely.
With double threats, queen into b4 as well as bishop into c6 check. So queen d6 probably takes care of both a
Queen
possibility.
d7, you mean?
Even queen d6,
Yes,
even
okay, yes,
attacking
queen
the knight on
d6.
g3, but risky option. Something tactical could happen. But yeah, queen d7, queen d7, perhaps because bishop into knight. No, queen d7 doesn't work.
And bishop, yes,
And then you
maybe
have to play
bishop,
bishop.
bishop
Bishop d7 perhaps.
d7.
And if bishop c6, then bishop c3 check.
We have to take this in between an important intermezzo that we should not miss out on. Bishop c6 would simply lose a piece. So we must first take the knight with a check, and then we pick up the bishop. And what did we get in return? We got a bishop versus a knight. Even though it's seemingly a bad bishop, it controls all the light squares that have been weakened.
Yes, and I think pawn into h4 is also a possibility here. A major possibility. Knight f5 uses a queen g5 or queen f6. It's
Yeah,
better for black, I think, here.
yeah.
Because black is a pawn up and black is ready to keep an attack on uh, e3 point. In fact, bishop d7 could be a threat.
Yes.
Yes, as yeah, and rook f4 and awkward moves have to be played.
Yeah, this is clearly something has gone wrong for white. We will see how black manages to
Yeah, but
secure her
yeah, but she has
advantage.
found queen a4 and bishop b5. So queen d6 probably looks appealing, but there could be some tactical problem, which
Let's see what is the problem. Bishop c6 maybe, but then we take back with the
yeah,
pawn,
yeah, and maybe
and
just
now we
knight
have
g8,
supported
maybe
this.
just knight e2 back because I'm king f2 could be a possibility
And
here.
now gh4 is no more a threat because we take with the rook, and we have not yet we are no more protecting the h4 pawn. So
Yes, so I think queen d6 is a bit premature. Queen is better placed on d8, so bd7 was natural here. After king f2, white should be better. Again, black has to be very careful because black has made lot of pawn structural weaknesses, and the onus of proving the justifying it by way of initiative is entirely on black. So this also could be a theoretical position, perhaps. No, I think this position has not arisen before, probably, no? So,
I will have a look while we discuss the position, whether this has been played before. One moment.
but a very sharp choice, I must say. And personally, I would be afraid of playing either side because I haven't played any side, any of these positions. So it is something which is not like a close, say, normal Queen's Gambit declined, where nothing happens, nothing tactical happens for first 20 moves. Here, I think some action has already started, very serious action, and to the extent of possibilities of decisive mistake. So, as we can see, black seems to be comfortable after bishop d7, and white cannot play king f2 then because of g into h4. It's a complex position, one must say.
One of the things I would like to point out is that perhaps Nana is not aware of the game that was played between Rahul and Vidit because it might not be in the base. I must remind the viewers that the Interpetroleum tournament is an unrated event that takes place in India every year. So it is quite likely that the games were not registered in the base.
Yes, I'm quite sure about it rather because there are many tournaments which are not registered. The in-house tournaments, as we call it, restricted only to the employees, and the in-house tournaments are normally not. Uh, the results are not normally sent to FIDE or any tournaments.
But this game was actually, this tournament, we had some games which were live, but not all of them. So it
Hmm.
is possible
Okay,
that they played on a non live board on that day.
okay, that I didn't know that. Okay.
So, yeah, it's interesting. And let's go back to having, yeah, we can.
What's the clock position now?
Yeah, let's have a look at the clocks. I think Nana has 1 hour 19 minutes while Humpy has 1 hour 14 minutes and she's still thinking. So she has not yet made her 14th move.
So not a great no, not a great preparation advantage, I must say, because both of them have consumed almost the same time. So good preparation, but perhaps Queen A4 and BB5 may not have been analyzed in depth. So again, I think when you play a surprise opening, you're not really well prepared to meet all the options. Surprise opening is generally to sort of create a position which nobody knows, neither white nor black knows, and then they try to outplay each other by each other's skills. Whereas a well prepared opening means you are actually following Carlson or Fischer or Anand's or Kasparov to a great extent and trying to improve their play with the help of engines. So it's a multiple advantage we have now in preparation. But yeah, this is going to be a more fighting game, and probably the players are not going to be aware of what's happening because they are not experienced in this game. It's going to be a very sort of thrilling game for the players as well.
Absolutely. And talking about whether we have reached this position before, no, we have never reached this position. And in fact, after um, F3, there were two games already in the base which were quite recent, played in November 2022 and February 2023. The latest game is between a 2300 player Tan Jun Ying versus Sanal Wahab, who's a grandmaster from Turkey. And Sanal's choice here was to take on g3 and go back bishop to d7, not e6. But bishop e6 is more precise, definitely.
Yeah, this is a preventive move, and I don't know if there's a justification to going back bishop d7 by itself.
So, yes, bishop e6, a much better choice and a novelty over at the moment, we can say, even though the Interpetroleum players did know about it already, like the Leningrad School of
Yes,
Chess.
yes, yes, yes. So
So,
bishop e6, we can say it's a good opening. I've
yes.
surely prepared before that, and perhaps it's possible that Humpy also doesn't know beyond this.
Yes, it is possible. She might not have expected Nana to even play f3 because it is actually not the best move in this
Yeah,
position.
f3. I mean, it could be a best move. Even if it was a best move, it's not likely to be a best move 99 times out of 100. Sometimes you reject moves by judgment, and f3 should be a bad move if you knight into g3 is possible in 99 cases out of 100. So very often we reject depending on the general assessment. And from that point of view, f3 is a very fighting move, I must say. Because I can't say. I mean, if a beginner played this, I would say that the player probably needs more exposure to positional play. But since a top player is playing this, she's going to take a risky decision and follow that with Queen A4 check and Bishop B5 means she's also out for a cutthroat result.
Definitely. And yes, so great explanation there, Praveenji. And maybe we can go to another game and come back to this one once a few moves have been played already. So, very good opening. To sum it up, a very good opening choice by Humpy, and definitely Nana is the one who has to find some concrete moves which she has is going for after Queen A4 and Bishop B5. And now it is Humpy's turn to defend the knight on c6 in the most accurate manner and perhaps get an advantage going into the middle game.
Yeah,
So
but I
let's
think overall Humpy's surprise probably has taken aback Nana, but she has come up with Queen A4 and Bishop B5, the only way to keep the position balanced. And I think the surprise element is gone, and now it's going to be a real fight. There's no advantage to any player at the moment because both of them are now clear to their plans, and it's going to be a very well played game, I'm sure, because they have understood the position well now.
wonderful. So let's go back to what Bibisara is doing against Harika. This is one of the games which we were looking at before we came to Humpy's board, and we were curious about the move Bishop B4 check. So let's go there. Bishop B4 was replied to with knight to b2, knight to d2, and Harika went back bishop e7. I think there was a transmission error, and now we can see that bishop e7 was played within 5 minutes by Harika, with having 1 hour 24 minutes on the clock already.
Actually, I prefer this move because when you play a5, you are not waiting for your opponent to play a3. So I'm going to move the bishop, and when you play a3, I'll play a5. So both have wasted a move. My bishop was not well placed on b4, so I'm bringing it back. I'm just discouraging you from e3. I have not lost a tempo because bishop came from f8 to b4. I could have gone bishop to e7. So in knight bd2 could have, we can say that it was a tempo, but then it was allowing a possibility of e3, which has been now avoided. So the extra tempo white may not find a move very useful. So I think it's fine. This is a opening which is, I think, a normal opening.
So white played knight e5 here, realizing that maybe she feels she cannot play normal moves here because she cannot go for the e3 plan, which is the most standard plan. So she goes for knight e5.
But
What do you think of this
I
move
don't know, moving up is second time so early in the game.
without
And
having castled?
yes, and it doesn't really justify. Because I don't know, it's a big problem to where to put the knight on d2, but because it's stopping. But it is also possible to play castle, rook e1, and then e3. I think it's not, or something like queen c2 followed by e3. I think knight e5 is a bit artificial. I don't, because the knights get exchanged, and yeah, after knight bd7, okay, knight into d7 she wants to play, and black has to take bishop into d7. But also bishop d6, she wants to play nd f3 quickly.
And she wants to basically prevent knight c6, I
Yes,
think.
yeah, and she will probably play nd f3 and then maybe e3. That could be the plan. Important thing is knight on e5 prevents black from playing e5 generally. So as it invites interest to keep a control on e5 square so that when the e3 break comes, the d4 pawn is not well guarded. But it's a long way and I'm a bit artificial to play this move. Yeah, but for castles, I think she was afraid of knight c6. So perhaps a logical play. I think black has a good position. But again, there are players who prefer the Benoni setup with white and Benoni setup with black. So I prefer this position with from black side, and some people there are a lot of strong players who prefer this position with black. So probably my opinion may not be objective, but somehow I don't like white's position really here. So let's see knight bd7. Yeah, that's an advantage in the sense that black has to move back the piece. Knight into d7 was a logical move, and black would have to take with the knight because taking with taking with queen was also a possibility, but not with the bishop because it would lose the b7 pawn. So queen d7 is also possible, I think, followed by e5. And, yeah, that could have been a standard, but queen d7, knight f3, and again bishop b4 check, trying to exchange black bishops. So a complex game. F4, I don't know. I'm a bit surprised at that because it weakens the e3 square. And I'm curious to know what happens for take and knight g4. When I'm unable to find because knight f3, I want to play bishop b4 check now. Oh, a strange choice of moves f4 and well, I think white is not in a good position. I mean, black is also ready to open up with f6, the king on f1, and black wants to open up the f8 rook. Surely not a great choice of opening. F4 move is very strange in my opinion, and black has some clearly some plans which at the moment I am not able to understand. But I prefer black here. White's king is in bad position. White can try to drive away the knight with h3, but it's black should play knight e3 check, and then it's not easy to win that pawn. So perhaps she thinks that after h3 and knight e3 check and bishop into e3, pawn into e3, d4, she could win the e3 pawn. But I think the weakness is very serious. So even if you win a pawn, it's not a lot of fun. Say h3, knight e3 check, bishop e3, pawn into e3. Yeah, looks like the logical way. Otherwise, white has nothing. If black gets f6 here, black will be much better. So bishop e3, pawn into 3, d4 you must play, and then try to play win the pawn with queen d3 and queen e3. But I think too many weaknesses will be created trying to win a pawn, which probably you may win or may not win. So difficult, and I'm sure it's not a theoretical position. I think let's look at the time. Harika has 1 hour 10 minutes, and Bibisara has 1 hour 11 minutes. Almost same time. They have consumed more than 20 minutes, almost 25 minutes each for this. So they are in unknown territory, both of them. And it's going to be again just like the Humpy game. It's going to be more or less a battle between them, and it's going to be Harika's skills in kingside attack that will decide the game, because black will definitely get the kingside attack and black will definitely lose the pawn on e3 in some time, because after h3 and take and d4, I don't think the e3 pawn can be saved long, and how quickly black attacks white's weak pawns, that will decide. Somewhere a very unconventional play I must say, not very typical strategic play with no weaknesses and a slower game. They are out for a very sharp game, and something which could be very unpredictable.
So that was a great roundup of this game so far. Let's have a look at what Zujiner is doing against Lano. It's been a while since we had a
Hmm.
look at that one. Zujiner chose the move bishop e2, as you mentioned. So she has gone for the short castle setup, but not exactly the one that we are used to seeing. After knight f6, she first plays a3, not allowing bishop b4, bishop e7, and she first goes for f4, not short castle. So she wants black to make some commitments.
Yes, I think she wants to transport into Scavenger rather than the Taimanov line where castle bishop b4, and here instead of a3 castles bishop b4 and knight a4, there's a pawn sacrifice which black can't take, and because of knight b6 it's a complicated line, and then black goes back bishop e7, which Taimanov did against me, and the short castle. There are two variations if you don't take a knight into e4, that bishop b4, knight a4, bishop e7 or castle.
Yes.
So there are the two options, and that's a standard line. Although it's less popular, it has its own theory, because black has not played d6 and sometimes black can play d5 directly, and also the e4 pawn is under attack. So white's play is clearly to avoid those lines. White is because if we played castles, black has the option of playing with d6 or playing with bishop b4. By
Yes.
playing that move order with a3, she takes away that choice, and she knows that black has no option but eventually to take on d4 and play b5. At that stage, white plays a3. So it's not going to be a loss of tempo. It's going to be a regular Sicilian scavenging, which was a strong fort of Botvinnik, and even more so Kasparov. Kasparov played so many matches against Karpov, and he didn't lose a single game in this setup with black against Karpov, and lost only one or two with some other players by blunder. And when Anand beat him in the ninth game of the World Championship, that was, I think, a surprise. Kasparov losing in that variation. So it was like it's a very solid, formidable opening. And I played this system with white and black both, and I had some very nice wins with both sides. So it's a very sharp system with d6, f4, and it's pleasure to play actually such positions. So f4 force, yeah. Let's see. Let's show the viewers why f4 forces d6. Should black castle here after f4, white plays e5, and I'm sure you won't like the position. So castle e5, and doesn't look very healthy. The knight has to retreat and is not in the spirit of the opening. Although modern chess, you just play knight e8 and d6 or f6. But yes, so it's possible. But I think it's a reason to reject this. So d6, castle. So we have got a normal position which can be decoded as the b85 in the informant language. So king h1 is option, and then queen e1, rook a d1, or queen e1, queen g3, rook a e1.
Can you mm, can you just tell our viewers about the informant language and the codes, ECO codes that players of your generation know so well? And the I think the Gen Z is completely unaware of it, or maybe they know it but not by heart.
Probably not, because I think even your generation or some players senior to you, born in the 80s, are also not aware of. Whereas in the players who were born in the 60s and the 50s, for them B85 and B19, and these are the way of expressing the opening, explaining the opening, and whereas it becomes very clear cut in different generations. So what happened was in the after the Bobby Fischer match, there's some sort of revolution, Fischer-Spassky match, and everybody started playing. Now they didn't have any books. Russians had books, Serbians, Yugoslavia had a lot of books, Germans had books, but nobody else. And then what to do? So Informant, Belgrade was the place where it started, Serbian magazine. That became very popular. They came out with encyclopedia of chess openings, where they had a fantastic work done. Millions of games were studied by them, and references were given. This is not good because 1954 so and so versus so and so, and they got those records. And to
Wow.
update those records, informants, they also started coming with magazines which were giving the latest games. So
Wow.
we were able to get the games only through informants. If I had to know what Karpov played in the 70s as world champion, I would have to wait eagerly for the informant to come by post. It took sometimes took 2 to 3 months, and it happened that a new edition of informant had come by the time I received the old one. But then it was still great to see that theory evolving, and that's the reason why we would first see the number, because it's as per the numerological. So okay, what happens in B85? Let's see the latest games of B85. So that's why we know the tradition stopped because more specific books came, where the British authors started writing the Sicilian Nightwar or the Sicilian Scaven Engine. Some great authors like John Nunn, they wrote some books, and Polugowski. So they came up with some great books by names, and that is the reason why the players born in the 80s and 90s do not know this, because they saw the specialized books. For us, it was enough to get one book and study all the openings, the encyclopedia. But as the competition increased, it became necessary to have specialized book like the Sicilian Naidorf or the King's Indian, and then the ECO code lost, because you're dealing with a book which deals only with that opening.
Wow, wonderful. And yes, I can totally imagine your excitement, the excitement of all the players of your generation when you receive the fresh copy of an informant by post. It must be such a wonderful feeling.
Yes, yes.
And you must be sharing it with your friends as
Yes,
well.
immediately. Although means it's not easy, but we met regularly. So sharing in the sense we met. As soon as the informant was there, we would go to club and we would analyze. First, it was Karpo. So Karpo's games. He is the world champion, and so on. The world junior games and all those world championship games. So we would share at the chess clubs. There was chess club was a great chess club culture was there in Mumbai.
Oh,
and we
wow.
used to gather. There are times when I started playing chess. The national champion, first Indian champion, Ramchandra Sapre, and India number two, Sri Krishna Sakharkar, and all those great players were regularly coming to the club almost every day. And we learned a lot from their experience because they shared. Some of them had played Olympiads, 1962 Olympiad, 1956, 1960. So they shared their experience with Botvinnik and legends, and it became much easier for us to learn in those days where there's no communication possible. And it was fun getting those books and annotations by some great players.
Wow, what wonderful times and so much of camaraderie between all the chess players to help not only help themselves but also others and teach others.
I think it's a teamwork or the group work that always benefits. The best way of studying is studying together. If four friends are studying together, not keeping any secrets among themselves is the best thing. Because when two players come together, one has idea one, other has idea two, so they both know these ideas, and not only that, it gives birth to third and fourth idea. Whereas a person studying entirely on himself or herself is limited to her own personality and the choice of openings. So we feel like I was once upon a time was a very attacking player, and I learnt a lot from the defensive skills of some other players. Then I became a sort of positional player where I had my attacking skills had to be refreshened, and the other attacking players, rash attacking players who would contribute. So studying a game in public in a group of 5 or 10 is the best way of studying chess.
Wow, wonderful advice. And I hope the viewers who are watching, the ones who want to study chess, will take this advice seriously and form a group of theirs, perhaps in your hometown, in your colony. And I think it will be very beneficial. I also personally experienced the same. Whenever I worked in a group, I improved a lot. It is just in the age of technology, even though we have come closer, we have also become a little afar, I would say,
Yeah.
because it's become more and more difficult to coordinate schedules and timings and find a common purpose to work on. But whenever this has happened, it has really benefited a lot.
Yes, I think exchange of ideas is the most important because chess has unlimited ideas. It's even more so.
Wow, wonderful. So, King H1, let's come back to the game now. King H1 was played, and Praveen ji was explaining how Queen comes to G3 later, even G4, G5, Bishop F3,
Not
Bishop
not
G2.
in this line. G4, G5 comes with A4 when black doesn't get B5. Black bishop is on comfortable on B7, then G4 is not played. Here there are two moves, bishop D7 and knight into D4. Direct B5 would run into knight into C6 and bishop F3. So there is one move, knight into D4, bishop into D4, B5. And the other move is of course here something like bishop direct
D7.
bishop d7 is possible.
That
It's riskier because sometimes there are gambit lines with e5 coming very quickly. So queen e1, b5, e5. So there are variations, but yes, bishop d7 and b5 both are possible. Played by many strong players. Kasparov has played this position with black with fantastic resources, and the positions sometimes we won easily with white. Only after seeing Kasparov games we realize that how many times black has to find the only moves in this. I mean, it's although the position is balanced and black has no problems if black finds the correct moves, but Kasparov did that in the 70s, so that's more important.
Wow, wonderful. So Bishop D7 was Lano's choice, and here uh, automatically some players go knight to B3, not allowing knight D4, because a black's idea is take, queen takes, and black will take back, come here with the bishop, not having to play b5, and the bishop is already on a good diagonal where it attacks the e4 pawn, and its development is complete. But here white actually played queen e1,
Yes,
allowing.
that's a standard move. The tactical idea is between first played in Karpov versus Ricardo Calvo game, Queen E1. The tactical idea is knight into D4, bishop into D4, bishop C6, Queen G3. You don't have to support the pawn, and you still have one more move to play Rook A E1, and then the E4 pawn is not capturable. And Karpov won a nice game after black played G6 trying to win the pawn, and white sacrificed the pawn with F5. A nice game that was.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's a standard. I have won many games in this position with white, not like Karpov because people opponent were not so strong. So um, yes, but it's a nice line. So knight b3 would be a bit slow here because white's idea, unlike the a4 line, there's a line at a4 where queen remains on. Yeah, there the a4. The idea is to restrict black's play and try to play a5 and cramp with bishop b6. Here that's not the idea. So here, since white is playing for kingside attack, knight b3 would be counterproductive. Black will play b5 and b4 quickly, trying to attack your queen side. So it's not easy to play this variation. Queen e1 is a standard variation, and even world championship games between Karpov and Kasparov have been played in this. So now knight d4 is the logical move. Bishop d4 and bishop c6 or b5 doesn't matter much. But bishop now here bishop c6 is necessary because e5 has to be met with adequate square. Knight e4 probably.
Also, I think another idea here is that after e5, we take and play queen g3. This is another tactical possibility that now white has, which was not possible with the king being on g1. So imagine here
Yes,
the
with
king
king
was
on
g1,
yeah, if the king was on g1, black would have got bishop c5 with a good position.
and we pin the bishop. So queen e5, we simply take back because this bishop would have been pinned, and now bishop c5 is absolutely pointless. We simply pick up the pawn. So, and the knight.
Or probably bishop into c5 and rook into f6.
Yes,
Yeah,
lots of
also, yes,
possibilities
yeah, oh,
here.
yeah. B5, bf6 is better because you win both of them.
Yes. So that's why e5 here would be a huge blunder, but with the king on g1, this same idea is extremely effective. So these are some subtle nuances which you can know only if you have either played and lost such a game or studied the games of great
Yeah, and
players.
one question which I always wanted to ask Kasparov but couldn't ask was Kasparov always played with quick queen c7, but Polukovsky often played with queen on d8 and he would be a tempo up, and sometimes he got e5 quickly, or he played queen a5 sometimes when pawn is on a2, of course, but and he was able to get e5 quicker after knight into d4. And so why Kasparov never played that. Obviously, it's a part of opening preparation, and Kasparov knows why it is bad, and nobody else knows probably. But Polukovsky is no more.
Oh. So queen e1, knight takes was played
Yeah, it's
actually,
a standard move, and bishop
and
c6.
bishop d4, and black did play bishop
And queen
c6.
g3 is the only sensible move.
Queen g3 has been played.
And
No, queen g3 is
okay,
this is the live
yeah,
position on the board, and white is thinking, but queen g3 will be played, and black will simply play b5. I think
yes,
she will not bother to play
yeah.
e5 and all these
And there is
options.
very significant comment about there's such positions by Kasparov and Polukovsky both. Polukovsky is one of the greatest Sicilian players of all times. So they say that white is not able to play after queen g3. It's not easy for white to play bishop d3. There's a tactical line which leads to a draw after e5. There's a variation which Kasparov has played, and as a result, since white gets optimal position with queen g3 and rook a1, but there is no further improvement. And as Polukovsky explains, black has improvement possible: b5, queen b7, a5, b4. And since black has it's possible for black to improve the position, and it's not possible for white to improve the position. So black is better. That was his theory, because black has 5 or 10 useful moves that can be made, and white has only two more optimal useful moves that can be made: queen g3 and rook a1. Bishop d3 leads to equality. So if white wants to improve after queen g3 and rook a1, white has no improvement. So there are players who believe that black is better. They say if it's equal now, then how about my playing several, like b5 queen g3 and say rook a. There are various moves here. Rook a c8 is one move. Rook a e8 is the safest of all the moves, and then yeah, rook a c8, rook a e8, and
Even rook at d8, but
yes, but
then
only played by
because
Ivanchuk, and yeah, it's not a.
because we
Yeah,
prevent
yeah,
e5.
yeah, but it's only Ivanchuk understands that it's not easy to play that position, because whenever my opponents played, I won very quickly. Sometimes I got a chance to retreat queen f2 or queen e3, and it was very awkward for the opponents.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think what's important is this is a very lively position, and as the level of players goes higher, it's tougher for white to improve. At a lower level, for example, if you go at a club level player, white will almost invariably win because it's a kingside attack, and that matters, and the defense is not good. But at this level, we can expect a very balanced battle like Karpo Kasparov, with most of the games ending in draws after fierce battle and after serious attempt to checkmate black by Karpov. Kasparov was able to survive almost all the times. So that's, I think, something fantastic about this opening. So let's see how they have they moved at all, or this the queen g3 position is the, is it the king h1 position or the queen g3 position on the board?
No, they
Okay.
have played queen g3. Black white has played queen g3, and it's black to move.
Okay, so rook e8 is a move which is supposed to be the strongest move. I must look at the history. Rook a c8 actually allows a forced draw in some ways. Rook a c8, rook a e1, rook a c8, rook a e1, and b5. White plays bishop d3, which leads to a forced draw. Otherwise, black is in trouble. So rook a e8 avoids that draw. I'm not going to go into the technical position, but rook a e8, by placing the rooks at awkward position in close position, black avoids a draw. A move I have played many times and I have won with black, but it requires effort because eventually you have to move the silly rook from e8. So rooks on f8 and e8 in front of whom there are your own pieces and not. But rook a8 logical move has a forced drawing possibility for white. In this tournament, since it's not going to be exercised, I believe that rook a8 will be played here. Because I'm sure that white is not playing for a draw here. So there are some open tournaments. So let's go for some other games.
Yes,
Which
we can go for maybe
I,
Vaishali's game now.
yeah,
Let's
Vaishali's
have a
game.
look
Yeah,
at
Vaishali's
Vaishali's
game.
game, and
Then perhaps Harika's game, it was sharp. No, but Humpy's game also equally sharp. I mean,
yes,
you never know because in a sharp game you go after some time.
yes.
Lots of things have happened and difficult to explain. And yes, a sharper game. So let's go to Vaishali's game.
Vaishali's game, we have reached bishop h5 position, and
Comparatively a quiet game. So perhaps we nothing much is happening here. So h6 was a, I did h6 was played bishop e7, and black didn't get knight h5 anytime. I thought knight h5 was a very logical move, but
so we left it over here
I
after
think one move
short.
before, yeah, here,
Yeah,
yeah.
bishop e7, short castle was played, d6, and here because now we have gone back with our bishop, so we played d6, and now black is threatening knight a5.
Yeah,
So c3,
yeah,
making an escape route for our bishop. So let's say knight a5. We don't play bishop
yeah.
b3,
They play bishop b5
but
checks and c6 bishop a4, and then if you b5 then bishop c2. So they preserve the bishop so that eventually it will come to b3 again, and it will be giant. It will be a giant at that time.
so that's why c3 was played. Also, c3 is multi-purpose. Good moves are always multi-purpose. They
Yes,
help you create multiple ideas on the board. So d4 later is a possibility because the pawn is already on c3. Castle, knight b d2,
instead of castle, I think knight h5 was a possibility, but I don't know. It's a complex line because knight h5 you play
or
probably
even g5.
g5. Yes, I mean in Sinet's times g5 and h5 would be played, and Sinet's had a fantastic victory with bishop on c5, g5 and h5. I think against Reiner, some of the games, a fantastic game. But with bishop on e7, this is not very effective.
Also, isn't it another strategy that white purposely doesn't play h3 here, because after g5, bishop g3, rook g8 would be very powerful, and black castles on the queen's side and creates an attack on the king's side using the h3 pawn as a hook to play g4 later.
Not only rook g8, even direct g4. But generally, those attacks are more effective with bishop on c5 and not so effective with bishop on e7. But yeah, even those are possible. But if I was playing a quiet game, considering the importance of the tournament, knight h5 looked like a normal move unless there is a tactical refutation with knight into e5. So that could be a possibility. Um,
Yes, I think knight e5 would be a matter of concern here,
yes, because you haven't castled, but I think it's probably not working because I just
because we
take knight
take,
e5 and
then
then
we take the bishop,
yeah,
black takes,
yeah. So
and we take.
you actually get back, but how about bishop g4 then?
Oh, and then the queen is trapped. Oh my god. Oops.
It's a standard thing, so h3 prevents that.
Uh,
So I know knight h5 can come easily with h3 without
without
h3. Yeah,
h3. So knight h5 was possible, threatening to exchange the
yeah.
bishops.
I prefer to exchange this bishop. If I was there, I would play this because If bishop e7, queen e7, I am really preferable. Here fg3 comes into consideration
Oh,
because f7,
because.
the target is f7, so
Sorry.
fg3 is a major consideration, and that's what Romanishin did with me in a Royal Lopez game. But the same pawn structure with black having played e6 and b5. That's the only difference. So this with bishop on e7 is more or less like a Royal Lopez rather than a Gaico-Pianov. Royal Lopez and is a Spanish opening. Gaico-Piano is the Italian opening. The common names for Spanish opening is Royal Lopez, and common name for Italian game is Gaico-Piano.
Absolutely. So c3, knight h5 was a possibility, but Vaishali went for short castle, which is also uh, normal. And
Standard,
then,
more standard than knight h5. Knight h5 is trying to force the matters too early.
so she played knight bd2, knight h7, and we see, sorry, Vaishali is white, and Nino went for short castle and nh7, and we see there is a huge time difference. Vaishali has 1 hour 30 minutes after 9 moves, and Nino after knight h7 is left with 1 hour 3 minutes on the clock. They have played a few more moves, so let's get to the live position.
Yeah.
Bishop g3 was played, bishop to g4, h3, bishop h5. Now h3, once black has castled, white can always play h3 here, and it's actually a good move because g5, g4 is pointless with black's king on g8.
Objectively, both bishops are not very well placed. Bishop on h5 and bishop on g3 are not well placed. I thought bishop e6 was a more natural reaction for black instead of bg4. I mean, generally I felt, although you have a double pawn, but yeah,
Oh,
unless some material is going in say queen b3
but
and
queen
queen d7,
c8?
queen d7. I think you can't take on b7 probably. I take on b2, no? So queen d7. But yeah, there could be some d4 possibilities coming. Queen b7, I take on b2. Again, I'm not sure because you have a knight c4 tempo. So this is a position which can't be played over the board. This looks,
Knight
uh,
on h7 is pointless in this
yes. Yeah,
position.
if you had played knight h5, then probably knight going to f4. Then it made sense. So bishop e6 should not be played in case of you already played knight h7. Then probably it was time to play bishop e6 on the previous move.
Or knight g5. Why not continue with your plan,
Yes,
which you
knight
had
g5
gone?
exchanging a piece. Yeah, exchanging a knight. Knight h7 actually is a move. I don't know. It's a strange choice because I take knight into knight anyway, and taking with a pawn is not really
No,
great,
we
right?
take with the bishop,
Yeah,
and isn't our bishop better placed on g5? And we have
yeah,
already.
but about the center control, if white plays f4 here, say for example f4, and
Okay.
since you can't, it's a matter of uh, it's a sharp position, and black is okay because black is getting knight e5 after exchanging. Otherwise, white gets d4, but probably knight e5 or bishop f4 followed by knight e5, and white has a this weaken the problem because of c3 are now evident. So white didn't have time to play bishop b3, and that's the reason why knight g5 was possible. And had the bishop been on say c2 or something, then this would have been unplayable for black again. So complex things. When you uh, plan to open up the position without proper preparation, you have to also see what are the hanging points and what are the disadvantages of that. So knight g5 is possible because if white is not ready for f4. So again, a sharp position, and knight g5. Knight h7 could prove a bit awkward, and it seems that bishop g5 move wasn't really prepared at home by black because Nino took some time, and since Vaishali has all the time, this means this position is familiar to her. So advantage for another 5 to 10 moves. If she doesn't get something concrete in another 5 to 6 moves, then probably the opening advantage is gone. So it's a time early middle game has begun, and it's up to white to make use of the time and the preparation in finding the correct plan.
Great, well, very well put there. And bishop g4 was instead played by Nino instead of the move knight g5 that we were considering. White played h3, bishop to h5, and now white continued with b4,
Yeah, the
expansion on the
standard move.
queen
And the
side.
plan is to play a4, a5, and then b5 and queen b3. And so it becomes very irritating in absence of the c8 bishop. The queen side becomes quite weak. And generally, black will never be able to play d5. The knight h7 move intends knight g5. So exchanging two pieces. So knight g5 is a logical move for black.
She did
And
play that.
yeah, actually, white. How is white going to get out of this pin? That's
I,
an interesting question.
yeah, that's why I was wondering if we can play something else here, but what?
Queen b3 doesn't work because of knight a5. So queen c2 is something which you plan to play b4 and queen uh,
But again, knight
knight
a5.
a5 traps the bishop again. So and yeah, so you don't have the advantage. So where do you move the queen? So perhaps at this time
Yes.
bishop g4 is not awkward here, and bishop h2 is not doesn't change things because knight g5 you can't play g4 anyway because knight h3 check and g4
Yes.
goes. So bishop h2 is pointless. Now you see the disadvantages of bishop on g3, which is hitting nothing, and bishop on h5 is at least hitting something. If this bishop goes to g6, again it will also be useless. So she's keeping it on, and she wants to make use of that. So in a way, knight h7 and bishop h g4 are logical. After knight h7, bishop e6 wasn't a good choice. So I think white had to find some accurate queen move here. I thought. After knight g5, black should be okay. That's my personal opinion.
All right. So let's see how the game continued. White played b4, black played knight g5, and white has gone for bishop d5. We must note the time position here because over here Vaishali had 1 hour 19 minutes for and after bishop g4 where at which point Nino's time was already down to 57 minutes. Vaishali took only 3 minutes to play h3, a standard move, but after bishop h5 she took 14 minutes to play b4. So already she has thought of what to do in case of knight g5, and knight g5 white replies with bishop
Yes,
d5
there's
played
a very
immediately.
important uh, significance of this move. Black's desirable setup is bishop f6 and knight e7. Uh, instead of before bd5, can we go back just a moment? So black wants to play bishop f6 and knight e7, and then your queenside ruler has nothing much to do. I'm planning to get knight g6 and really attack your king side. So by playing bishop d5, now she threatens b5, which means that it's going to be difficult for you, for black, to get knight e7 because your bishop is already occupying that square. So bishop d5 threatens, in a way, plans b5 or threatens knight c4 followed by b5. So bishop d5 is logical, and the b7 pawn has to be guarded, and the knight must have a square. After b5, you don't really like to go to a5. So you should play rook b8 for bishop d5. Then b5 is a bit awkward. So bishop d5, I think the only move I can think of is the move that was played queen c8, I think. And white has queen c8 is a useful move as well because black plans to get knight d8 and knight e6, and a possibility of a sacrifice on h3 is also hovering around. I think a comfortable game, but black's chances will be more or less of tactical nature, and white's chances will be more or less of a strategic way. Queen c8, I think probably the correct move for bishop d5, and roughly equal position. Perhaps we can move to other games. Will it be good?
All right, so bishop d5 was replied to with queen c8. So this is the live position.
So since I can't go to g6, my bishop has not moved, so I want to go b5, knight d8 and e6. And also queen c8 is a long-term plan of knight into h3 sometimes, and queen into h3. Although this is effectively done if black bishop is on b6, but even here it can be a possibility. And if the knight remains pinned for a long time, then even f5 could be a possibility after moving the king. So it's going to be a sharp battle. After queen c8, I don't see an opening advantage for white as such. Black has played a plan which is consistent. I think in chess what's important is you can play any move at any stage, roughly any place, any piece anywhere, but the subsequent play and the placement of other pieces has to match with that. So knight h7, knight g5 combined with bishop g4, bishop h5 and queen c8 is a correct setup, and black will probably voluntarily go knight d8 and knight e6 or bishop f6 and knight e7, so that all the pieces are aiming at king side. Bishop f6, knight e7 if given chance, and if you play b5 now, then knight d8, knight e6. So black would like to move all the pieces. White will have it bit awkward to do something about this, because when you, if there's a double pawn on f3, white moves the queen, then the h3 pawn would be lost, but even otherwise the king side pawn structure will be uh, sort of shattered. So I think roughly equal position.
So
But of course, my opinion doesn't value much because I play such positions with black more, and well, sometimes the positions are Good for my opponent, but I think I am better. So sometimes I argue in a unobjective way. So I think we'll not go to the depth. But I like black's position here.
So let's go to Bibisara versus Harika's game. We have hadn't look we haven't had a look at it for a long time, and Bibisara has just played King G1. So let's go a few moves back and uh, have a look at what have we missed so far. So knight bd7 was played for knight e5. White played f4. Knight takes, pawn takes, knight g4, knight f3, bishop b4, king f1. This is a position we had a look at, and black continued with castle. Here white went for
Yeah,
h3.
I think we saw h3, bishop into e3, pawn into e3, and then we were suggesting d4 because if then c5, then a3 could be very awkward, something of that sort. So we are considering d4 here and trying to win the pawn. So white didn't play d4, but white wants to play quiet game. White wants to win the pawn after a lot of time. Quite a mature decision. King g1 and king h2. Safeguard the king first and then go for the pawn rather than keeping the king up in the f line where black rook is already placed. So she wants to play king g1 and king h2. But one thing is clear that if the e3 pawn survives another 10 moves or so, black will be better. So 10, 15 moves. So something has to be done very quickly for white. So perhaps she wants to play king h2 and rook f1 and then really concentrate against the e3 pawn.
Wow. So king g1 played, and what can we wow, what can we do here as black now?
I don't know. F6 is too committal because the problem is now the c8 bishop. The c8 bishop is not going to be developed easily. F5 and F4. How about that? It doesn't solve the problem of that bishop, but at least it safeguards the pawn. So even F5, I think F5, and if you give me a chance, then F4.
But yesterday we saw we saw this, not of course the same position, but completely different position in Lano versus Vaishali. But we were discussing how if the king was, since there also the king was weak, we were discussing a break like f6.
Hmm.
So why wouldn't it be a good idea to open up the position here, because white has problems with her
Yeah,
king.
I looked at this position F6. I thought D4 was white could play, and I don't
We
know.
continue attacking it, Grunfeld style,
Yeah,
attacking
perhaps
each
yeah.
of the
But
central
the
pawns.
capture f into e5 is a bit risky because white always gets knight to e5. I don't know, but pawn into e5. But it's possible. When you have a bishop of a color and your opponent doesn't have a bishop of that color, try to smash all the pawns, opponent's pawns on that square. So it is in spirit of the position for black to attack all the white pawns which are on black squares because the natural guard of whites, black squares, the black squares in white's territory, the natural guard is already gone to capture the e3 because the more serious weakness was created on e3. So yes, this looks like a variation where you smash all the enemy defenses. And yeah, f6 looks like a logical way if you are agreeable to giving up the pawn. For example, f6, queen c1 was instead of d4, queen c1 was also a possibility for f6, one move before.
Right.
So yeah, it's a complicated line where if my idea in f5 was to meet queen c1 with f4, and if at all I lose the pawn, at least I have weakened black's white's king side. But one important thing is that c8 bishop and a8 rook have a serious problem in getting into play. So white has a weak king, but black has some uh, serious weaknesses as well. It's not easy to play, perhaps. Yeah. So tough decisions. Queen c1, and you can't play bishop c5. I think because b4, bishop c5 is possible. b4, bishop d4. Yeah, bishop c5 is also a possibility. Uh, Difficult position to play because I'm sure that this sort of risky position never comes in modern chess. It's a sort of position which
Is very
is
original, and I think players are playing on their own.
yes.
And I mean, it's let's by the way, let's have the commentators and players cams on the board. Yes, Harika has played f f5, as we can see. She does not go for f6, but she goes for the move you have suggested with
Yeah, it
f5.
was, I think, a choice where f6 is in more in the spirit of the position because you want to smash, but you lose a pawn in queen c1. Now, probably you still lose a pawn in queen c1. No, you can play bishop g5 here perhaps, and you plan to play f4, and you are not a pawn down, but yeah, still you are at the moment saving the pawn is on the agenda and not developing the queen bishop. But with white pawn on e5 alive, there is a word of caution that c8 bishop is going to be a bad bishop all the time, even if it manages to come out. So that's something black would be better perhaps without the e6 pawn.
But isn't bishop d7, bishop c6 a potential idea in
Yeah,
the
but again
future?
for b4 you can't play bishop c6, so you have to play b6, which means a discovered attack. So again, yeah, bishop d7, I play b4. So I don't know. I just want to go b5, and I can restrict your bishop to some extent. Meanwhile, you also have to guard the e3 pawn. So some pieces could be blocked. And yeah, had a white queen, a white king been on the other side, this was very strong for white. For example, if white king was on a1 and rook on c1, probably white would have lot of chances of opening the king side. But with white king here, I think black has chances. But f5 also, as you correctly said, a close position is preferable for knight, and the logical way is to break all the pawns on white squares as on upon the black square. So if d4 comes, c5. If pawn is on e5, break with f6. So
Right.
if b4 comes, break with a5. So that way,
Yes.
don't allow your opponent to keep any pawn on black square, which means that you have no guard on the black squares. Color weakness sometimes, as they call it, color weakness in Russian or in English, they say color weakness can be very uh, serious.
Absolutely. So we will come back to this game, and I think Bibisara is spoiled for choice here because she has to make a right decision. But there are many tempting moves, and it remains to be seen what will she go for. So. Because f4 is also something she needs to be at least consider as black,
Yeah,
and
and also
she
secondly,
needs to be
now she
prepared
can
for.
forget about winning the pawn quickly like queen c1, which was possible in case of f6. So since queen c1 is not winning the plan, probably she has to go for king h2 and d4 and queen d3 and such slow plan.
And king h2 could be met with g5, I think.
Yeah, g5, probably I just have to play d4 and you play either f4 or g4. So once you play f4, now it's going to take a different turn altogether, because white plays g4, black could start attack with h5, but it could be bad for black either. See, once you push f4, the white bishop on g2 can become very strong on e4, because the c8 bishop is not able to guard the targets. So while attacking, black has to be very partic- particular and careful about not creating a white square weakness. In order to exploit your opponent's black square weakness, you put everything on black squares and end up having a bad weakness on the white squares. In one of the books, I think they use the term leukopenia and melanopenia. Leukopenia is the uh, weakness on white squares, and melanopenia, weakness on black squares. So very, I mean, leuco and melano we know, but I think German or some of the Latin phrases. So I've read that in some books. I think Pachman's book.
And one idea could be like we as black we play g5 f4 and we bring the bishop to g6.
Yes. Also,
A
also
French idea.
also rash g5 g4. I mean, if you are succeeding in attack with king on h2, g5 king h2 g4 also has to be analyzed, because
Yes.
then black is initiating a direct attack. So it's not a position that can be commented upon in general terms, and we'll have to analyze concrete variations as the player choose the decision. Here there are hundreds of possibilities, and as in Think Like a Grandmaster book, they say there are three different possibilities here. I mean, generally, not in this position, but black has options of playing g5 and f4, g5 and g4, or just rook b8 and b6. I prefer rook b8 and b6 to bishop d7 and bishop c6. So you waste a move in rook b8, but you play b6 and bb7, and because e6 is not to be attacked so easily. So ideal structure could be c5, rook b8, b6, and bb7, although you restrict your bishop to e7. Now it's not impossible that your good bishop on e7 could become a bad piece. A bad piece is a piece which is actually a bad piece, and a good bishop is actually a bishop which has got pawns in different color, but sometimes a good bishop is not a good piece.
Yes. But this bishop is a fantastic piece, and if
Yes.
we can challenge this bishop, then we would have some sort of achievement as black. So that's a wonderful roundup, I think, of all the games, and we can probably go for a short break before we come back and have a look at the middle games, so that we are in time to for the all the action that will happen further in these games.
Yes, I think to halt here, one must say that at the moment various options are there which we discussed, and the players are going to choose some of them. So let's wait for another 15 minutes, make them choices, and we'll come back to the analysis of those choices. So we'll see you in about 15-20 minutes time, and meanwhile you can watch the live games and see the players. See you soon.
Hi guys, we are back and we have Nana Zagnidze playing against Koneru Humpy here. So let's get the players. Yes, let's get the board. We have it here and the game has progressed so much. Before we have a look at the game, I want to just say thank you to my father who is watching this stream, and he writes, superb Soumya, doing very well, and he also says Praveen sir is always superb. He's in the chat right now, so
So kind of you, sir.
thank you so much. And there's also Narendra Khandekar who says that yes, Praveen sir is a legend.
Thank you, Narendra ji.
Wow, it's very nice to have people who are watching the stream also write to us, because we are reading the chat. So please, you can also write your feedback to us through the chat and in the comments after the stream. Now let's have a look at the board.
Yeah, Humpy's game, I think a good opening for Humpy, don't you think so?
Yes, I think huge. I think she has come out on with the upper edge after the opening, and we left it over here. So let's have a look at what happened. We left it after f3, white played queen a4, black played knight takes, black went back, bishop e6, white played queen a4, knight c6, bishop b5, and here we were considering various options, and black took on c3 after
False.
a
Okay. Bishop d7 was perhaps more accurate, and if bishop into. Yeah, but I think it's probably going to lead to the same thing, because bishop c3 and bd7, white has the option of not taking. So, maybe she doesn't go. She must go bishop d7 anyway. Let's see how it goes.
yes. So black took on c3 first, white took back with the pawn, and black went bishop d7 protecting the knight. And here, as you said, white need not take on c6, so white went back queen to c2. Now knight f5 is a possibility in the future, but black simply picked up the pawn on h4 with gh4. So right now black is the pawn up, even though they are double pawns, they are menacing pawns, because it also opens the g file for the rook. White took on c6 with the bishop right now, bishop c6.
But now even pawn into c6 can be considered, but of course bishop into c6 is more logical. But pawn into c6 also can be played, because knight f5 is then unplayable due to queen f6, isn't it?
Queen
No,
g5.
yeah, queen g5. But you always have knight. Yeah, you have queen g5, and then you can't support both e3 and queen g5 rather. So pawn into c6, there's a huge positional sort of consideration. At the same time, we prevent knight f5. Other option is to allow knight f5, because knight f5 doesn't seem to be all that great anyway. And if you capture on h4 also, there's nothing to worry. So bishop c6 is a way of getting a solid advantage. You will have a better position after bishop into c6, even after your opponent gets knight f5 and knight into h4. You still have a weak king and weaknesses on c3, e3, g3, and almost no weaknesses for black. Black will castle on the queen side, which means the isolated pawns do not matter much. But yes, such positions, suddenly if the queens are exchanged, then white could be better also. So a different type of game would suddenly arise.
So here pawn into c6 was a possibility, but even bishop c6 is very strong, and
Yes,
that's what black played. So now the light squares are all weak around white's king. White continued with knight f5, which was her intention, taking back the pawn on h4, and black played bishop to d7 here, knight h4, and here I think even queen g5 was a good
yes,
move,
queen g5, king f2, king f2. Yeah, that's
and maybe rook g8.
yes. Also, I don't know. The check on g3 coming. King has to make a plain square rook. Yeah, it's a
Maybe queen g5, queen f2 is the more accurate move,
Yeah,
not
but-
allowing the g3.
yeah, because since black is not going to attack c3, because the serious weaknesses are c3 and a2 as well. But since it is not black's intention, and since black's pieces are not well placed, for example, anytime black goes back queen e7, black will threaten queen a3. So that was one of my concerns after long castle. So queen e, queen g5, queen f2, long castle, and then rook, one of the rooks to e8, and then perhaps suddenly queen e7 and queen a3 shift, or rook e6 and rook a6 can be a shift after that. The A2 and C6, C3 are also serious weaknesses.
And the king is not safe anywhere. Neither is it
Except king
safe.
after H2, you have to play queen F2, king F1, king G1, king H2, where it covers G3 point, and maybe it's not all that bad then.
But this also looks very
Yes,
unsafe to me.
it's still bad. You're not actually you're unlikely to equalize easily because you have no place for the king to be.
So black is definitely enjoying this position. She plays queen to e7, not g5. A little less forcing, but also keeping the option of going queen a3 in the future open. So against long castle ideas, she can always shift to the queen side easily.
I think it was better to encourage long castle and then come back. So, okay, queen e7 is fine. But it gives the additional option of king f2. Queen
Yes.
f2 was awkward. King f2 is not awkward. It's like more logical.
Yes,
So,
and actually King F2 was played in
yeah.
the game, and Black played Long Castle, and this is the current position. Definitely a better position for Black, as we can see the engine also likes Black's position, but it is not over. But White has so many problems to solve around her king.
I think rook a e1 and the idea of but e4 still becomes very weak. E4 always is after queen g5 everything is weak. So rook a e1 again rook in a defensive position. Rook on h1 also in a defensive position. Knight on h4. Queen g5 my idea was to prevent any knight move. But she is permitting knight f5 because after queen g5 she has no move anyway. So a very badly placed knight and too many weaknesses. Pawns are best in their second rank. As they move, they cause weaknesses, and if they are unprotected, if they are not protected by other pawns, then the pawns in third rank are quite weak. C3 and E3 they lose pawns because they are not supported by a pawn. Black's F7 pawn cannot be attacked. It's in a closed file. H5 cannot be attacked because it's artificially closed file, and D5, C7, B7, A7 are the excellent structure. See, black king is extremely safe. Rook b1 and queen b2 doesn't threaten anything except mate in one movement, which can be guarded just by b6. White has no productive way of attacking, and whereas black has so many ways of uh, attacking the e3 point and the g3 point. So queen g5. King on f2 can prove a big liability. Perhaps I think white must play with g3 and rook a1 and rook hg1. A very passive way, but that's a way to keep teeth and nails together, as they say at the moment.
Yes, maybe, and knight comes back to g2,
Yes.
but then again there are problems with g3. Oh, I mean, whatever you do to protect one weakness, the other weakness shows up, and then
And,
you are not able
and the
to.
moment you play f4 to cover the white square weaknesses, black just plays f6 and exploits all the black bishop g4 and everything will come immediately. I mean, with knight f3, black plays f6, then bishop f5, bishop g4, everything will come in. It's only the infiltration that black is looking for, and f4 would allow infiltration point. So black is now improving and looking at infiltration points such as rook on c6, b6 or a6, queen on g5 or f6, and so somewhere black penetrates into white's camp and it's going to be over. It's like a war where the borders are not properly sealed and the army is finding a way to get into.
Yes, and there will be some door that is open.
Yes, always. Obviously created with some exchanges.
Yes, that will be broken open. So I also had an observation about the player's body language here, that Humpy, irrespective of her position, her body language and face expressions don't really change.
Yes, I think she's very composed and a very sort of confident character where it's not easy to find out how her position is because she's quite professional that way. I think she's very clear and whatever be the position, she's willing to play that. I think somewhere that maturity from her very young age. I must say that even young Humpy was equally confident, and even if she makes a mistake, of course she may not be in a position to cope up with the mistake, but you can never make out, and that's a good way of playing because opponents don't know what's happening in your mind. I can see that White is clearly not comfortable. The action shows that probably she's concentrating hard and a bit tense. But of course, they are all so experienced and matured players that you will not know from their facial expressions or body languages. But this is a position that, for example, had the white pawn on been on f2, I think white one would have probably been better.
So maybe the king, I don't know where to place the king.
Anyway, but
F1,
yeah, anyway, but yeah,
and the
yeah,
pawn was an F2.
yeah. Or if the pawn was on b2, then king would. Yeah, I mean, it was still a problem, but at least then you have a plan of perhaps knight going to f3 back and some play.
But White's problem here is he has too many problems to solve. It's not just one weakness, but
Yes, I think
several
she is
weaknesses.
saddled with weaknesses everywhere.
Yes, on both sides of the board, on all three sides of the board actually, in the center, in the queen side, as well as the king side. So this is a huge issue. In case the queens get exchanged, then this is an equal position.
But perhaps it again depends on how quickly black gets rook h6 and rook a6 and rook a3. In that case, the white pawns are very weak. But yes, if the rooks get exchanged, then white could even be better.
Yes, because even black has weaknesses on h5 and f7 in the end game, but we will not reach the end game. I am pretty sure this game is going to stay in the middle game for a really long time, and white is going to have a lot of problems to solve.
I think we'll not get an end game with equal material. So basically, the pawn structure is not going to decide the end game. The material position is going to decide the end game, or it's going to be a finish in the middle game.
Absolutely. Before we move on to the other games, I want to read out another chat by Saukin Pramanik. He says, must say Praveen sir is a mini encyclopedia.
Shaukin, okay, she's a chess teacher from Jamshedpur.
Oh.
And okay, thank you, Shaukin. Yeah, well.
Oh wow, we have chess teachers watching us too. That's so nice. It's a wonderful, we have a wonderful mix of people watching our stream, amateurs, teachers,
Yeah.
and parents.
I think chess teachers in our country, many of them are doing great job and service. They're taking our way of thinking and our sport to children, school children, and yeah. So without young children knowing, without all the children knowing the game, we are not going to grow much. And I think it's a great job our grassroots level chess teachers are doing.
Oh, so is she a part of the chess in schools program that we have in many of the states?
No, I think she joined. She has in one of the camps of the training, and I think she's a certified national instructor, if I'm not mistaken. And she's, I think, assistant of one of my friends, Jan Bhuya from Jamshedpur, the Tata Stadium Center. So I think they are teaching chess there. I think she teaches also in the schools, and she's also, I think, one of the arbiters. I think she's got either FIDE arbiter or one of the national arbiter, one of the titles. So
Wow,
she's
wonderful.
a chess player and the national, mainly a student of Neeraj Mishra originally.
Wow,
And,
wonderful.
yeah, it's,
But basically, we have a lot of chess in school programs going on all around our country as well. I know that Maharashtra, for example, the state which we are from, has a huge chess in schools program where there are so many schools which government schools as well as private schools which teach chess to children from the 3rd to 7th standard, and there is also a certificate program in one of the schools in Pune which was started back in 2007, and thanks to that certificate program we have two grandmasters from Pune, Harshit Raja and Abhimanyu Puranik, who were a part of that school, and that's how they got introduced to chess. So it's a wonderful program.
yes, I think chess in school, particularly at a national, it's a one of FIDE's major agendas because we need to improve our base, and the small trainers in small places are contributing perhaps more than what our champions are contributing. Because they're going to, for example, I'm not reaching 100 or 200 chess players at a time, but there are some people who are reaching hundreds of new people who are, I mean, they're getting in new students into chess, and there's all over India, even in Northeast, we have a lot of chess trainers who look at grassroots level, and we never know about their work till we actually meet them in some of the camps where we conduct for trainers.
So probably PR is a area where chess would benefit a lot from, because if we could just market and promote the work that is being going on in the chess field, it would actually reach even more people.
Yes, I think we should try to make sure that every child has exposure to chess in some way, and that is going to contribute to our success as with regards to promoting the game or popularizing the game.
wonderfully put there. And white has broken open with c4, but we don't think this would be. I mean, it is white has to do something. She cannot just sit and suffer, and that's why she plays c4. We will come back to this game shortly because the other games have progressed. Let's go to Zujiner versus Katrina Lano. Wow, look at the position they have on the board. I think they have liquidated,
Oh,
exchanged a lot of pawns in the center.
I think
So
standard theoretical position. Even the final was looked like a theoretical position.
So let's have a look how they
Yeah.
reached here, because bishop d4, black took on d4 with the knight, white took back with the bishop, and bishop came to c6, developing and getting placed on a better diagonal. Then white played queen to g3, protecting the e4 pawn indirectly, because now knight e4 is impossible due to the mate on g2 supported by the bishop on d4. Black played b5, another standard move, and white played e5 here. So we must
Okay.
take.
Bishop into e5 and queen b7. That's a variation. I think white can make a draw by force. In this f5 is the move here.
Yes, that
And
did happen.
Pawn into pawn, rook into pawn, and yeah, this
Now the
position is
knight is hanging. So black
Yeah.
plays knight
Knight
e8,
e8, yeah.
not to d7. Let's not blunder into checkmate with queen
Yes.
g7.
Yeah.
So knight goes to e8, protecting itself as well as the
Yeah.
pawn on g7.
Objectively, white has opened up position prematurely, and I have seen that this position it's not possible to checkmate even if you try with bishop d3.
That is what happened.
Yeah, probably black gets g6, and yeah, this position is. I've won this position with black a couple of times against strong attacking players. So
And rook h5 will be met with knight f6, because
Okay,
now
yeah.
there is no rook on f1. So we, or even bishop g2 maybe.
bishop rook h5 directly, bishop d2.
Bishop
Yeah,
g2,
yeah.
queen takes, and we pick up the rook on h5. The threat with rook h5 is of course rook h7, king takes, queen h3, king goes back, and checkmate on h8. So this is a beautiful checkmate pattern to remember.
And bishop f2 check is already threatened, and the rook has to retreat.
Yes,
Bishop
actually
G2,
bishop
bishop G2
g2 is the next move for black.
Yes, it's a threat, and if you go rook f2, there could be bishop. I mean, rook f1 looks like a logical move here. There are some lines where they allow bishop g2 check and play king g1 because bishop c5 check is not available. This is a well, and then I'm sure there is. I had a draw against Ye Jiangchuan from China in 1987 or 88, 89, one of these years, where it was something of this sort, and nothing could come out of this. And somewhere a little different, I had a win over Zhang Zhong, but in a slightly different position where I didn't go for such premature breaks. I think rook e1 was more logical than this. So I think black should not have any problem. But one mistake ends the game for black, whereas in order to win, black has to make a lot of accurate moves, and one mistake is enough for black to lose. That's the only difference. But for that risk element, black has now we can say that if nothing happens in 20 moves from now, black is going to win this game.
Oh, why do you say that? What does black have that puts white on the back foot in the endgame?
I think too many weaknesses, and black has a clear-cut plan of a5, d4, which will smash white's position. Also, the king side is weak. I mean, with other bishop joining, coming to c5, it's not easy. It's the black knight which is out of place. Black knight comes out, then it could really be very difficult position somewhere. And white will have difficult times. In one of the games, I even played f6 instead of g6, and I was able to drive back my opponent in a very decisive way, not in this exact position. But it's not easy for white to get through because of the hanging nature of g2. And if you play rook f1, then what next? White is not getting knight e4, so rook e1 in advance might have helped in getting knight e4. Now also after rook f1, black has to plan something because white wants to play rook e1 and knight e4, and then there could be some threats. Knight g7 and knight h5 covers a few weaknesses, but knight g7, rook e1.
Or can we also play f5 after knight g7? But no, our pawn will be hanging.
Yeah, perhaps f6 is generally played if bishop into g6 is not coming. Also this e5 bishop is not very, after f6 if you have to play bd4, then bishop d6 could really put white's pieces on in awkward position.
Is it possible to play f5 directly, because bishop f5? rook f5 and bishop g2, but this is not very ideal.
Yeah, it's technically possible here, but f5, probably your opponent
We
threatens.
get a weak
Yeah,
pawn on
yes,
f5.
and your opponent threatens it. f5 should be avoided because no opponent will find a different way of attacking. Knight e2 and knight f4 will come, or knight
Yes.
d4 will come. Knight e2, knight d4 is a common plan if black is not getting bishop e4 easily. But bishop e4 is not always useful because the bishop on c6 is strong, and if white can get a bishop for a knight, white is always better, but it doesn't happen. This is a typical position where bishops are much stronger than knights here.
All right. So we will. Yes. Let's have a look at another game before we come back to this one, because both the sides have lots of ideas. Let's go to Vaishali versus Nino Batsiashvili. We have this position on the board. After b4, black played knight to g5, and we were considering what are white's options. White played bishop d5, not allowing the bishop f6 knight e7 idea. Black played queen c8,
Yeah, black seems fine here.
and white played rook e1. So white
Actually, I
wants to
think
probably
she
play.
doesn't know how to get out of the pain, so she will try to play d4 and e5 perhaps. That looks like the only plan.
So black played knight d8,
Yeah,
coming
knight
to
d8, knight e6 as we were discussing.
f4. It seems like black is okay.
After knight e6, black will play knight f3 check and new knight g5. And white will be smashed. So
Right. So let's go to yes. Let's go to the current position. White played d4. Black took. White took back with the pawn, and now because the knight is not on c6, d4 was a possibility. Knight came back to e6. Now black is threatening to take on d4 because this knight is pinned. So let's not blunder the d4 pawn. White played queen b3, getting out of the pin, and for knight f3, white will take back with the knight, and for bishop f3, she will first take on e6. That is the idea.
but f into e6, again you have to capture g into f3. Somewhere we have to analyze this, because if you are playing g into f3, you may not be in a good position. But yeah, now bishop in g3 is now a bit productive because the e5 pawn is not there and the bishop is was dead is no longer dead.
Oh,
I don't know if ed4 was the best move for black. Maybe it was possible to play bishop f6. So why should you allow an opportunity to unpin with queen b3? Can we just go back a couple of moves and
yes. Actually, the game has progressed a bit, so we will
okay,
quickly
okay, yeah,
we will
okay,
quickly go back and
yeah,
have a look
yeah.
at what
So
was possible.
yeah, instead of ed4, bishop f6 looked more natural,
Bishop f6.
unless it's tactical. And now I want to play knight e6, and now you're not able to unpin yourself. I mean, you can play rook e3 perhaps, and
No, but d4 is
now
hanging.
d4 is attacked, and if you play d then it's. I could even take bishop into e5 for d.
Can we play now for h4, for example? We
Yeah.
can play knight f3, and e into d4, and after e5.
Yeah, but here you are, I think, sacrificing. So basically, you are making a choice of a sacrifice, which could be good or bad.
Because sorry, in that line, after c into d4, black can play bishop f3, and white has to take gf3, otherwise
Queen h3 or some complicated moves. And
otherwise we give up the pawn. Even this should be okay, I think.
but rook e1 and d4 are the most accurate moves. Otherwise, the position was getting bad. So white found those moves. I'm not sure if ed is the best move, but
ed
yeah.
was played.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at what happened.
Yes, and knight e6 and queen b3.
White, yes, and now d4 is hanging, so queen b3, and white actually sacrificed the d4 pawn. So after knight f3, bishop f3, knight takes, and white took back with the queen. By the way, bishop f3 forces knight f3, because if gf3, then black can even pick up the h3 pawn.
Yeah, and knight f4. The other knight coming to f4 is disastrous.
Yes, so this would be dangerous, and that's why white was forced to sacrifice as well. And after, sorry, not entirely forced, she could play bishop e6 here.
Here, but bishop
But
e6, yeah.
It's awkward. It still remains awkward after f6.
Yes.
So knight f3, queen f3 was Vaishali's choice, giving up the d4 pawn. She has a pair of bishops in return, and then she plays queen to d3.
One important thing in any attack, and particularly castled king, If there is no guard on f6 for black, then the king is always weak. So here there is chance white opening up the game with e5, and e7 could come in fire, one bishop on e5 and one on bishop on d5. White can't be worse here, I think.
Yes, I
White,
think this bishop on g3, which was not doing anything, is suddenly becoming active because the
yeah,
e4
because
e5 pawn is
ed4.
gone.
Yeah, I mean, I try to avoid variations where ed4 is to be played. I mean, I plan in such a way that I never have to play ed4, because I think the strong point, you know, the e4 e5 openings, the Chigorin or everything, it's called a strong point. In all openings of e4 e5, black tries to keep a pawn on e5, and if black moves the pawn from e5, it's normally good for white.
So let's go. Let's have a look at what are black's possibilities here. Black can play bishop to f6, supporting the knight and not allowing e5 take bishop e5, because I mean, even though we can still play it, black even exchanges the bishops, and now white doesn't have a pair of bishops. And
But the knight on d4 is susceptible, and if you to weaken upon your pawn structure, then um, white can't be worse. I mean, where does the knight go now?
yeah, she has to go back to c6 perhaps.
Probably put bishop into knight. So, I mean, it can't be worse for sure. White can only be better.
Yes, we can always attack the c6 pawn twice and pick it up with rook c5 as well, and queen b7 is nothing because a3, so we always support our b4
Yeah,
pawn
so
with
some
a pawn.
activity, the a5 perhaps has to be tried, and there is such a position. It's not a material that matters, because the weak pawns are likely to disappear from the board very quickly. So perhaps e5 is a possibility. Again, the bishop on g3 is not doing much against the d6 pawn, so it has to be opened up with e5. So probably a roughly equal position. But the fact that white had to give up a pawn itself is sort of not very great result from the opening. White would like to get a free attack without sacrificing a pawn. Yeah, this position, of course, if it has arisen, white is much better here.
Right, I think our chat is talking about listening to some music. Can we just make sure that there is no music playing on the background? Uh, uh,
Is it
yes.
FIDE anthem or something? Or is it
No,
some music? Okay.
no, there was a music being played during the break, so we just
Okay.
want to make sure that there is no overlap. And
Okay.
now let's go to uh, Harika's game, because we think
What's the
Vaishali is
what's the
okay
final
here.
position of this game? What's the actual?
The actual position is
Okay,
this
this,
one
yeah.
with queen on d3, and we are waiting for Nino's move. But we think Vaishali is all right,
Yeah,
and
I think so. All right, and probably not more than all right.
yes. So let's go to Bibisara versus Harika, which was a very strategic game by white so far. Black played f5, great move. I mean, but we felt that black also had f6 here.
Yes, I thought f6 a little more preferable, but she has done the. I can see that she has actually played your plan f5, bishop d7, and bishop e8 and bishop g6. So
So here king h2 would have run into g5. So Bibisara very accurately plays queen c1,
yes, the
not
pawn is
allowing
immediately attacked, and
g5 and
yeah,
f4, and forcing bishop g5. And for
yeah.
bishop g5, she even plays h4,
So now
driving
the
back the
e3
bishop.
pawn can't be guarded with a pawn. She has
Yes.
made sure that f4 will always be met with g4 and g5, which will be dangerous. And so black has a plan to play bishop h5 and f4 then. Yeah, it's possible that black can bring the bishop to d7, e8, and it's time consuming, but f4, and it's a dangerous plan for the white king on h2 is also not very safe. Unless the e3 pawn is eliminated, the king will never be safe on this side.
And can you guess what white played here? It's a remarkable move.
King h2 suggests itself, but
She played c5, not allowing black to play c5 and consolidate in the center.
okay, so she wants to get very good structure with d4 and the black square. She wants to control. Yeah, good positional move at the cost of a tempo. So bishop d7 probably suggests itself, and
Uh,
then queen c4 could be played. Yeah, it creates a square for the queen and c4, but queen c4. Yeah, perhaps.
And let's see how much time she took for c5 because it's a very strong move. Bishop h6. White took only 6 minutes to find c5, and with c5 she has created a square for the queen as well, and knight d4 will be protected as well, and black will not be able to go for this plan very easily because the e6 point needs protection.
Yes. So and it's not easy to break this structure on c5 with b6 because always something will be hanging.
Wow, I'm very impressed with
Yeah.
c5.
I think she knows the principle very well that if you don't have a bishop of particular color, we should try to put your pawns on that particular um, color.
All
So
right.
white doesn't have a black bishop, so white wants to put pawns on black squares.
So
You
c5
know,
was played.
strategically, if white king was on say a2 or a1, white would be winning this position.
If white was here.
Yes, I think it's just a winning position because black is too cramped and no clear-cut plan. So okay, perhaps this game we can yeah we'll see how is that the position or no?
No, there are so many moves already made. So c5 played by white, black played bishop d7,
Queen c4 probably, yeah, that's
knight
what.
d4 was played,
Okay, not queen c4. Okay,
and
knight
not
d4, yeah, yeah,
allowing
and attacking b7 as well.
attacking b7 as well. So c6 played by black, queen c4,
Okay,
and black played king h8, giving up the e6 pawn. Can we pick it up?
you lose the e5 pawn, no, thereafter. So
Sorry,
yeah, knight
knight
into
e6,
e6.
queen
I don't
e7.
know. We are giving a rook, so
So maybe take.
take and queen d4.
Yeah, this looks great. And then we bring the other rook and take pick up the e5
Yes,
pawn.
also we take b2 c5. I mean, you know, side by side we get a lot of things. I think knight e6 will probably lose after take queen d4.
So
The
knight d6 is actually is a huge blunder here. Or no, actually computer says equal.
the
But
computer can defend his position. I can't.
yes, that is the problem. That it's humanly difficult because we are losing so many pawns and
And you know, sometimes f4, g4, f3 can be a threat also with the queen on d4. We don't know. It's a weak king that suddenly will be relevant. And I don't know. It's certainly undesirable to exchange that bishop which is doing nothing. So let's come to the move chosen. I'm sure knight e6 was not played.
so yes, knight e6 was not played. Knight c2 was played instead, attacking e3. Bibisara playing very actively and accurately,
So
we
what does she
must say.
want to do? Queen d4 and take. How does she plan to take second
She
attack?
wants to play d4 and queen d3.
Or maybe rook f1, rook f3. But yeah, so
So there are many
yeah.
possibilities. And Harika playing very fast, I must say. She plays bishop e8 here.
Yes, I think there's no point in trying to hang on to that e6 pawn. Taking the e6 pawn will be counterproductive. But now, because the knight has moved from f3 to c2, white has the option of playing bishop f3, which safeguards white's king. King is safe on g2. Anytime f4 is met with g4, and g5 is a very committal decision in such positions. So white seems more comfortable here at least. White seems very
Wow.
comfortable here after king g2. And the only plan I can think of, I think, in this position is a g5 break. Don't you think so?
Yes, this
And
is the only plan, and black has to go for it because she cannot wait passively anymore.
yes,
Bishop e8, by the way, was played after a thought of 10 minutes, but by fast, I meant that Harika has to play fast on the position. She can't
yeah,
keep
yes,
waiting.
yes, yeah. Of course, yeah, it's not the now. It's not a time. She can't allow this position to exist for without much action for say five or four or five moves. White just goes and captures the pawn. So bishop e8 is good because it stops rook f1, rook f3 in some way. So bishop f3 is made compulsory, but somehow black is running out of moves and g5 becomes the only plan. I don't know. Before you play g5, as you said, e6 has to be guarded. So queen e7, rook g8, and g5 looks like a plan after bishop f3. So she played bishop f3, I believe, no? So yeah, so yes, but it's as we can say, it could be anybody's game because black's attack can be very strong, as white king will be inadequately guarded after the g5 break. It's not easy to uh, defend against that. Yeah. Bishop f7, I doubt this move. I think she has to play for g5. I thought bishop f3, queen e7, or rook g8, or
Sorry.
yeah, bishop f3, queen Yeah, so it was queen e7 and g5. I don't like move bishop f7 because by passive defense, black is not able to hold this. Black is not going to be able to hold this position by queen c7 she played.
No, I'm
Uh,
just considering different moves instead of bishop
yeah, queen
f7.
c7 is good actually. If you play queen e6, then you have to worry about some things. But yeah, and bishop f7, queen d6 I have. But so
Oh.
when the queens get exchanged after losing the e6 pawn,
But
then
can
it's
I
like
play
queen
queen
c8. Yes,
c8
it's
and
possible.
rook
And trying to
d8?
trap the queen with rook d8. So it's again not trap, but queen has to go to e7,
And
and
rook d7 and
yeah,
queen trapped.
yeah. So h5 or some awkward move has to be played.
Have you ever
So
seen a queen being trapped like this?
yeah,
You
sometimes
must have.
sometimes in the enemy camp. But the most common for viewers, most common place for the queen to be trapped is b7 or g7 for white, and b2 and g2 for black. The common captures when the pawns are loose. In fact, Dr. Savile Tatakor's comment that it is never safe to take the b pawn even if it is safe. So something very
Poisoned
wonderful.
pawn.
Yes, always a poison pawn. And the pawn like and Tatakor did believe in that. He played wing gambit e4 c5 b4 or against Scandinavian e4 d5. He played e d5 queen d5 knight c3 queen f and b4 offering a pawn free. He always wanted to give b pawn free because he thought rook gets an open file at the cost of it. Yeah, queen c7 look man. Bishop f7 somehow I think too passive. Probably she wants to play queen c7. Another thing is queen c7 doesn't have much point because white can always play d4. It's not a damaging move. D4.
But can you believe White's move after bishop f7?
Huh?
She has played king f1 and not g2.
Is she going to a2?
Maybe she wants to go here. She's following your advice.
Yeah, I mean, if you put the queen on the king on the queen side,
Because I think as we were discussing, White's only plan in this position is to play rook g8 and g5,
hmm,
and maybe she does not like black playing g5 here.
yeah. But I don't know. Without
This looks okay. Computer doesn't like it, but it's so scary. Okay, because the queen comes to h4 after queen
yes, and
g5. Maybe that's the reason. This is all okay, but
the
oh,
h7 is weaker than g3. That's the
right. And what happens for, let's say, king f1? A very surprising move. We did
no,
not
but
expect.
I think I'm sure she's going to take the king to the queen side. But does she have so much time? Now that's an important factor. But now g5 break could be risky, and after white king is on the queen side, white is going to break g4. I mean, and b6 or b5 will create some other weakness. King f1 is an interesting move.
But
Um,
if she goes king e1, then the rook doesn't come out for at least another
yes,
two moves.
yes. In such an open game, it's too slow a plan. So where does she want to put the king? Is the
It would have
question.
it would have made more logical sense to also play this and then go king f1.
Yes, perhaps.
Like
Yeah.
bring the
No,
rook
king g2
first.
was more logical. King f1 is confusing move, and I'm probably she will be able to explain that move. Uh, do you think black can actually try queen e8 and bishop h5 also here?
Queen e8. Wow. Actually, I'm only focusing on rook g8, but yes, queen e8 is a nice idea as well. Not and after what does white do? White goes king e1 and then bishop
Yes,
h5.
something like bishop h5, and then yeah, I don't mind losing the e6 pawn. So why? Yeah, this is fine now. My attack has started. Oh, I
Yes.
think I should be winning this position now.
Yes.
F4 is coming now, and
Yes. And look at the king.
yeah. So I don't think a plan of moving the king to b1 is realistic unless black is going to do nothing, which you can't expect at this level. So king f1 too committal a decision, and queen e8 bishop h5 occurs to me as a natural way of playing this position. So bishop f7 is actually justified because of this move,
King
because you
f1.
you wouldn't play queen e8 without bishop with bishop on e8. You couldn't play queen e8. So actually, somehow king f1 is a bad move. I must say now
Yes.
at this stage.
Definitely a mistake.
Yes, because after queen e8, I don't know if white is better at all.
Yes. Definitely. We are very surprised by this move, and it remains to be seen what Harika chooses. She does go queen e8.
Yes,
She does go queen
I
e8.
think now I think black has a good position here.
What I'm very impressed with is that both the position players, even in a very unknown position, they are not thinking too much also. They're taking their decisions very fast.
At the moment, they are only improving the position. They are improving which piece is badly placed is being improved. So bishop must go to h5. So if queen can come to h5, then probably move like rook a d8 also doesn't require a lot of thinking. Even rook g8 won't. Rook g8 one don't know because if you get f4, then rook is better on f4.
Is it a good idea to play rook d8 and rook d5, and after bishop d5 we play ed5, and our bishops become.
It all depends on if you can force f4. If you can force opening of the position with f4. If f4, g4, f3 is going to come, then absence of bishop and f3 will be felt. So again, rook d5 will be a tactical decision, but bishop h5 is certainly a good plan, and I think that white will have to play very accurately, even if probably engine may like white, but bishop h5 is a serious possibility in my opinion. Because white is not doing anything at the moment. King e1 of course is not good. What does white want to do? In fact, knight d4 doesn't make sense. Knight d4 in a way artificially, but artificial move, but it stops bishop h5. But a very prophylactic move, and perhaps not the right time to play defensive moves. So playing is difficult.
Now the move suggested by the uh, computer right now is h5, preventing bishop h5, because we.
Okay, yeah. So again,
But
yeah,
doesn't the h5 pawn become weak after rook d8 and rook d5 plan?
I'm not going to capture. I'll just play d4 perhaps. I'll play with a d4 structure when your bishops will not be opened up.
But f4 now,
Always
because.
g4, always g4.
Ah.
And I keep the bishops closed. That's on my agenda. And then I have very ways to improve.
So for rook d5 you
Yeah,
don't
no,
care.
no, I don't like to
You
take.
don't
Yeah,
take at all.
yeah. So
Leave it
I
here.
just have to improve my knight now. So
Leave
without losing, yeah, but
it
knight
here.
b4 and perhaps I can take with the knight. So, but no, I don't like also that. I don't like, maybe just b4 and a4 and b5 even, and put the king on g2 now. The king on g2 is very good as long as your queen doesn't come to g3, which will never come. So yeah,
Yes, because our rook
yeah. So I just
controls.
put king on g2 and a4 and b5, and I penetrate with the rook and a knight to b4 at right moment. Or a knight I just use it to guard d4. So I'm going to win a7 or c6 after I get this break.
And if you get your knight to e4 somehow,
Yes, it will end the game, but I'm not able to get it. There's
knight
no
b4,
way.
knight a2, knight c3,
Yeah.
and knight e4.
Meanwhile, your opponent attacks d4.
Yes.
So it's you have to come back somewhere. So I'm not considering that. I thought it's good. Knight is doing a good defensive job, and the bishops are kept off. That's very important. Both the bishops are, I mean, they are in a blocked position. It's important to keep the black bishops closed, and the f3 break has to be prevented at all times. Queen penetration at h4 has to be prevented at all times. Otherwise, queen h4 and queen f2 mate. So see, look at the pawn structure. It prevents white pieces from going from one side to other side. The h1 rook is not able to come to queen side, and the a1 rook is not able to come to king side. So white has to play two games: a defense on the king side by limited army, and attack on the queen side by different set of limited army. Just like a normal war, in a warfare, you have a lot of forces defending your border, and some forces go and attack. It's like a practical war.
Yes, and actually, it's very important to note that even though black has less space visually, what she has in compensation is a weak king for white, and white always needs to be careful about not getting into a direct attack.
Yes, anytime black pieces are able to come near white's king, the game is over. So it's important to keep the position closed, and h5 is a tough move to play. But if you're afraid of bishop h5, if you see the significance of bishop h5, then you must play h5. The significance of bishop h5 is you lose all your advantage after bishop h5, and there's hardly any moves. And anytime a position gets, see, the elimination of the bishop will enable black to play f4 and weaken the king. So I think it's a must to prevent uh, bishop h5 in this position. And yes, it's a game. I think it's a different game entirely. It's strategically it could be a example because in no game such a pawn structure has come with such a weird piece position and pawn structure, and everything you play in this is new. So perhaps a new theory can be formed after analyzing this game. Very
Wow.
complex game.
Wonderful. And now let's go to Humpy's game because we will have a look at this later. Also, we haven't had a look at Zoojainer
Yeah,
versus Katrina Lano, so maybe we can have a look at
yeah.
that one. But not much has happened. Rook F1 was played.
Yeah, and
Black played
rook D8 and bishop D6. Yeah. So
Rook
now white is hurrying to equalize. Now white is bishop D6. White wants to play bishop E4. So white is aiming at equalizing.
But this endgame, as you pointed out, even though the material is equal, it's actually not an equal endgame.
No, no, now with bishops gone, I think with bishop c6 gone, it's going to be equal. It's going to be a draw because c2 once your knight gets to e4, even your c2 pawn is not weak and rook d2 entry is not there. The problems in Sicilian are rook d2 entry sometime, and yeah, but black is preferable, but I think nothing more than that. I think f5 probably bishop into f5 is possible, no?
Not immediately.
Yeah,
Later, when the
yeah.
knight comes to e4, we
Yeah.
always have the option to dislodge it with f.
Yeah, but in middle game, for example, if black is able to get f5, 4, then white king gets into trouble. But here there will be only one minor piece left. White has played with wisdom. I think some wisdom is shown. Rook a1 and bishop e4. That deadly bishop cannot be opened up. That cannot be left alive. And perhaps it's a knight ending where white could even be better with knight coming to c5. But as long as rooks are there, this position is very comfortable. So from an opening point of view, I think a failure for white because even 40 years back or 50 years back, it was possible to get easy equality in this way. I mean, there's nothing much has changed about that position. And the opening choice was also, which was played about 4 decades back or 5 decades back. So I think perhaps lack of information or knowledge about the classics from this opening could be responsible. Perhaps not their own opening choice because she might have prepared 4 knights and the Sicilian 7 engine is not something they know. So complex position, but king f1 by another game here. Of course, f5 break. I think e5 was a bit premature. If you really wanted to play for a win, then e5 was had to be delayed in this game. And Lano seems to be comfortable. Yeah, both the players seem to be comfortable. Yeah, I mean they're probably now reconciled themselves to the fact that it's going to be a draw now. It seems this because I think both players are quite comfortable. It's not that Zoo is sort of
Yes, and she
worried. Yeah,
has taken on e5 as we see on the board. So bishop e5 will be met with queen e5 for sure. And
probably knight d6 so that white knight doesn't come to e4. Yeah, probably knight d6 and you're compelled to take.
but then can I play?
Is something happening? Yeah.
Yeah, then can I play knight
Ah, knight
d5?
d5 is coming. Sorry,
Uh,
sorry. So blunder. Yeah. So well, bishop into e5. Was it necessary to capture? I don't think black should have taken bishop into e5. Was it the? I mean, you could have played some move like queen c7, provoking that. But your knight.
but actually, we don't need to be afraid of knight e4 because we have a knight on e8.
Yeah, but
But
then
knight d5 is the problem.
yes, knight, which is not coming at the moment. But what do we do? I think our next move is also because f6 is not possible because of queen e6 check.
So how
So
about we take?
yeah, knight e4. Yeah, that's pay, but I don't know knight e4.
And
Now,
then queen c6
yeah, but
or queen
yeah.
c6 makes
So white is
sense.
going to play c3, something like c3. Black is not moving the pieces. That's the problem. Black has problem in developing the pieces.
And
Uh,
now if c3 then f5. Oh,
f5.
rook f5 is
Yeah.
hanging. I did not see that. Rook f5.
Hmm?
Oh no, rook f5 is
No,
not
no,
hanging.
not rook f5, but f5 or f6 was I think the idea instead of f5.
f6. Oh,
Uh,
I thought I wanted to dislodge
yeah,
this
but
knight,
first
but
f6.
knight
Yeah,
g5.
but first dislodge the queen, and then you because queen is powerfully placed f6, and yeah, unless it's some tactically failing.
Oh, so let's
Yeah,
say queen g3
yeah,
makes sense, and then
yeah.
f5.
Or no f5 also. I think why f5? I'm not worried about that knight now. Now I can maybe improve my knight with knight g7. No, no, not now. Without f5. Now that the f6 is yeah, I mean this looks good for me.
This is supported twice with our queen and rook, so it's all right.
And the third support is coming with knight h5 soon. So if
Not
needed.
not knight f5,
Yes.
but knight h5.
Yeah.
And also f5 later we can
Yes.
play.
Once you are guarded e6, then f5 is or rook d e8 and then f5. So it's heading towards a draw this position. Um, White's opening, of course, there are some openings where white uh, can force very drawish positions, and it is such a choice was made e5 unknowingly probably, but if you don't know the position, every time as a beginner when I played this position with white, I was surprised why opponents were not checkmated. And when I started winning with black, then I realized that my opponents also suffered from the same problem, that they thought that they were going to checkmate quickly, but it wasn't happen. The basic principle of this is you try to capture on e5 with a pawn, which is not working here because of knight e4, which is a very awkward move to reply. And that's the reason why the entire play revolves around controlling e4 first. So the play is like instead of e5, rook a e1, bishop d3, and then e5. It's all was rook a e1, bishop d, queen g3, and bishop c, yeah, rook a e1, then bishop d3, and then play e5, and then capture with the pawn when the attack is actually somewhat dangerous.
Right. Yes, this makes a lot of sense, and that's why they play rook a d8, so that after e5 we cannot take back. I mean, we can take back
No,
with the.
many often you can take back because rook d4 loses to ef6. So bd3 is a possibility also.
But now because of the queen being on
Yes,
g3.
yeah, no, we never play e5 before playing bd3. It's just impossible because even knight e4 is good here. No, if e4 knight, I mean here the, I mean if here yeah. So such move has to be tried always, and in such positions there is not a well placed piece because e5 pawn takes pawn knight h5. A normal equalizing modus operandi fails here because of queen f2 or queen e3. No, black's natural e5 pawn takes pawn knight h5 is a way black tries to equalize, which fails to queen f2 or queen e3 because rook a d8, queen f2 or queen e3
Not queen f3.
because of the threat of bishop b6.
Right.
So that's the reason why rook d8 is not played. In fact, I won a game in Calicut nationally 1990 with this queen f2 and once in queen e3. So black's
And
only yeah.
isn't there a move like rook d7 here
Yes, they play rook d7
with
and
queen d8, I
yeah, and
think?
rook d7 there's some queen f2 also a very interesting move. So you know to
Actually, the idea is e5.
yeah here e5 I don't know if it's possible e5 pawn takes pawn knight h5, but now yes queen h3 is too awkward here. Queen h3 is, then black probably gets e5. But
For
you
example, let's just make a move to show, illustrate.
there's no
b3, let's say.
oh with
e5,
yes
take knight h5, and now if we take the queen,
we
and
check
if the queen goes back, there is no bishop b6,
yes
so we just take the pawn back. And if queen f3, then also we take the pawn and we are
and
attacking the
yes
bishop.
and queen into h5 here you have an option of rook d4, whereas in case of ed4 knight d5 is just a plain draw.
Yes, this would be.
And white is slightly better, but it's generally a plain draw after g6. So rook on d7 serves only the purpose that if you actually get e5, you could capture on d4 with rook and you could be better, but rook at d8 is a committal move, and rook d8, rook d7, yes, perhaps a possibility, but in no circumstance, circumstance e5 should be played so soon as it was played in the game, and I'm sure that white failed to get anything from this. These ideas have been tried without much success.
Right, maybe she just resigned herself to making a draw today because she's also the tournament leader, and Katrina
Yeah,
Lano.
either she played this or she had not played this position many times. It's also possible, considering age, she may not have played this position many times. So I think we are stuck at this position, no? The
Yes,
game.
and Lano is thinking, by the way, Lano is down to 12 minutes. So only 23 moves having been played. Actually, Black's 23rd move is yet to take place, and 12 minutes for Lano.
It's not easy for black to find a move because
No,
you
she
can't lift the knight easily. You can't play f6 because of queen e6 check. So you have to first exchange, guard your e6 square, and then prepare for f6.
she has played bishop e4 and knight
Okay,
e4.
so now queen c6 we can expect.
We definitely can expect queen c6, and maybe the variation which we saw will actually take place on the board.
Yeah, queen c6, c3 looks logical. So it's heading towards a draw. I don't think there's much activity in this position. So as I think in one of the books I saw, I forgot who had said it, but they say that most of the sharp tactical variations lead to a forced draw.
Yes, it's a very nice quote, and it is actually very true. And because both the sides, as long as both the sides calculate accurately. If one of them doesn't, then
Yeah.
obviously.
I remember who had mentioned in the book it was CHOD Alexander, but it was not his quote. CHOD Alexander, one of the greatest chess authors, who is probably unknown to 99% of players, or one of the greatest chess writers of all times, British champion and international master. But in international master in the 60s, much stronger than many of today's grandmasters, I must say, and a great theoretician, and who had defeated Grandmaster Robash in a game which was a theory for almost 10 years, till Fischer defeated Benko, or that sort of game when Fischer found an alternate way to get advantage. But
Wow.
yes, some great players, all-time great players can be international masters. Like Karpov's coach, Igor Zaitsev, I think one of the greatest players of all times, but he was only international master, I think, no?
Really?
I think so. No?
Wow, I did
Zaitsev,
not know that.
yeah,
Zaitsev is the same person on whom the opening of the
yes, yes, yeah.
Royal
But
Lopez
yes, there are two
defense has
two
been
Jaitsev,
named.
Igor Jaitsev and A Jaitsev. I think Alexander Jaitsev. One of them was a GM, but I think the probably Igor Jaitsev wasn't a GM. I met Anatoly Bukhovsky, he was an IM, but better in endgame than most of the grandmasters I know. So Anatoly Bukhovsky, I met him long back in 1975, and I was impressed by his uh, knowledge of endgame and his positional sense also. So some all-time greats from the 60s did not get the title of grand. You know, the grandmaster title has also been lowered down a bit. It's after 98. It has been consistently. It's easy. It's been easier. It's more prayer friendly now. The titles.
Why
So.
is that so? Because
Uh,
there are more tournaments, or because there
Also,
are more
secondly, some of the
grandmasters?
criteria that online rating is also permitted, and norm between a tournament is also permitted. A norm like you earlier, it was like you played the entire tournament, and if you had a grandmaster result after 9 rounds, but you lost the 10th round, the result won't count. So yes,
Oh,
all those friendly regulations have been made. So your performance after ninth round is also taken as a norm, even if it's a 10 round, 11 round, 12 round tournaments. And of course, traveling has become cheaper and easier, more tournaments, many factors. So that's one of the things. It was much difficult to get a rating in the 70s. You had to play international tournament. It was not enough to play uh, get a rating in a national tournament till the 19 late 70s. So if you are a rated player, you must have played some international tournament. That was the rule. So things were difficult, and that explains why there are only 12 players above 2,600 in 1978 list. So also there has been a difference in the level. 2600 in those days was very strong. There were only 12 players uh, in the 1978 list above 2,600.
also, I think at that time the number of grandmasters itself was lesser, so
Yeah.
even to play a grandmaster was difficult. And even now, I would say so many grandmasters in India itself. We have more than 75
Yes,
grandmasters.
almost 80 now. And to play three grandmasters in a tournament is not a problem now. Whereas earlier, sometimes it's possible to make the performance, but it was not possible to
Meet three
meet three
grandmasters.
grandmasters and sufficient number of foreigners, which is a big problem also.
Yes.
Now you find foreigners everywhere. So in every country has a lot of foreigners participating. So this I think we can leave it at this. I think
Yes.
it's going to
Let's
end in a draw. No activity in this game probably. And
let's go have a look at Vaishali versus Nino. That has changed a lot since we left it. So let's look at what did they do. Uh,
is
after
it exchange down for? Was the final position exchange down for?
yes, White has sacrificed, or
No,
did
must
she
have
have
been.
to give it up? Let us have a look at how the game
Yes,
continued.
indeed, it's because I don't like the last position for uh, white. I
White.
liked it for black. Yeah.
So knight d4 was met with queen d3, and black went back knight to e6,
Okay.
and white did not play e5 here. She played rook a7, another logical move, pressurizing c pawn, c6,
Yeah. I think
and white
Rook
played
A7 not so logical because you will never be able to target the C pawn. Yeah, but you want to play with B5. I don't know. It's
bishop b3,
no.
and
B5 knight C5 is win some material. So is that the way she blended the material? I
I wouldn't.
from the pawn structure, look it looks like that because the,
I don't know if it was a blunder, because she might have chosen to give up the exchange
and
for the.
what compensation do we really have?
We have a pair of
And
bishops,
E5 E6. Okay.
queen d8. White played queen to e2, Black plays bishop h4, exchanging the pair of bishops.
I
And
don't know.
now,
Yeah, but e5, e6 is a huge threat that way. But I don't know. Somehow I don't believe in such vague sacrifices. It's my personal opinion.
but I actually think white has compensation after rook d1, which is what happened. Black played queen g5, and now we can expect bishop d6 as well, and maybe f4 and e5.
Bishop, yeah, but bishop h4, I don't know was whether it was a good move. Bishop h4, I'm sure it wasn't.
All right. So what was a better move here? Because rook b8 is not possible
Yeah,
because of the bishop.
I think something like queen d4 and rook d8, something of that sort.
I think rook d1 would anyway be played for
So I think
queen
queen
d4.
c3 or something.
Queen c3.
Yeah, you have only one rook, so next move is going to be rook a8. You can't play
Sorry.
rook c1. You have only one rook.
And rook d7 would be met with bishop f6.
So f6, you have
Or
e5.
e5
Yeah,
allows e5. So rook.
maybe yeah. Okay, if I play rook a8, it's not so good. So, but I think even if e5, e6. So no,
Rook a8.
yeah, the pawn is weak. F4.
Or do we play e6?
Was it possible to play rook d8 on the last move? Probably not. Huh? Or
Rook a7 will
no.
be met
Yeah,
with
yeah,
rook
yeah.
d2. Yes.
Yeah, but it's still very complex. I don't know. Rook d8 is risky because you are getting into a tactical battle. Uh,
And can we play
yes. No,
e6?
also pawn into uh,
Pawn into bishop
and
is
bishop e5. And
but is risky because we are losing this
yeah,
pawn.
no, I can't play queen g4. Play queen g4 and yeah, I'm not getting queen d7. So how does black win here? Rook d1 check doesn't count.
Rook
Yeah,
d1 is
rook,
controlled.
yeah, but rook d1 check also gives a chance to play queen c4 because of that. And rook d1 check king h2. Then I just yeah, but king h2. Yeah,
And this is okay for black, winning for
yeah.
black. So
And king
king
h.
h2 and queen f6, then
Then queen
queen
d1.
d1.
Yeah. So
So
white is winning.
yes.
So rook d1 check may not be
So
the
g6 is not possible because queen
yeah.
g6.
And g5. Then in that case, better not to play with rook d1 check. No. If you want to play g5 directly, you're at least. Ah, but queen d7 is hanging. Sorry. So anyway,
No,
you
but you
queen
get
d7,
queen
queen c4.
c4.
Yeah. No, I think
This looks good.
Vaishali has played a very sharp position and which is very vague. I think probably she wants to test her opponent's tactical ability because you have to sacrifice the exchange vague is a big decision.
But her opponent played bishop h4 and not queen d4,
Yeah,
which was probably the better move,
yeah, I think
which
active. Yeah, yeah,
allows rook
yes.
d1.
Now I think yeah. Now I
Now
don't
you
know.
can't move the queen here because this is
Bishop is
hanging.
hanging,
So
and queen e7 allows bishop d6. So queen f6 is probably possible, but no point in encouraging e5. So queen g5 is forced. Uh,
or maybe queen f6, anyway bishop d6, and we have bishop c5 as well later.
Also e5, e6 coming.
Yes.
But with bishop on h4, e5, e6 may not be very fruitful. f2 could be hanging.
So
So
can we play bishop d6? Yes, she
now,
has played it.
yeah, now,
Rook f8 on the board, and
now,
now white to play.
yeah, now it's looks. Now there's some confusing moves like g3, and like we'll have difficult time to g3 threatening king h2. So you have to go queen, but you go queen g6 with a tempo, okay?
No, but rook. Okay, g3 is possible actually.
But queen g6 attacks the e4 pawn,
Yes,
so
and e5,
yeah, then bishop has got a square, but no, so
then bishop f6 back.
bishop e7, you mean, no? Bishop e7, exchanging the bishop and
It's very
yeah,
complicated
yeah.
because bishop f6 we have a bishop d3 and queen is trapped.
So bishop e7 probably is safer. So complicated position.
Bishop d3 and queen is trapped.
Hmm.
Wow. This is very complex. I think Vaishali has a good chance to even win this if black goes wrong.
Yes, this position I think now probably it is dynamically balanced, which means that either white wins or black wins. A draw is likely only black defends well and white attacks well. So which can be expected at this level. They both are World Championship Grand Prix qualifiers. So you saw very accurate games yesterday, isn't it? And even the day before. And the players have played at the highest level chess. It's very strongly played tournament by all players. Some blunders have taken place, but the moves, when the players have done well, they have played exemplary in an exemplary manner. And yeah, it's so much options, king h2 or g3 or e5 directly I don't like, but e5.
Just yes, and I'm also very excited about the Bibisara Harika game. So we will. I'm wondering if we can go to that game first and then come back to this one.
Yes, yeah. By then, one or two important decisions would have been taken here. Select
Yes.
G3 or King H2 or not.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at how Bibisara has played against Harika. She played King F1, which we did not like, but Queen E8. For Queen E8, she continued with King E1, her
And
plan.
Black didn't play Bishop H5.
Black did not play Bishop H5,
No,
but
Black is very comfortable after, maybe better after Bishop H5. I don't know. I felt that she was going for the plan of taking the king to A2, just like the Soviet school would recommend. So I mean, she has, although Soviet school does not exist for last 30 years, but she goes in. I know. No, it's. I think I'm very comfortable with black rather than white. Take on F3 itself is okay. Queen G6 also.
oh yes, and this is so bad. Yes.
I just throw E2 and try to put bishop one. So, no, this is I think fine. But king in center, this should have been done because with king on A2, black's position is going to be bad. So how did the game go?
Black played Rook D8, which is also logical. She
Okay.
wants to play Rook D5. So White played King
Yeah,
D1.
I thought that was a plausible plan. I said it when the king was on G1. Yeah, I
Yes.
just said that if the king was on A2, it could be very strong. And
But I'm surprised that Harika did not play Bishop H5 over here particularly, because it even is
E2,
suggests
E2 is weak.
itself.
Yeah, E2 is weak. Actually, no. Sometimes players are at that taboo. Sometimes that two bishops are better than bishop and knight, and that sort of. No. Sometimes we take dogmatic decisions based on general principles, and general principles are all okay as long as there's no special factor. Here there's so many special factors. A totally unusual position. Yeah, and maybe knight d4 and king c2 was a possibility here, but I think it's still necessary to go for that. Maybe take and queen g6, queen g4, something, try to penetrate with either a rook or with the, yeah, but knight f3, yeah, probably
It's
queen
very
queen
complicated.
h5 and queen
Queen
g6, yeah,
G6
also.
also.
So f4 is a threat now, and the pawn is attacked, so rook g1 is forced, and now perhaps queen g4 or something, some activity. I don't know if you can take because then I get knight rook to f2 at least.
Maybe
Rook d5, yeah,
Rook D5.
kings.
So many options for both sides.
But one
But
thing is sure that white should not be given plain 4 or 5 moves to transfer the king.
even Rook D5 looked good here.
No, it's also a sacrifice. So one has to,
Okay.
action sacrifice has to be made with some specific clarity. It's again it's a choice. Not all players make sacrifices in
Okay.
unclear position. I mean, in a combination everybody plays, but if you don't know, positional sacrifice is always a difficult
And how
choice.
about Bishop H5 and Rook D5? That is even better, because
Yeah, I
now
mean,
E5 will be
yes, we
lost.
offer both the pieces. You can take any.
Yes.
So okay, what happened? Then
But she did not play
she re-
these
okay.
ideas. She played Queen E7, maybe with the idea to play Rook D5,
Okay, she wants to win material. Okay,
King
king c.
C1,
Yeah,
and she played Queen C7, rerouting the queen
yeah, attacking the pawn. Okay,
to C7.
but
Now,
actually, it's a sort of admission to having played something which was to her unacceptable. I mean, she didn't like her. Now even rook d5 may not work because take and d4 is now probably good.
yeah, because the queen was better on E8 than on
Yes,
C7.
it doesn't. And now with king on a2, if white opens up the king side with g4.
Let's go to the live position. Black played B6,
Okay,
giving
logic.
up the pawn, but opening up the C file in return. So it
Yeah,
will be dangerous to take it.
yeah. So probably king b1 anyway, or
King B1 anyway.
yeah, and yeah.
Very strong plan by Bibisara. Actually, it might not have worked had Harika played this Bishop H5 idea,
Oh
but
yes, I felt that it was a good plan, but not a workable plan. If it actually worked, then I think somewhere why black failed to respond as actively as required by in the position. But let's see, perhaps if she is able to get enough counterplay in the B file, which looks very difficult in absence of the bishop attacking B2.
Yeah, bishop on h6 is doing nothing and now, because when the king was on g1 we had f4 ideas. Now they don't make any.
And even the bishop on f7 is doing nothing. So e6 is not even attacked. So even that bishop is doing nothing. And after king a2, black will never, white will never lose the e5 pawn because the bishop would get opened up.
So how about g6 and bg7 now?
Yeah, that's a plan you could make
Oh,
actually.
she has played bishop c5, queen takes, and maybe rook b8 now.
Okay, and g6 and bishop a8 perhaps eventually. So king a2, yeah, yeah, rook d8. Okay, so position
Oh,
uh,
she offers a queen exchange, but
with such bishops
and pawn sacrifice.
and with such bishops, I don't know. It's not a good
Sorry.
decision. Queen.
What if I take the queen and I become a pawn up?
No,
Computer doesn't like it.
taking
Computer doesn't like it, so it doesn't
taking the
work.
pawn bishop h5. No, that's the
And rook e1 will be met with
f4,
f4.
f4, and black is better.
This is
Yeah, the
great.
pawn cannot be taken, but knight can attack the pawn. Knight can penetrate, or just king a2. You have created a permanent weakness, and king a2 or knight b4 are the important possibility. Knight b4 perhaps, no? Earlier than that. Previous move knight b4 and c5. Yeah, a b6 knight. No, knight b4 here. Was bishop c6 played?
No, it's
Oh.
not. Queen b6 has not yet been played. White is thinking,
I think queen
and
b6 is forced. Otherwise, black gets too much activity. After c5, black has a lot of activity. Queen b6 has to be played, and in order to keep the bishop close, I thought knight b4.
very surprising move by Harika. Queen b6. Rook b8 was more in the spirit of the position, no?
Yes, and after
But maybe she does not like. What does she not like
rook
after
b8,
rook
rook
b8?
b5, another rook b5, queen f8 mate. So okay, rook
Sorry.
b8, rook b8, g6, and rook b5.
Yes.
Yeah, but sometime white will capture c6, but
What is it that black does not like in her position?
only the bad bishops. But so we activate them, but at least open files for the rook, no? And white king is not very safe on a2 any longer with b file opened. So if the your opponent's king is not safe, then why exchange queens?
What if white plays knight d4 here?
No, I think some sacrifice. Okay, maybe plan move the rook perhaps, or give a mate threat first to create a weakness. Queen b7. No, you are
b4
playing before, then not queen b7. Let me just think of.
or rook a2 maybe. It's very passive, but
Yeah, okay. But okay, not queen because I don't want to give a tempo then. So I move for um,
rook fc8.
rook f. So okay, I just guard the pawn perhaps. And
And knight c5 is bad because this
yeah,
queen
knight
is
c5.
unsupported, and we
Yeah,
can. She's not even threatening knight
yeah.
b8.
So multiple attacks on the.
So we can just
But
play.
only trap is after rook c1, bishop e8, queen f8 mate.
Yes, we shouldn't
Yeah.
blunder.
So you shouldn't be greedy trying to win the.
g6
Yeah.
first.
But then I think it'll survive. But white has chance to get out of the pin with queen d6. But still, yeah. So but knight a6 must be bad. I think knight a6.
Looks bad. It looks bad visually, but knight c6 maybe. Um, engine is giving a huge plus for black. So let's see what is the engine's move.
Okay.
Engine suggests bishop h5,
Oh.
distracting this bishop. So we take because bishop g2 will be met with bishop
Yeah.
e2
Then
and
there's no,
d3.
yeah. So
And
so is it so
and
powerful?
after bishop e5, it's not queen c6 but queen b7 because h1 is hanging. So
Oh, what a
b4.
beautiful combination. Rook c6 and rook move somewhere.
Yes. Even here, engine simply. Okay, this is difficult to spot, but this is
Queen,
completely winning
yeah,
for
queen
black.
c7 or a5. No, I think there are more than one winning moves here. Probably bishop
Yes.
f3 is a threat, so a5 bishop f3 is a bit risky, but
Yes.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's
So
why
yeah,
she plays queen
okay,
c7 engine, and then after now the maybe rook c8 just next move.
yeah, and
We are preventing king b2 and rook
yes,
c1.
anytime king v2 is not possible. So black will play rook c8 and rook c1 check. And if you play with queen b2, then black probably, yeah, it's then
Rook c8 and rook c2 anyway.
yeah, and I just have to put bishop f3 and queen b3, which is rook a2 is possible here, but too
Then
passive.
g6 and bg7,
bg7.
bishop
So
e5.
d6 means I have to play d4. So all four. Oh, first bishop f3 perhaps.
Then rook
So rook
c3 and
c3.
queen e5.
So d4 and no moves for white. Zugzwang. Just rook d8 or something and win the pawn.
No, we don't want to allow rook c1.
Okay.
So
So queen d7. No, then.
maybe bishop f8 or bishop g7, bishop f8.
Yes, I think this
Excuse me.
suddenly a very dangerous attack comes.
Yeah, this was many nice ideas for black, but black
I thought
played
a
queen
break was.
b6.
I thought b6
Oh,
break was made for
oh,
opening up the rook.
we should have a look at what white has played. White did not take queen b6, but she played b4 here.
And now she could be.
B4, and now why not move the queen? But Harika plays rook to b8. I This game is very
So now
complex.
queen takes queen looks.
Why
Uh,
not move the queen now?
yeah, but c6 is hanging, so I don't know.
Right. It's probably not easy to find a good square for the queen because
Yeah,
just knight c6. I understand. So black's problems haven't been solved yet, and white has some
but very slight
pressure.
technical pressure. Yeah, if both the rooks get exchanged, then white will win easily. If queen and rooks get exchanged, then the black has no targets, and black loses everything. C6, a7, e6, everything will go if the queens and rooks are not there on the board. So bishop and knight completely dominating two bishops because of the pawn structure.
We will come back to this game after a while. Okay, let's just see the last move and we come back. White has played king to a2, and we will have a look at how Harika reacts. Let's go to
So white's plan is clear. White just wants to play rook b1 and knight d4. Yeah, and perhaps rook at c1 and then aram se slowly take on c6. Just a comfortable way of doing it without allowing c5. It's a bit of a concern if the queens are exchanged. So
let's have a look at how Nana is doing against Humpy. We haven't had a look at that game for a while. So let's go to Nana Zagnidze versus Koneru Humpy.
I think in the final position, Humpy is the pawn up, so it must be winning position. Let's come to how the game went because I think a sharp move c4 was played. I think we didn't really cover after c4, no?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, so c4 is the beginning of action, and now we see almost end of action.
So we saw this position, and then we were looking at c4, which was what white played, and black played rook to e8 attacking e3.
Mm.
White goes rook a e1, pawn takes pawn, queen takes rook h6, and white plays e4 over here. um,
Queen a3 and rook c6 in various moves
yes,
unlikely.
rook c6 was played. This king
Que-
is super weak here. So queen d3, rook to a6,
rook,
attacking a2, rook e2 will be played,
and
rook a3 with the support of this queen. Or
yeah,
it seems like white is under so much pressure. With every move, black is attacking something, threatening something important. Queen c4, black plays rook a4 back, keep
okay.
with the support of this bishop. Queen c3 was played, and now queen f6 attacking d4 again, so there is no respite for white's pieces. Rook comes to c2, the first time in many moves that white has given a threat,
Yeah,
but queen d4 is a check, so white
yeah.
lost the d4 pawn.
But was it possible to save the pawn with e5? I don't think so.
No, e5 would be queen f4, right? And we lose it.
Queen f4 and
Rook e4?
even queen b6 was possible. Rook e4, rook
Rook
a2 check.
a2,
Yeah, the
yes.
rook is so rook d2, a very undesirable move to play.
It's impossible to play this
Rook
because
d1,
h4
yeah.
is hanging.
So rook d2 and with all the pieces hanging, I think something should happen.
Wow, this is just
Yeah, there should be some.
rook g8 maybe,
Yes, and check
and
on
we
g3.
give a check on g3.
Yeah, this winning now. queen g3 check and bb5 check.
Yes, or BB5 first and then
No, queen g3 check is enough, I think, and
yes.
bb5 check, or king at g1, then queen e1 check and queen h4 check, and so on.
Yes. So this is very very difficult
No, I
for
think
white.
she gave the pawn to exchange queens. I think it's
Yes. In the hope that she can defend the end game. So rook c2 was played with the idea that okay, I play an end game pawn down and hope that I can save it. You have a weak pawn on h5 which you need to keep defending. So rook d4 was followed up with rook king to e3, rook a4, king f4 was played,
yes, direct knight
activating the
f5
king.
will never come because even if the pawn can capture, yeah, like on the previous move, instead of king e3, knight f5 wouldn't make sense because bishop into f5 and h4 is possible also. So she wants to put king on f4 first and then knight f5 so that at least she wins rook h5. It's a very time consuming process, but the
And
only
even
plan,
king g5, yes,
king
attacking.
g5 always rook a5 check, then knight f5, okay, perhaps.
So bishop e6 was played and
A2,
knight
A2 is
f5.
attacked. Okay. So rook into A2, knight D6 check looks like a trap.
Yes. So rook d8 was played. Let's not blunder our exchange.
Yes.
Uh, rook d8 was played and rook a1 because she actually could have taken on h5, but then black will take on
Three connected
a2.
passed pawns is very tough to guard, no? Uh, with
But
an
will white will black take on a2 with the bishop or the
with a
rook?
rook, I think, with a rook, and because the A passer will be very difficult to stop.
And it's much faster because it has no contender compared to the G passer which has to contend with the F pawn,
And white knight is not going to
and the G8
come.
square
Yeah.
is
Again,
guarded.
again, Dr. Lasker's principle that when you are having pawn minority, it's better to have isolated pawn. Here, the central pawn prevents white from getting the f7 pawn alone prevents white from getting a passed pawn for a long time.
Yeah.
Had it been on say g6, e pawn would have been passed pawn. Had it been the
Mm.
e file, g pawn would have been passed pawn. So
Mm.
by the time white creates a passed pawn, black would have probably reached a pawn with sixth or seventh rank, and
Yes.
knight on f5 is useless against guarding the pawn also. Black just plays a5, bb3, a4. So it's not possible to play. So rook a1, I think,
Very
logically.
passive,
Probably forced, no?
but forced.
And
And now white is threatening king g5.
but still very slow. King g5. See, also there is always, I mean, it's even after king g5 and king into h5. But it's, yeah,
Can we play f6 here?
f6 is a possibility. But knight g7 and king f5
Oh yes, knight
and bishop
g7 was
f7, king
missed.
f5.
Knight g7 was missed. But
Yeah,
king f5, rook d6. And now
yeah.
rook a5.
So perhaps, yeah, so perhaps not king f5, maybe.
But yes, this
Yeah,
knight g7
yeah. But
idea.
you shouldn't loosen the e6 point. And I think exchanging one rook should be tried. Maybe rook d3 and rook a3 is possible here. Rook d3.
Or rook. Oh, I would have loved to play rook g8 here, but knight e7 is
Yes.
the problem. So, is it possible to come to the g file?
Which
But it's not. It's not. I just thought
not
if.
easy, no?
Hmm.
King b8 or such moves will allow white to do something at least. But white has kept the entire unit very well guarded. G2 is guarded, A2 is guarded, and E4 and F3 are guarded because of G2. So white is now ready to attack the uh, stray weaknesses. As we can see, the black pawns on the king side are like stray uh, pawns. They can be attacked easily. So technically, not easy. If the rooks are exchanged, very quick win. So how about even rook d4 and rook c4? That also makes some sense. I mean, I give the h5 pawn and try to exchange a few rooks. Rook d3, rook a3 is a possibility.
Let's have the player cams and the board on the screen so that we have a good view of the players and their expressions as well. No, so stoic. There are no expressions on the players.
No, they are professional players. They have been playing. They're playing at world level for so many years that they don't really want to uh, concentrate on this accurate. I mean, on they are not to be impressed or disappointed buy a move or two. They're not going to display their emotions at least for sure. White on F5 is the only good move. I think it's. Oh, how about a simple B6 and C5 and King B7? Even that looks like a strong plan. B6, C5 and uh, King B7, or I don't know, B5, B4, B3. Black has to start running the pawns. The, maybe a difficult position. Must be a difficult position. Actually, you are not threatening King G5 because sometime even Rook G8 check can put you in some mid. No, Black Rook is not in a position to attack the king. So okay, yeah, perhaps a possibility. So advancing the queenside pawns looks logical for Black, and apparently a tough position for White for sure. Very difficult position. Perhaps the most exciting game we can go to the Vaishali's was the most exciting game. Have we? What is the game we haven't really dealt with for some time?
Yes, we haven't seen Vaishali's game, but also let's have a look at Zoo Jenner versus Lano because that might end.
That might have ended in a draw by now. Let's see.
Before we go, before we switch, I also saw a nice plan suggested by the computer over here with b5, b4, and b3
Yeah. So
because the rook on a1 is unprotected.
yeah.
And this is a very straightforward plan, and
Yes. B5 or B6, C5 both are straightforward. B5. I think eventually White will have to play Rook B1. So Rook B1, Rook B2, which is really passive.
yes, but black has played rook d3 here, and this is the final
Yeah, Rook
position.
D3 and Rook A3 also looks very impressive, no? I just want to take the pawn. You take my pawns. King G5, Rook A3, King into pawn, Rook into pawn. You are going to take a lot of time to create a passed pawn. And my pass in the absence of the rooks, the pawn is just deadly. This is a winning position, I think.
This is
The Rook D3 is the first thing I suggest. No, Rook A3 and take on A2. Since you can't guard it, I'm going to win it.
absolutely. So this seems like Humpy is going to come back very strongly after
Yes.
losing the game yesterday to Zujainer, and a very important victory for Humpy coming in this game. We will come back to this one in a
Yes.
short while.
Yes. Considering the accuracy level in this tournament, now it seems that it's not likely to end in a draw. It seems that it's going to be a win for Black.
Right. So let's have a look at how Zujainer is doing against Lano. Wow. It
Okay.
seems like something went wrong for Black. Look at the king.
Black is a pawn down.
Black is a piece up, but look at the
Ah,
king.
okay, okay, check. Oh, okay, so some sacrifice has
There
been
is a
permitted.
checkmate option here.
No, I mean that means King G7 and King F6. Our Queen F8 is hanging. Is there a defense? Rook H5 looks like a forced move here.
Wow, let's just have a look at how they reached this position.
Yes,
Queen
yes, defense.
c6 was played.
Okay.
Queen c6 was played, and white played knight to g5.
Oh, straight.
Very straightforward play by white.
Stopping F6. Okay, so
Uh,
F6 then.
f6 will be met with
Queen
queen
E6
e6
check.
check.
And
Queen is unsupported, so knight e6, and the exchange is lost. So rook d2 was played by
checkmate
black.
move.
Threatening queen g2 checkmate. Let's be careful. Rook f3 prevents the checkmate and also prepares a lot of rook lifts to g3 or h3 in the future, or the rook to f1.
So now does it permit F6? Is F6 possible now? But F6 Queen E7 is always there. But
f6 queen e7 looks very strong, but rook d7, yes?
yeah, I mean Queen E7 is there to save your exchange and not to win the game. So save your piece. But Queen E6
But
check.
also queen e6 check.
But Queen into Queen, Knight into Queen, and Rook F7. You have a discovered attack which could make a draw at least. Yeah, something. Okay, so Rook D2 is fine. F6 is not a move I was looking at. Even Rook D2 also I don't know. And now there is a threat. Yeah. Now there is a threat of knight into H7. So how was the threat dealt with?
Uh, Sorry. Here white played rook f3, and black replied with rook to d5, attacking the queen, and
Okay.
white played queen to f4 with the idea of knight f7 actually.
Straight. Yeah.
So, and also rook e7 is,
Oh no,
sorry,
back rank met. So Queen
we
C2
always
will
have
be met with knight
back wrong.
F7. So Queen C2 knight F7 and Rook F5 is met with knight H6 check.
So here rook f5, what happens?
Rook
Queen
F4.
h4.
Yeah,
Rook f5, queen h4, and threatening mate on h7, and if h5, then rook f5. So rook
yeah.
f5 would be a blunder.
Queen h4, you have knight f6, but I mean, you have knight f6. It's not a blunder as such, but a bad position for sure. Still a difficult position to improve. Perhaps take and queen h6, pinning the knight and threatening knight into h7. It's probably winning, but you have rook e8 threatening a back rank mate. So it's not really losing, but undesirable position because you have to take rook into f5. And there's no justification directly. Knight f6 is the only move there after queen h4.
So black played knight to d6, which was a mistake because of, actually it was a blunder because of knight h7 sacrifice and
Yes,
king h7,
rook,
and white plays rook h3, threatening this checkmate, or even
winning the
picking up
rook
the
actually. Yeah.
rook at least, and the king will remain weak. So
So rook
black
h5. Yeah,
has to play rook
yeah.
h5 here, no other
Mm.
option. We take,
And now
and
white
rook,
rook will now join rook e5 probably suggests itself.
huge disaster coming in for black. What happens for f5?
Yes.
Because it seems like the
F5 rook e6 was what I was afraid of. You know, sometimes it's not an absolute seventh rank. I've seen a game of botanics where the absolute sixth rank decided the game. So checks in the sixth rank would
And what a
decide.
pity. Like, there are simply no checks. Even though there is a back rank weakness, there are no checks.
In normal case for f5 rook e6 queen c2 could be okay because you are not allowing the knight to be taken, but absolute sixth rank decides the queen h6 check, and as you can see. Uh,
And queen g5 check first.
yes.
Even
Uh,
g6 would work, but why?
slowly, yeah.
Slowly
So
we would win.
yeah. So
But queen
queen
g5
g5
is
and
immediate
mate,
checkmate.
yeah, either rook h6 mate or queen g6 mate. In case of king f7, rook e7 mate or queen g6 mate, whichever you like.
And
So, so you are actually able to unpin with a threat, but it's the absolute sixth rank that is killing you. So f5,
wow.
f5 rook e, f5 is the unplayable, which means is there any way of prolonging the game by giving a person something instead of f5? So to prolong the game,
Well, white's idea is very
clear and just simple.
straightforward. Rook h5, king g7, queen g5, checkmate.
And
So,
in case of queen c2, you lose a d6 knight. Ah, no, queen c2, rook h5 check king g8, rook g5 check queen g6,
so king g7 would
king
be
g7.
checkmate with queen
Yeah, so
h6.
king
So
g8,
king has to go
and
to
you have
g8.
no time to queen h6 because I am threatening a checkmate.
Yes, so king g8, rook g5
Yeah,
check,
and I can't go king h8 because of queen f6
queen
check and queen
f6 check.
g7 mate. So I must put queen g6, and
Wow.
and you can't take queen into d6 because g5 rook will be hanging. So you take rook into queen and pawn into rook, and you can't take on d6 because of mate on f1. So you go queen c1, which is queen and two pawns for rook and knight. So
This is a
losing.
nice idea shown by Praveen ji. And then queen c1 back. Queen also goes back
Yeah, but it's
and
yeah.
saves the king.
Any other option for to avoid immediate mate?
She has played knight e8, but it is losing.
Ah, because she's giving the queen anyway. Yeah, maybe
Rook h5 played,
she's giving the queen at g6, queen
king
g6.
g8, and it's white to move.
Yeah, so rook
And
g.
white played queen f5.
Yeah, perhaps
Actually,
rook g.
rook
Yeah,
g5, knight g7 maybe.
and yeah, and the knight can be support. No, I was thinking. Oh, queen e5. There's f6. Yeah, queen f5 is the correct move. So yes, perfect move. And if you go knight f6, then queen g5 mate. So stop queen h7 mate, but allow queen g, which means queen g6 is the only move. And now it's just several pawns down after rook g7. And yeah, but king, yeah, we're going to lose quite a few pawns now.
Wow, this was completely unexpected as we were discussing. I mean, black had equalized after queen c6, but one blunder and everything is lost.
Yes, I know. Once actually Sasikiran in a better position lost to Shirov with black, and sometimes I feel that only Kasparov is the only player who has not lost this position with black. Other players actually they make mistakes in good positions and lose. Kasparov somehow was so good at B85, as we say, Scandinavian, that he never lost. He had not lost any game till he blundered with Sokolov, Andrei Sokolov once. But still, that's his only loss in the A3 type of setup. And yeah, it's unexpected result. Now I think there's no chance of maybe quick resignation will take place. It's all beyond the control, beyond repair.
Yes, maybe knight g7 will
Yeah,
be played.
yeah, and
Rook g6. But
yeah,
rook g6 take,
uh,
and we can also give a
queen
check here.
d5 check and h3 or something, and
Yes.
I'm ready to win all the pawns.
And if black has actually nothing in return, white
Yes,
will have a queen and five pawns, and black has three pawns, a knight and a rook in return,
yes.
which is completely
In
losing.
fact, I can play queen d5 check and g4. So your knight on g7 has no moves.
So she has played knight g7,
Uh,
rook takes. This is the position on the
yeah,
board. Rook
yeah.
take took on g6, pawn takes, queen
Yeah,
d5
the
check was
knight into
given.
queen cannot be played because the knight is pinned for our viewers. The
Sorry.
knight was attacking the queen, but rook into g6 prevents knight into f5. And now moving the queen to a normal square would allow rook f1 mate. So only queen d3 and queen d5 are possible. So queen
Yes.
d5 followed by g4 looks very strong because the knight has no square. And if you don't want to play risky, then no g4, but queen d5 check. And I thought g4 was just uh, ready to pick all the queen
She
side
has
pawn.
played h3, and I think we
Okay,
can
yeah.
expect resignation. No, knight h5 played by Lano. What a fighter. She keeps
Yeah,
playing.
it's a good trap if yeah, but even trap doesn't work. Queen d1, if you play rook f1 check, it's still a lost pawn, I think.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and that's the disadvantage of being pawns down. So even if you make a combination, now I think queen d6 probably starts picking up the pawns.
Yes, queen d6, but she has, white is thinking.
Queen d7 check perhaps first and make losing one more pawn
Yeah, maybe queen b7
and
check and
directly
just
take the
pick
pawn.
up the
Okay,
pawn.
directly take the pawn. And you don't even have a h pawn. So to create a mate threat with knight g3 and pawn on h4 and rook f1, a very outside possibility. Even that's not there. So even if you make progress, what do? Rook f1, king h2. So rook f2, knight f4, and then what? Rook g2, and then what? So
Yes.
realistically, no.
Oh, king h2 played by Zujiner. Very, very prophylactic and calm chess by her.
Yeah, I
Knight
think
h5, king h2. Wow.
so. Rook f2 now, and
Almost forcing black to resign. But black is thinking. Huge result for Zujiner. She is already leading the tournament with 2.5 points, and she will move to 3.5 after this game.
I think her calculating ability is proving very strong. For example, yesterday's game, she found a move that nobody would have thought of, knight e4, and somewhere I think she plans very difficult combinations. What I found is very unusual about her, and that's why I feel that she has a long way to go because she's able to spot a unusual combinative move after three or four moves of sequence. What we normally do is we find a strong variation and we make a sacrifice. The next moves are obvious, but here she finds sequences where the next moves are not obvious, and then it becomes a very difficult move to spot as opponents have been failing to do so. So here I think g4 and king g3 will end the game in
I
this
think
particular game.
we can
But
see Katrina Lano ruminating over her blunder,
yeah,
thinking about what did she do, how could she miss knight at 7. That is what is going on in
uh,
her mind right now, not the current
yes, I
position.
think knight was good on e8 to some extent. But was she compelled to bring out to d6? I
No,
think the
she
f7,
simply missed
the
knight
f7,
at
yeah.
7. She
But
simply
yeah,
missed knight at 7. We see her face expression has changed
she didn't try to
completely.
simplify at that stage. She just wanted to create something. She didn't try to simplify with. But white complicated with knight g5. White didn't allow f6 to be played. So that energy with which white played is also important.
Yes, and now queen d4, king g7 will be met with g4 and g5, picking up the rook or the
No,
piece.
rook must move
So,
to
uh,
f7, I think.
yes, rook will move to f7, and we can expect. Uh,
g4 followed by queen b6 or
yeah,
direct queen b. g4 followed by king g3. You stop all the
yes.
squares and
Rook d7 even. Okay. Okay, we can expect uh, white win in this
rook
game
e6 has
any
been played. Okay, so
moment.
she wants to create a fortress with knight g7. I think that's the reason why I was. Yeah, but okay,
No,
that's,
it's never a fortress
no.
because
Fortress on the king side means you have to create a pass pawn and win. So
yes,
you just create a c passer and win. So why play g4 then? Queen d7 check and then just b3 c4
yes. So
or put queen
queen
on
d7
a7,
has been played,
knight
knight
g7,
g7, and
and
we can
perhaps
expect.
queen f7 or queen a7 so that your pieces don't move. Or queen c7 and c4.
Lano very, very upset, as we can
Yeah,
see
only
from her
thing is
face
now
expressions.
now she's not losing any material anymore, so she can wait for white to make some plan.
But she's also not thinking about the current position. She's thinking about what went
Yes,
terribly
yes,
wrong
yes,
few moves earlier, and
yes.
how many moves she could have played instead of the blunder.
Oh, there's certainly some time when she avoided some simplifications, thinking that she could uh, sort of outplay her opponent in a some sort of technical play, and she is tactically outplayed. But Zhu Jainer, I think she is very much in contention now. Also, she has had a, I mean, she's underrated compared to her performance because in the overall Grand Prix 2022-23, she's in the second position ahead of Humpy and Lano and everybody, Achkina, everybody. If you look at this year's Grand Prix, then she's already, Zuzana is already on 170 points, having played two tournaments. And if she gets 160 or 130, if she comes first or second, she will qualify to the World Championship candidates. So I think she is not looking for anything less than top position or second position because okay, if she comes seventh or eighth, she doesn't stand anywhere. So considering this position, she needs about 130 points in the third. If she gets 130, probably she will be in
Yes, right
already.
now she's placed second, and it's a very big.
Yeah,
It
but she
would
has
be a.
played two legs, and
This
others,
is our
some of them
last
have
leg.
played one leg. So Humpy and Lano are in contention, but others she is already above others, 110 in one and 65 in. So if she gets 130, also she is in. So if she is first or second, she is in for the next World Championship. By then, being young, she will improve, and she could, for youngsters, it's always a benefit to qualify to a future tournament because by then they are better players.
Very well put. Let's quickly move to Vaishali versus Nino and Bibisara versus Harika, because both the players must be under time pressure. Uh, Vaishali here, on the 39th move with bishop on e5, she's uh, gotten back the exchange, and after queen
Yeah,
e5 it
I
will
think
be
this is one of
completely
the
equal.
most accurate games. This is one of the most accurate games. The player, despite the sharp positions, have played all accurate moves. Black has defended well. Vaishali has played energetically. Although I doubt about the soundness of the sacrifice, but
Let's
yeah,
just quickly look at how they reached here. Uh,
yes.
she played
No, Black I think found a way to give up
bishop
an exchange.
h4,
Yeah, yeah,
rook d1, and black played queen
yeah.
g5.
We saw up to here.
White played
Bishop
bishop
DC. Yeah, Bishop
d6,
D6 was seen by us, and
rook f8, and
yeah.
f4 was played. Queen
Uh,
g6 followed by f5. Wow,
but
very, very
did
energetic.
F4 make so much of sense? I thought maybe E5 E6 directly instead of F4. Was it possible to play E5 and E6, or
But
it wasn't?
it's a very strong move, because if queen d8, then it comes under a pin
Yeah,
and we can simply
yeah.
take.
But Queen G6 you can't take on C5. So is she getting the C5 pawn? If she's getting C5, okay, F5, and
Play.
she wants to take on C5. Okay.
So queen f6 and e5 we cannot play, because we can still play e5 because rook f1. So let's see what she played. e5 was played.
Okay.
Queen f5.
Yeah, Bishop C was not good because Black would play Bishop G3 and Bishop E5. No? So that would be strong position for Black. So
So they
E5.
have actually already made a draw. So let's have a
Okay.
look at the last.
I think they played best moves also to E5. Okay, so she gets back the exchange. Okay, she gets
Queen
back the exchange.
g5,
Yes,
and now bishop f7,
yes.
and we have won back the exchange, but Vaishali not taking the exchange.
Because the E5 pawn will not be in a position to be. I mean,
She
the
can
E5 pawn will
simply
not
pick up the
survive.
bishop.
Yeah, E1 pawn will not survive. But even not capturing the exchange will lead to the same. So eventually she will capture. I think.
And I
Bishop G3 must have been played here, no?
Yes,
Or
bishop g3 is forced because white is threatening rook f4, take on h4, and if bishop g3, then
no, it's possible to.
yeah, actually it's.
There's no direct threat
Yes, there is
as
no
such.
direct threat. Maybe, yeah, maybe there is. Black could have played some other move as well, but bishop g3, a good
No,
move,
White is planning to play E6 perhaps, so it's better to. But even after E6,
prevent
Bishop
it.
G3 is possible. Even after G6, E6,
So
Bishop G3 is possible.
now if we play rook f5, then queen c1 is a problem.
Yeah.
So even though we can come back always, but still white took on e8, rook takes, and white played queen takes c6. Black played queen h5 because
Only move here to keep the rook on E8 and keep the attack on E5. So we have three attacks and one support, which means we are going to win back the.
Yes. So white
And
took on oh, white did not take on c5 here. White went back queen e4.
yeah, the I think e6 had a tactical failing here.
Can
Last
we
move,
take on c5 and pick up the a7 pawn?
bishop e5 and take. Yeah, but also drawn
Why
ending.
not
Yeah, but yeah,
play
at least a
this?
pawn up. Yeah, a drawn ending. But
But I'm
yeah,
surprised Vaishali didn't go for this.
bishop
Maybe she.
e5, bishop e5 is necessary here, I think.
Oh, I think she was under time pressure and she simply missed queen
Oh.
c5.
But also bishop e5, queen e5. I don't know because of
Rook
rook
f8.
f8 check and queen c2 check. You have queen e4. So yeah, maybe queen e5 is possible. Rook f8 check, king h7, queen c2 check, then queen e4. So rook f8 check will not be played.
I think we should quickly finish this game
Yes,
because the other
yeah,
games are also
yes,
under
also,
time
yeah,
pressure.
true. Yeah, but
So,
this was perhaps a chance to play one pawn up, a drawn rook
yes,
ending, a pawn up, but almost theoretically drawn rook ending. Or a queen ending would be good, but
it would have been a better
yes, it would have
try.
been. It was a good practical chance. You are a pawn up, and your opponent has to prove that the deficit is not relevant. You don't have to prove anything. The person who has less material has to prove the compensation.
So, queen e4, a strange decision by Vaishali to go into an
Oh,
equal position.
did she expect bishop e5, rook e1 winning? Oh no, rook e1 no, bishop e5 king. Yeah, bishop e5. Why is bishop e5 failing?
Rook f5 maybe, but queen d1.
Yeah, and queen d6, I pick up that.
So,
So,
bishop e5, bishop takes, and queen takes, we
and
have
rook
rook
f8. Yeah,
f8.
yeah. So she's playing for that. Yeah, so that's why she guided h7, a simple plan. So yeah, I think she thought that she was uh, completely creating a zugzwang.
And black played c4,
Yes, black is going to throw this pawn,
white plays queen takes, bishop e5,
and
take, and queen. And this was
yes.
agreed to a draw because it's an
If
equal
she
position.
played a queen e4, then she should ignore the pawn because yeah, but even then I mean c3 c2 comes and you have nothing. There's no plan for white. White's position was
So
optimal.
let's quickly go to Bibisara's game
Yes,
because that
that was
was a
something
very
fantastic.
crucial game for. Oh my God, what's happening? We see a huge advantage for white according
Na-
to the engine,
no, knight is threatening to come to c4.
and white has picked up the e3 pawn.
Also a5 c6 everything are in line.
Seems like white is completely winning this one as well. Let's see what happened. Uh,
Yeah, I think the decision to exchange queens must have been a bad decision in my opinion. Queen b6 and yeah, we felt that queen b6 position was bad. Let's go back to the queen b6 b4 position, which where we stopped.
b4 was played and black played rook b8. White did not take. Very
Yeah, and now black probably should run away, but now there is no convenient square for the and black is white is sort of consolidating, say making it safe. Knight d4, rook c1. You may not get a breakthrough on the queen side. So stopping knight d4, rook c1. The purpose of rook c1, knight a1 b3. That was a good plan also, no? Knight a1 b3 also.
I think white is spoiled for choice in this
Yeah.
position. She can make many
No,
plans.
knight d4. There's a problem with rook d4, no? That's why she played rook d8.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sorry. She can make many plans here which would win,
Yeah.
and she just has to choose. She can even pick up
It's just like what
c6.
Kortanoy said, the bishops are hitting air. It's exactly the same is happening here.
So black finally took on c5,
Yes.
hoping to protect the c6 weakness
But
by
also
covering the
also
c5.
B line is a big liability now because both rooks exchange is just reasonable.
So black played a5 here,
But knight b4 was a threat now.
preventing knight
Yeah,
b4,
knight b4, knight c6 would have.
rook b1. Oh my God, such a.
But at least she should try to play g5 and create a h passer, g5 break and f4 break and h passer, something of that sort. What is that move?
So she has
Why?
given up.
No, that is I don't know why she provoked d4. I mean, if at all any counter.
She
Yeah.
doesn't want to allow
Knight
knight
d4.
d4.
Okay, okay, fine. But she loses two moves in this process. In the process.
So she provoked d4 to not allow knight d4, but the e3 pawn is lost after g5. Knight
Wasn't
e3.
hg5 better? No, she is probably afraid of f4 sacrifice and the h passer. Although I don't know if there's something worth being afraid of, but hg is probably better.
But she doesn't even allow that, and
Uh,
she plays knight e3, gh4, gh4, and a4 on the board. And 40 moves are over. This is the 41st move. A very difficult endgame for Harika to defend.
so knight c4. I mean, the only plan for Harika is now bd7, bishop e8, bishop a6,
But
which
a
is
c6 is hanging.
yeah, you'll have to give that and try to give a check on c4. See, knight on e3 is not stable, no. So sometimes then it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's knight c4, knight c2, b4 is also a fantastic plan here. Knight c2 and bishop c1, knight b4.
Knight c4, can we play bishop d7, knight b6?
No, knight c2 I thought was even stronger. Knight c2 and b4.
This looks so difficult
Because
for black.
she played a5 to stop knight b4, and now she has to allow that. The position is bad. I think it's losing position.
It's a very, very tough position for black. White is has a huge advantage. I think we think that black could have really gotten back into the game after bishop h5 over on the 24th move
Yes, I think
instead of.
white made a very slow plan of king f1, king e1, and this, and black didn't do much in that time. I think you white got several moves free. I think it
Five
was yeah.
moves.
Yes, it was. I think meanwhile black just moved the queen, queen e7, queen c7, and such moves, and only b6 was a significant move black played. So this was, I think, black can't be worse here. f4 is a threat.
It was very important to play energetically in the King's Indian style,
Yes,
maybe,
and also
not caring about material.
also the pieces which are bad, they have to be activated. Even now the h6 bishop is bad. That's why I'm trying to push f4 quickly so that at least so bishop h5 also. Read the bad pieces by exchanging them. No?
Yes, and this whole plan with Queen e7 and Queen g7 simply worked in White's favor because now she was not at all guilty of wasting 5 moves.
Yes, because white equally wasted equal number of moves, and yes, by the time we have really achieved something on the queen side. But even then, this position was not bad. I think if he had not chosen to exchange queens. I remember remarking a few 10 moves before this that if the queens and rooks are off, black can just resign. Yeah, that's my opinion on this position,
Yes.
and particularly queens. And it seems that black is deliberately herself exchanging queens.
Yes, here rook b8 would have been a
Yeah, the
more promising
position is not really
continuation.
bad. I think it's a either side result after
Yes.
rook b8.
And g6 and bishop f8 and bring out all your pieces and attack White's king, which is not very safe on b1.
Yeah, I mean it's going to go to a2 and rook a b1, so it's not going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy to be attacking b2 point. But yes, it's activity of pieces, and the yes, rook d5 is always in air because you never play bishop d5, e d5, and d4 check could come, and that sort of possibilities were always there. At least not a losing position, but the decision to exchange queens was quite strange.
Yes, this so these two decisions, basically the queen moves were not necessary. Queen was fantastic on e8. She brought it to c7 and then to b6.
No, I think there's a mental block. For example, that a sort of presumption that two bishops are better than bishop and knight, and if you exchange the bishop, then the advantage reduces. That fact probably made it impossible for her to think of bishop h5. Whereas the activity of pieces rule says that bishop h5 is the only move. So sometimes, because chess is all about where the rules don't work, there are so many rules contrary to each other, and which rules apply and which rules don't apply is normally very important. So the rules which did not apply were very serious. Yeah, right into H. Yes.
Good players always know which rules are meant to be broken
Yes,
and when.
obvious. So is knight c4 better or knight c2? What does the engine like?
Engine likes knight c4
Knight c4. Okay, so more direct way. Knight c4 and b6, and the
or
same
maybe
same.
knight a5
I
also.
don't know. Knight b first win the a4 pawn, and then come back. This is not a. Does black have a plan actually?
Yeah, it's very
No, no.
difficult.
Black has no plan of activating this bishop. Bishop c1. Doesn't threaten anything. Rook c3 and you have to go back. Actually, the position is so strange that bishop c1 loses the bishop after e3. No, e3 or f4. Sorry.
Has been played. And
So, so-
e3?
no, f4. No, e3, f4. So
f4.
at least the bishop. So rook c3 looks very strong here. No. So and you go back at 6. What else? To go back.
Bishop f4.
Okay. Then I start taking the pawns.
Right. Difficult position for Harika. Zujiner, meanwhile, has won against Katrina
Yes,
Lano.
I
Let's
think
have
that
a
was
look
a,
at the
yeah.
last few moves where we left it.
I think we left it. It was unplayable. So probably nothing much have
Yes.
happened. Must have
Queen
happened.
d7, knight g7, b3, and black resigned.
And
Yes.
c4. Yeah. So
Great.
okay, you have created a fortress on the king side, sort of, but yeah, no way of c4, c5, c6, c7. So
Great victory for Zoo. And Black's main mistake in this game was knight to d6, a huge blunder.
yeah,
Few other moves might have worked here. For example,
uh,
let's
i-
have a look at
isn't a passive move like rook d7 also okay?
rook d7. And we can take on h7 now, or we can't?
Still queen h6 is a threat. So yeah, or maybe is actually the reckless queen into uh, c2 possible. Knight into f7 is no, knight into f there is rook f5, knight h6 check. Yeah, and
Is it possible to play queen c4?
yeah, queen c4 stopping. Yeah, that looks
Rook
logically. Rook e4
e4,
would even
queen
mate. So queen c4 is
knight f7, queen f4,
a piece. Yeah, rook f4,
rook f4,
and that is a
rook,
pin. That's a pinned piece. Knight d6 or something. Oh,
rook f7 would run into rook e8 check. So we
yeah,
don't play that.
and knight d6 runs into knight h6 check. So you play king g7 first. You support the rooks. Yeah, but still there is a chance of knight d6 winning a piece. I think.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
not.
fantastic
It's not easy. Knight f7, queen into queen, and king g7 is okay. Yeah,
g5 maybe. No,
king g7 first. No, so
yes, king g after king g7, g3, g5.
then rook f1, and now I'm willing
Oh,
to
we
move that.
can also play rook f7, king f7, rook e8,
No,
and rook
no, rook
d1.
f7, rook e8 check, and king
No,
g7.
king is already on g7.
Okay, so
So knight f7, we
yeah,
play the take, we take. If rook f7, then rook
rook
e8 is a
e8 check.
check.
Yeah,
So king g7,
that ending is also a draw.
g3, and now g5 maybe. But let's see rook f7, rook e8, and we take.
No, it's
Black takes, and
little
this
better
is a
for
draw.
black. Little better for black. But if black is trying to win the piece, uh, then g3 stops that. No, because it's no longer a pin.
g3, g5, rook f1. Yes.
Yeah, I think and the knight no, knight has no moves, but the
Oh,
knight.
now rook f7, and now rook e8, rook f1.
Yeah. So rook f1 is not correct. So where does the rook go for g? I mean, it's going to be a tough position anyway.
Oh, then it's we are winning a piece here.
No, probably doesn't look. Can
Any rook moves anywhere, we play rook
uh,
f7.
no, knight into g5 or knight. No, because yeah, rook into g5. There's no rook e7 check. You are just king g8. Yeah, and yeah. So I'll try to move the knight somewhere else.
And this maybe you
And
win.
probably I draw 3 pawns.
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll not be able to save all your pawns. I'll give all my pawns.
But this was the only way probably. Queen
Uh,
c4 here.
yeah.
Already black had.
But in my opinion, even that rook f5 wasn't really losing. But yeah, it looks very bad. Rook f5, queen h4, and there's a knight f6 some way. It's not. Yeah, let's see how bad that is. Rook f5, queen h4, knight f6. Is it losing?
This is
Knight is
completely
knight is lost. Yeah.
bad for black because of knight h7. Beautiful move. Yesterday also Zujiner won with a knight sacrifice,
Yeah, which
and
couldn't
today
be
as
taken.
well.
Yeah, which couldn't be taken, and today it had to be taken. That's the difference.
Yes. Today there was no choice but to take it. So king h7, knight h7, another move of the day, I would say.
But perhaps a bit of standard sacrifice with queen and rook there. So not an
But
unexpected move. I mean, if you are looking for rook e5, perhaps to anticipate. See, she finds. Yeah, I think rook e5 is the only move to win, and that comes after 3 or 4 moves after the sacrifice. So Lano may not have considered the sacrifice because she's happy with the rook h5 position. and nothing is happening, and suddenly comes rook e5. So Zhu is able to see a brilliant move after which occurs after 3 or 4 moves. That is, I think, a great quality to anticipate this position, to see this move before playing knight into h7, probably a move or two before, yeah, because she has planned for that. Let's look at the previous 1 or 2 moves.
No, she actually thought here for 7 minutes.
Okay, okay. So
So
what are the last move? Rook f3. What are the last move?
queen
Queen
f4.
f4. Rook intending the attack, but yeah. So she found this combination and rook e5, the fourth
She
move.
played it very fast, so she has seen rook e5 while
Oh,
playing.
yeah, no, I think her vision is very good. She calculates the entire variation. She doesn't leave it to the chance, as some of the viewers may feel that it's a matter of chance. Something will happen. She doesn't leave it to that. Something will happen. Let me find out first before I make something. I always try to tell the students, and not all students comply with that. So sometimes it's dangerous, but great game. Yes, I think Susanna is very motivated because she is really looking forward to qualifying to next year's candidates, which this Grand Prix will be a selection process. And if she comes first or second in this leg, then she is guaranteed of a qualification. In my opinion, she will come in top two then. And with third or fourth position, she could still be in the race, and having defeated two strongest players, at least one of the strongest players, we can see that there are 4 or 5 players who are considerably higher rated than others, and she's beating those higher rated players quite effectively. So, how about the last game that Harika's game is still
Going
going on?
on.
Humpy must have won by now. Let's see. Not
Uh,
yet.
let's just finish this combination for the viewers who
Yes.
joined in late.
Yeah.
So the combination started
Yeah.
with knight d6. Here, this is the starting position of the combination. White to play and win. White takes knight h7. Black has to take.
Because queen h4 will lead to run into h5. No, and black is very fine, so he destroys this. And
And now,
king g7 fails to queen h6 check, and at least queen into f8 if no mate.
so rook h5 is the only move. Rook takes, pawn takes,
And
rook e5.
White's problem is how to get the rook in play, and that's possible only with rook e5.
Rook e5, brilliant move. Black has all, cannot bring queen h6 because of the knight on
Yes,
d6.
and f5 rook e6. I think that's the crux of it.
This is a very important line that white had to foresee. Here rook e6 followed by queen h6, king g8 and queen g5.
Yeah,
And next
yeah.
move,
So
checkmate.
black can get out of the pin with a threat with like queen into c2, but there is a mate in 3 threat and after.
Again, if white could play knight f7 here, she would save her
Yeah,
position.
but that no, even if she's
Even
yeah,
there queen f7.
yeah, but knight f7 the queen is
No,
bad.
like for example, if queen was not on c6
Yeah,
and black
yeah,
could play knight
yeah,
f7, but again f5 is hanging.
yeah.
So this is a huge problem because of this knight on d6 and queen on c6. This position really creates huge
I think rook
problems for
e5
black.
rook e5 we don't really consider because f5 is the possibility, and rook e7 we see rook f7 and all is well. Or
This
maybe
doesn't
even
work.
king g6 and all is well. Yeah. So yeah, it seems that okay, I'm weakening seventh rank, which is safe, but I'm also weakening sixth rank, which is not safe. And the rook e5. And I mean, I'm sure that f5 rook e6 was perhaps Lano missed f5 rook e6, or she missed rook e5. But one of the moves she surely missed. She must have thought of knight into h7 as unplayable move.
So rook e5, and then black had no defense. Black played knight e8 finally after she also had very less time, by the way, only 3 minutes to 52 seconds. She plays knight e8, rook h5. Here king g6 will be met with
Mate in
rook
one. No,
g5.
queen g5 mate. No, king g6, queen g5.
No, queen.
King g6. Yeah. King g6, queen h6 mate. King g7. Yes.
Yes. King g7 will be met with rook g5, and king h7 will be met with
Queen
queen
h4
h4
and queen h6 with rook h5.
rook h5, and we pick up the queen. So king g8 was played. Now queen g5 will be met with knight g7, but even there maybe queen h4 works, but
No,
f6,
f6.
f6, yes. So this also doesn't work. So again white was very precise. She played queen to
Yeah, this
f5.
move is also very difficult to say. I think the only move to win. Other moves could be losing.
Yes, because rook g5 and knight g7, and black is fine.
Black is winning. That means fine means black is
Black is winning. So again, she had to find an only move with Queen F5, double exclamation mark. So
I don't know.
three,
She might have found this move when she sacrificed. I don't know. We have to get it. I mean,
ask her.
yeah, because you see the piece down, and if she has not seen Queen F5, other moves are losing.
Yes, she has played Queen F5 very fast, so she definitely saw it.
So what a vision! I mean, in 7 minutes, she analyzed knight into h7 with all those complicated things.
If you play knight f6 to prevent queen h7 mate, there is queen g5
Mate
checkmate
in
and
one,
there
and
is no knight g7. So queen g6 only move and now rook g5 and you simply pick up the queen.
knight g7, you attack your opponent's queen, but knight is pinned after rook g6.
And
And yes,
after
this is
this check,
necessary to stop rook f1 mate, and the game is over now. That's just a simple win.
wow, great game by Zujiner. Again, she is leading the tournament after 5 rounds with 3.5 points.
And
Huge.
qualitatively, she has played best chess here.
Yes, so far she has played the
Yes, so
best
far. I mean,
chess.
in 5 rounds, she has played the best chess so far.
So,
Bibisara first two games. Even Bibisara also today's game. Okay, not accuracy, but planning slow at that age is sometimes difficult. But she has made
yes.
great plans.
Absolutely. Let's go to have a look at Nana versus Humpy. That game,
Must have ended by now.
not yet,
Oh,
but
not yet.
Black
Okay.
is winning, and they have also crossed the time control. Just look at Black's pawns. They are
And
just
white as the white is still unable to create a passed pawn because of the f pawn, which had the pawn been in g file, the e pawn would have been passed, and had the pawn been in g file, the e file, the g pawn would have been passed. But yeah, the pawn. Uh,
our mighty defender. Just one soldier defense against all of
yes,
White's
yes,
army.
yes.
Wonderful pawn on f7, and
I think
yes,
the game
Black is
is being played
completely
only
winning.
because of the importance of the tournament. Had it been some other tournament, probably Black would not have played on it. White would not have played on it. So
Yes.
Black.
Let's switch to the scene with the players as well because we do have access to the player cameras. So it's nice to see the expression of the players. Uh, and yeah, we have both Nana and Humpy there very focused. Nana has been getting into very difficult positions. Even yesterday, she was in a difficult position and
Oh yeah, I think
she lost the
somewhere.
game.
Yeah,
But
somewhere means the judgment somewhere is uh, going wrong. Sometimes it's a matter of chance that sometimes all the decisions you make are wrong because your judgment goes wrong. Sometimes it happens in the entire tournament. Sometimes it happens in a game that you play a position which you judge to be. I mean, you have clear plan of yours, you have clear plan of your opponents, and you think your plan is faster, and it turns out that your opponent's plan is faster. So it's a very complicated strategy. But yeah, she has been got into very bad position. Has she given any threat in this except that one mate in one threat?
no,
Where
this
yeah,
was a very, very difficult game for her. And as I mentioned, she was probably unaware of this opening itself
yeah,
because
I'm sure she was unaware because that was a great choice by
Humpy.
Humpy. Yeah, that she didn't go for that g5 and c5 lines, but she went for this quick g5 knight e4. Probably because with knight e2 white feels very comfortable. With knight on e2 white feels very my g3 is guarded and I'm going to play f3. But yeah, that g5 was a great move by Vidit. You said no in the previous tournament.
Yes, Vidit
Yes.
played this against Rahul, and that game ended in a draw because he did not continue with Bishop e6 as played by Humpy here. But of course, because she had the knowledge of that game, I think that must have helped her to come up with Bishop e6 in her preparation.
Yes, I think probably it's Indian's first choice. Bishop e6 must
Yes.
be, yeah.
Over here, f3 is a mistake, positional mistake.
Yes.
And once you play f3, black takes on g3 and does not take on g4 but goes back bishop e6. And now white is saddled with all of these weaknesses around his king.
Yeah.
So the game continued with bishop takes and bishop d7. And after a few moves, we see that white has weaknesses on a2, c3,
But I think
e3.
bishop into c6 was still a dubious choice, no? Was it
Yes,
necessary to play this move?
it wasn't. She could have played knight e2 and kept the bishop alive, and it would have been
Yeah, if, I mean, the
maybe
no
queen
knight
7
into
here.
d4 or such combination is coming so
But,
soon. So
but
yes.
she has problems with this. Maybe queen d3.
23 perhaps, okay. No, maybe if, maybe was e4 possible? E4 and quick long castle. I mean, that case, but g2 will go
Actually,
also. No,
this is
e4
so
is.
difficult, this
Yeah. No,
position.
long castle, if you are able to, if you are able to castle, then it's not all that bad, but you can't give the e3 pawn. It's tough. I don't want to keep the king on f2. So, yeah, the knight on c6 at the moment is not jumping, so I thought it was better because bishop into c remains a choice at a later stage. Queen d2 perhaps.
And yeah.
Yeah, there's no way black can actually benefit by a knight move.
Yes. So perhaps it was important to keep the bishop. This is still bad for white, but not as bad as it was in the game. After bishop takes, and now all of her weaknesses are even more pronounced due to the absence of the light square bishop. And after knight f5, uh, black played simply bishop d7. She gave up the h pawn, but queen e7, and uh, white has so many
Yeah, the
weaknesses
problem is
to
knight doesn't
defend.
come back in play. Knight remains there. That's the major problem, and because of that, it's just impossible to make a move.
This is very tough for white,
What
and
did she play? Was long
she
castle?
played
Yeah,
king
king
f2,
f2. Yeah, it's I think
long castle, and c4
c4.
was
Yeah.
played.
But again, black rooks and bishop made use of that opened position. So
Yes, rooks are also enjoying all the open files in. I mean, even black has everything she
yes,
wants.
rook h6 will occupy whichever file it wants. C6, b6, a6, all squares are available. E6 perhaps not so effective because it allows knight f5. But
But yes, I mean, black is having all the advantages, all the pluses, and white is having all the disadvantages in this position. So this is super tough to save as white. No matter what the engine evaluation be over the board, this is so
yes,
difficult to play as white. And um, once black's rook, all of black's pieces came into play,
yeah, but
it
white
became.
white liberally moves pawns and creates more weakness. That was I was a little surprised about e4 move also. But she's worried about losing pawn on e3, so e4 at least guarded with a pawn. That's what she felt. But too many weaknesses. And now the only move is, I think, to give up a pawn or no.
Yes, she played rook c2, and she gave up the pawn.
But
But
in an ending and against such a formidable opponent, so
and what black will do is not care about the h pawn, because as Praveen ji mentioned, the f pawn is a valiant defender of black's king side. uh, it is an isolated pawn and prevents white from making a passed pawn as easily as she would have been able to if the pawn had been on e7 or g7 instead.
so king g5, rook a3, king h5, rook a2 is a senseless battle. So
Yes.
yeah.
So knight g7 was played, bishop b3, bishop c4. Knight took the pawn, but rook
Rook a3.
a3, and we win the a2 pawn
Same
by
position. White
force.
has won a tempo, but yes. And you see the difficulties in creating a passed pawn. White is unable to create a passed pawn.
Yes, while black's path is very easy. So
Threatening rook f2. So she had
very
to.
clean game by Humpy, and thanks to a wonderful opening choice.
Yeah. So the only thing is she shouldn't blunder with say a move like king b7 when rook c4 comes. So yeah, so black's plan is very clear. A5, a4, a3, a2. It can't be stopped anywhere. And for knight e7 check, you have to play king d7. So white's plan also knight e7 check and knight d5 perhaps has to be tried. But then after a5 even c6 or such moves. So c6 is knight b6 check. So in e7 check looks like the only move anyway. Losing or at least but you have to create some threats. Just everything is hanging.
Yes. There are a lot of Zujiner fans in the chat, and yes, she has earned them through this
Yes,
tournament.
even me, I'm one of them also. I mean, last two games, and I have become her fan because she finds moves like rook e5 and queen f5, which come five moves later, six moves later in a sequence, and she finds that in minutes, knight into h7. So it would take.
Yes, definitely. Very strong play by Zhu, and giving her a lot of confidence. Perhaps the Chinese habit of having dinner early and sleeping early
Really?
helps.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. But it's the Oriental habit basically. We, in all our countries, do
Yes.
China still have it? I don't know.
Yes, I
Huh?
remember when I went to China, they used to serve dinner at 7:30 p.m. And for
Okay.
a lot of players, it was very unusual to have dinner at 6. I mean, it would start at 6:30 and it would finish by 8. So,
Okay. Yeah, it's
for
also
a lot
okay.
of players, it was very unusual, but I think it's a great habit, especially it keeps you fresh. But
Okay.
obviously, for every player, their schedules are completely different during a tournament.
Yeah, because if the game lasts till 9 o'clock, say for example, a chess player cannot be expected to have dinner at 7 o'clock. For example, this tournament,
Yes.
your game could go until 9, so you have to mold your habits. And in fact, since the games are in the afternoon, chess players normally sleep late.
Yes, because they are so occupied with the game still keeps running on in their mind
Also, game
much.
goes on for a long time
Yes,
sometimes. Yeah. So
and you want to analyze it at least with
also, yes,
yourself, if
yes,
not with
yeah,
anyone else. So that makes a big difference. Then
yeah.
we let's
So
come to Harika's game.
Harika's game, yes, mm,
Uh, oh, this is very tough. Both the pair of rooks have been exchanged.
yes,
A4 weakness is pronounced. She can anytime go and pick it up.
and then none of the bishops can stop the a pawn. No, king c3 has some problem with bishop e1 check, but even knight b6 and now she cannot arch. The only plan is king g7, king h6, bishop into h5 and take up and move the h pawn, which is several moves. By then the c pawn will queen. I think it is easier for white to queen the c pawn. No, knight.
So whenever we pick up the h pawn, white picks up the c pawn. Actually, white picks up the c pawn right
Yeah.
now after knight a5,
Yes,
knight
immediately.
c6.
So here I think pawn into pawn is the simplest here, and maybe king. Yeah, so pawn into pawn simplest. Not the only move. Almost every move is winning here. But after e4, there are some hopes because if king g7, king h6, and
Yes,
f
because
passer
you
is now.
block your
Yeah,
bishop.
and the f passer also becomes a passed pawn. But at the moment, yeah, any move is actually the
Let's
opposite
have
colored bishop, same colored bishop, everything
yes,
is losing.
let's have Bibisara and Harika's player cam on the screen, please. Thank you. So we have, yeah, we were discussing that here e4 would be
No,
fatal
oh,
mistake.
no,
Maybe not a fatal
still
mistake,
probably winning.
but still
Uh, uh,
unnecessary.
Unnecessarily pointless bad move, we can say.
Even king d3 is
Yeah,
okay.
king d3 is fine. Take keep on king on e3, so your knight is free to go anywhere your knight wants. So king e3, you can expect f3, king e3, king g7, and then actually you could
But
discourage your opponent by playing knight d6 also. So you can't really go and go that side.
but can we play like can we hope to fight with bishop a5, h4 and sorry,
Yeah,
bishop
that's why
c1?
it was not a pawn that I was actually going to concentrate on, but I was trying to concentrate more on the we'll exchange the a pawns and then win the c pawn. Can be a good policy. So I first knight b6 and I win that pawn first. Knight b6 and bishop check.
But bishop check and we
King
lose
move.
this
Yeah, bishop
pawn.
c1. I take knight c4, and now I move. Yeah, knight a4 was also good. I think.
Oh, I thought you said
No,
knight
I said yeah,
c4.
knight. And now I start concentrating on the c pawn. I mean, I lose some time. I agree. But who stops me from playing nb6, nc8, na7, and okay, you try king g7 probably. But
But now can I come and save my pawn with my king? Knight c8, king d8 and knight
knight d6.
d6.
Yeah,
Bishop d7 and bishop
I think
e4.
h6 also wins. Yeah, bishop e4, h6, knight f7 check. Weaknesses everywhere. No, so
Yeah.
now the h pawn will win.
So why black has too many weaknesses
I mean, any plan.
undefendable.
What I played was not basically necessarily a correct
Basically,
plan,
all
but
of these pawns are
yeah,
isolated.
mm,
That is, and also she's a pawn down. I mean,
yeah. So,
even materially.
I mean, there's no line that can lead to draw. But what you played is probably she can try bishop h4 and bishop g5, bishop c1.
Yeah, this is very tough.
Also, not easy to go wrong for white. I mean, this some of the um, this bad pawn structure c6 and e6 with that bishop inside the pawn chain. It's a very difficult position. It has been a difficult position since the queen exchange. We can say a lost position for some time, but what she's doing is the best, I think. At
Oh,
least
she played knight b6.
she's
What? What?
she's not bothered. I think she's just taking the pawns. So pawn into pawn, she will play knight a4. Yeah, and she will play knight c3 and push her a pawn now.
Oh, she doesn't mind.
Yeah, so you play king g7, I play knight c3, you play king h6, I play a4, you take on h5, okay. I prevented e2, no? So a4, a5, yeah. So there's no plan even.
Can we come here with our king on the queen's side?
Yeah,
I
but
think that is what
yeah,
will
that's the
happen.
only plan. So king e7 and knight b6 now probably, and king d8 and a4, then king c7, a5, king b7. You are in time. Yeah, king b7, bishop e2, and a6 check and knight c8, c8 check, and somewhere a7, and then what?
Bishop a6.
And bishop a6, and then
And
how do you drive the? Okay, so there is so
there are some
yeah,
difficulties.
there's the only way to stop the pawn. It's not difficulties,
Uh,
but it's the only way. I mean, something like king d3, knight c4, and take on e3. No need to advance the a pawn. No, it's
yes.
possible to eliminate the e3 pawn,
And
then
come and take
concentrate
on
on the g4 pawn. For example, in this position, g4 pawn is can
h5, h7 pawn.
sorry e6 pawn by bishop g4. The h7 pawn perhaps not easy to attack because black can play h6, but e6 pawn can be gobbled. You can take the e3 pawn first. No need to advance a4, a5. The pawn is not queening.
Yeah, black has lot of
And
weaknesses.
white will be 2 pawns up, 3 pawns up at times. So very powerful, powerfully placed knight, I must say. And position was meant for knights. This one. If there had been a knight for black, it would have been a good position sometime.
Definitely. Let's go to Humpy's game and have a look at what's happening there. Mm, She has picked up the e pawn as well. Wow.
Yeah,
So,
because there is no logical. I was just looking at after a5. If you try knight e7 check and knight d5, you lose the second pawn anyway. King d7, no, king b7,
sorry,
rook
king
c4, yeah,
b7,
king
rook
d7,
c4.
and knight d5, bishop d5, and pawn into d5, rook e2 check, and whatever you play, I take on d5, and yeah, rook d5. I'm guarding all my pawns, and I'm threatening rook f2 check, and if you take king f7, I take king rook, yeah. So all my pawns intact, three extra pawns,
Yes.
and so that's why she had no other options. It's going to lose the e pawn. The positional disadvantage in addition to pawn minus is also. So she tries to, I don't know, king in 8th rank. Perhaps there is a good, if there's a regulation that whoever takes the king to 8th rank gets the extra queen, then that could have been a good rule.
That is a
Now,
very nice
now
rule.
sometimes we cheated our opponents as youngsters in friendly games.
Really?
We told them that my king has come to 8th rank, so I get a new queen. And we are non-tournament players. And now the g5 pawn will go after rook e5, no?
Yes. Actually, black is completely winning. Oh, so black took rook
Ah, a combination we didn't see.
b5.
A combination we
Oh.
didn't see, and
Because bishop b5, knight d6, and knight e4. This is a point.
but
Can
she's
we
losing
give
a piece,
check?
no? She loses a piece after rook
Can we
e8 check.
check? Yes, we can
Loses a
give
piece
check.
rook e8 check, and you can't take bb5 check and rook f5. So rook e8 check, king g7, bb5. You still lose an
Now this
exchange.
is not possible because it's a check and black
No, you
moves
so
and
that means rook e8 you cannot capture. So I think a trap set by Humpy. I think bishop b5, rook
no,
e8,
but
rook
rook
e8 check
e8,
king.
king g7, bishop
Yeah,
b5,
bishop b5, knight d6. Yeah, and
king
yeah.
d7,
So the rook is anyway guarded. In king d7 or king b7, rook is anyway guarded with the
bishop.
bishop. So yeah, so king moves anywhere. I think.
King b7 is not
King,
possible.
I mean king
So,
b7 is it, king
huh,
d7, king b8, whatever move.
huh,
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter now. There's no losing or drawing
move,
move here.
huh.
So combination was played. Rook b5 is played.
Yes, yes,
I think
it's played.
desperation, just to scare.
So maybe king d8, best move
Okay.
because knight 8, bishop e8.
Ah, you guard everything. Okay. No, knight is not playable. White has to play knight b5.
Hmm.
So it's another exchange sacrifice actually.
Hmm.
Just to get a better pawn structure, you have to sacrifice an exchange.
But too many pawns
And you lose
down.
rook f5 and rook g5 also then.
Yes, our rook e5 also.
Yeah, rook
Yes.
e5 better, yeah.
So yes, this is
For rook e8 check, probably she will resign.
yes.
Has it?
No, she has played it, and she they are still playing.
Okay.
And this is the position. And knight d6. Why black is thinking, but she has 15 minutes to decide whether to go king d8, king d7, or king b8. And all three moves win.
Win
So
quickly as well.
yes. Uh, yes, a win coming in for Humpy. Um, no, I'm just surprised at how calm they both are, but there is just no change.
No, I think they have all these players have a great character, I must say, because they have come a long way to this being the top player in the world to qualify to this tournament. For the viewers, you have to be in top 15 or 20 or players in the world, and it's not easy to reach that level. There are many players who reach top 100 sometimes, but they are not able to break through the best lot. And this system is very good because somebody world number 16 has a good chance of qualifying to the candidates tournament and try to become world champion.
Someone in the chat says please brighten the board, so we will try to change some colors right now. But I think the one we decided is
Color
the
was,
best.
yeah, bright. Now this is more dull, so let's see if there is a way of brightening. Let's look at the no. Let's look at the second last, the orange one. Does it make sense?
Maybe this looks good with the green.
Yeah, but again, green versus green is not contrast, so I don't know. Um,
Because all the other colors are too dull and we
the
don't.
the left side second last, left side second last, not, yeah, second last, no, not this, below that.
This is the one we had earlier.
Yeah, this looks
But
very
they
bright.
asked us
Okay,
to change it,
okay,
and then we decided on this one, which
okay.
is our current board.
uh,
And I am suggesting this one because it's
okay.
slightly brighter.
And the one below that, one below that, no, I think the what you selected was good. So
This is also good.
yeah,
You can look at the screen on the right,
okay, screen is,
and
yeah, it's quite comfortable.
yes,
Yeah.
I think
This is better because
this is better.
the black color is, black pawns are very clearly seen on black squares in this.
Yes,
In that, no, black pawns were not seeing.
yes.
Yeah, no, this is very, yeah. So
So let's show this one.
yeah, until we get new suggestions.
Yes.
So thank you viewers for suggesting, and perhaps we'll not be able to please all because some people may like some color and some others may like, it's also, color is a matter of choice.
Yes, and
Okay.
can also be
So
color
yeah,
blind. So
knight,
that's
a knight into b5. So I think rook e5 ends the game here, no? Rook e5.
yes. I'll show blue arrows so that
Yeah,
there
rook
is no
e5
conflict. Huh.
and knight into c7 will have to be played.
So just to clarify, because it's a green board, we are
Hmm.
going to use the color blue to show a strong piece or the idea.
Actually, knight into c7 loses a piece after rook e5. Knight into c7, I think king b7 will trap that knight,
Knight.
so it will not have any move. So
Yes.
king f8 will create a square on e8. A strange play. I think it has black just wins by advancing the a pawn after rook e5.
Okay. So yes, rook e5 would win immediately. I would suggest we stick to this board because I think Humpy will.
Resignation will be on card.
Yes.
Another game, Bibisara will need at least 15-20
Moves
moves
to
to win
win.
some pawns. Yeah.
Yes. Rook e5 has been played.
Okay.
So rook e5 on the board, and she has taken knight c7. So we can expect king b7 as well.
But also rook g5 check. The knight, yeah, knight is not escaping from, yeah. So rook check
Yes.
and come back rook e5,
Yes.
and
And come. Yes.
because knight a6 doesn't help king b7, knight c5, king okay, but knight is escaping to some square. King b7 is a cruel move to play, but you have to play king f8 and
We have so many options. We can play king b7 and just push the pawn.
yes, knight is trapped, so just push the pawn. Yeah. So okay,
This
king.
is the position on the board. She
So
has taken rook g5.
yeah, so the only chance is knight a6 check and knight c5, which can be stopped with king b7, and knight is not coming back. Okay, so knight e8 and d6. Yeah, okay. I mean, probably the knight will succeed in giving itself for the a pawn. And that looks
Yes.
like the only target now because the case where, yeah, I think this not a fantastic position to analyze actually. Mm,
I'm having a look at Bibisara's game on the side.
yeah, if
Yes.
anything
No, I
happens,
think there will be a lot of more moves, so we
yes,
can
because
stick.
to capture the pawns in closed position will require, and the knight needs a lot of moves to go and capture. Bishop can capture the pawns in one or two moves. Knight needs a lot of time, so not that. But yes, Humpy's game, I think almost all best moves Humpy has played also. Means it's not only the opening preparation, but the feel of the position was also very good. And white is actually keeping the king on f8 just to avoid checks. White is not really letting the rook do much. Actually, black could just play any move. A move like putting a rook on eventually on b6 also will eh, stop all sorts of checks. Rook on b3 will is a good square also. So black just, and white is not in a
Is
position.
A4 a move for our viewers? Yes.
Yeah, so knight a6 check and knight c5. Then you would have probably played a3. So a4 knight a6 check, king a7 I think. So knight c5 is not a check, and then knight c5 you just play a3, or even anytime you play rook into c5 and king b6.
No, but no need of that.
Yeah,
Yes.
also. Yeah,
Yes, so Humpy is clearly winning. Wonderful game by Humpy, wonderful opening choice by Humpy. We must emphasize.
yes, and of
Nana
course
was
time also there is.
11, 10 minutes, enough to win this game.
Yes, I think 10
Yes,
minutes are
10
under.
minutes for Humpy and
Yeah,
20 for Nana. Difficult tournament for Nana, we must say. Can we have the current standings on the screen, please, of the tournament, just to have a look at what.
number of games and the points both.
Yes. So I think at the moment Nana has lost one game. She lost the game yesterday, and this
Yeah,
is her fifth game in a row. She has played all the games. The first three games were drawn. She was in a very difficult position against Nino as well in the first
yeah,
round.
yeah. Very first round too.
And then yesterday she lost despite playing a very good game. And the Rook C3 idea was something which
Yeah,
we.
she played imaginative moves, but the position didn't click. Somehow the position was bad. So
And Humpy, on the other hand, has also played four games. She also is on the same score as Nana with three draws and one loss, which also came yesterday against Zujiner with the beautiful 94 move coming as a shock for Humpy and catching her off guard. Uh, Giving a huge advantage to Zujiner. So Humpy and Nana both on 1.5 points at the moment, tying for the 6th to 8th place. We can go back to the previous scene and yes, so I
yeah, I
think
think a3 or rook into c5, whatever you feel like.
so. It's nice that before her birthday, Humpy will be uh,
Yes, it's Humpy's birthday tomorrow, and
getting a win and she'll
yeah,
be in a good mood.
yes, and good position in the tournament because she is improving the position today. So tomorrow is her birthday, and well, it was scheduled to be a rest day, incidentally, but initially, but because of the some withdrawals from the tournament and some health issues, uh, the there will be a game played tomorrow.
Yes, basically now what the case is that every player gets a rest day on a different day. So even
Yeah,
though every player gets two rest days,
yeah.
they are on different days, and that's why there is no universal rest day in this
And
tournament.
the unlucky one will be the one who gets a rest day on the last day because they have no fun on the day, only watching the others play.
They'll probably go for some sightseeing. The organizers have arranged for some sightseeing, and in fact, one of the players did go for sightseeing
Okay,
on her
okay,
rest
okay,
day
okay.
and enjoyed the
Oh,
sights of Delhi.
why I was insisting because of that knight e4 is a threat and black will get some knight a4 and knight e4. The most cruel move probably here is rook g4.
Rook G4 is
Most
nice.
cruel move, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so it means it discourages. But I think rook into c5 makes things so clear. No, rook into c5, king b6, and you don't really need the f7 pawn. You just win the rook without any effort. Rook g4, knight d3, and some no
But
threats.
even, but why not Rook G4?
Rook
Like,
a1, rook a1, rook g4, rook a1.
and Rook F4.
Yeah, so you put rooks in a very strange way. That's the only objection. No,
Okay.
no real objection, but only the rooks are looking bad.
Right, right, right. We get it. So yes, let's have a look at the chat if they have any uh, they like the board. I think it is yet to change on the screen. That's why they are.
Ah, okay, okay. Oh, we
So,
changed the color, but okay, it hasn't appeared there. Okay.
yes. So king. Yes. Let's. Yes. Humpy has gone for the rook c5 uh,
Move, yeah.
move, and after king b6, it is a one rook endgame because she has two pawns, and white's king is far away on f8, not ready to catch this pawn. On the other hand, the rook is very much free on the
Yes.
second rank instead of being in front of the passed
Yeah.
pawn.
I think two pawns comes into consideration when white king is on a1. When the white king is far away, you don't need the other pawn. You just win a rook for this pawn. So, okay, I think it's too
So
ambitious.
a3 will be
a3
played,
and yeah,
and basically, okay, let's just show. We will see how the
yeah.
game will be won.
A3, A2, and the king comes to B1. That is black's plan.
Yes.
And for check, it will be rook B2 that will be played.
And when black gives a check, we give we
Rook B2 and yeah. So quickest thing is A3 and A2 now.
yes. And
Yeah, A3
a3
played.
has been played, and Nana plays rook a8.
Then
So
A2.
a2 will
Yeah.
be played.
And now it's smooth. King B5, King B4, King B3, King B2, King B1. And now King B2 you give rook a B8 check. So King C1, rook C8 check, King B1, and rook B8, rook B2. So can be predicted black king with white king on A1. It is a bit tricky position, but not here.
Oh, it seems the players are crossing 60 moves. That's why we saw the arbiter there giving a new pair of score sheets to the
Okay,
players, because
okay.
each score sheet has only 60 moves.
So we
And
we have a longest game today then. So okay, King C5, King E7. Okay, she's bringing the
no,
king.
she has resigned.
She has resigned. Okay.
She
No,
has resigned after a2. That's the
no
final
A2. I think
position.
I saw Humpy play King C5. I saw Humpy play King C5. So
Yes, king e7, king
yeah.
c5 on the board, and
Okay.
Nana has resigned.
Okay.
Great win for Humpy. Huge energy going into her birthday. 2.5 points out of 5 rounds,
Now
and a
yes.
good position in the tournament.
Yes.
And also, this tournament is very important for her from the overall standing point of view, because
Yes.
she also has a good chance of qualifying for the candidates through this tournament,
Yeah.
not only by rating,
Hmm.
but also through this tournament because she already came second in the Munich Grand
Yes,
Prix.
and I think now the sort of challenge is between, I think the most of the important things that could happen in the fourth leg and this leg, of course, but Kostyanyuk with 200 points, 250 points from two legs is leading, that's 90 and 160, and Zujiner who is 110 and 65, 175 from the could get a very good result here, and Lano has only one match she played. So 160 was already her score. So she is also in contention. Humpy, of course, second in the second leg, so 130. And yes, I think the others are probably not in a real race for this um, qualification, because only two qualify and not more.
And
So
today we already have two results. Zujiner won against Katrina Lano, and Humpy has won against Nana Zagnitsev with the black pieces. And Vaishali has drawn with Nino. So Vaishali has also opened her account in this
yes, and
tournament.
also Vaishali played very aggressively. She wanted to win the game, and she tried her best to win the game. But I think opponent played well, simplified, and
Yes,
yeah,
we saw the game. We did a roundup of this game as well,
yeah.
and this was the final position where the players agreed for a draw, because after Queen e5, it's a equal position.
With
Uh,
no plan for either side. I mean,
yes,
yeah.
fully
Simplified,
symmetrical.
yeah, simplified position.
So the last game that is going on is Bibisara versus Harika. So let's have that game on the board with the player cams. Um, yes, and this is the live position on the board.
Okay, she has chosen not to capture the pawn. Why is she? Actually, whose move it is now?
It is black to move, and
Yeah,
black
because
has played king e7 on the like 51st move. And let's just have a look at how they continued. We left it here. White played knight b6.
a strange move to play, I think, because she's not taken on a4, no? Then, or did she take on a4? No, bishop f2 was a move that was missed.
Yes.
She lost a pawn actually. in the sense pawn into f4, bishop into d4. She missed this. That's why I prefer to keep the king on d3 rather than to prevent such tactical shots. So although it's still winning, but she had to bring back the pieces, no?
So she
She
came back knight c4.
because she couldn't allow bishop into e3, so now she wants to play bishop ending. So fe3 is played.
So can we explain to our viewers why we cannot allow bishop e3? What happens for knight e4?
Yeah, I mean the pawns are quite weak and yeah, no, I was
Let's
mainly thinking of e into f4. E into f4 was not good.
basically, I think this is the
Yes,
problem.
we will probably have to play king c3, but I go bishop c1 and you have to play knight b2. So at least now black can try to, yeah, and then bishop e3. So, but it's black is still very slow in king g7 and king h6. Removing the f3 blockade is still a problem. So white is still winning. But yeah, generally she didn't want to give the e3 pawn to be taken with a pawn with the bishop. She
And
wanted.
actually, is this a fortress? After,
No, I just win the f4 pawn first. For simplest thing is I go and win the f4 pawn.
but even then, how do you break zugzwang?
Even without the passer, probably d5 break will win.
But we always take.
Yeah, yeah. So I put king on say a5 somewhere and play. But then you take e d5. Okay. No, if you don't have a pawn, then it's a fortress. If you have
No,
a,
but maybe the king comes very fast.
yeah, but also
No,
king
it
doesn't. Yeah,
doesn't come.
it goes
Sorry.
to a7. That, but it a7 is useless.
Yes, there's no point. So,
No,
yeah,
this can't be a
this could have
fortress.
been awkward. So that's why she goes knight c4.
Yeah,
I mean, just to the decision to enter into that position, like with the king on a6 and all, is
yeah,
not
yeah. It
healthy.
doesn't make
It's
sense.
not a healthy
The a
decision.
passer, if it's not going to queen, then better win some other pawn.
So she comes back with the idea that for bishop e3 we can take, and oh, but then it's the same.
Yes, but but that's winning. We just win on. I mean, maybe she plays at six
h6
first.
first,
Yeah,
yes. Huh.
but it's not
But then we
not a,
lose the h6. No,
no.
we don't.
I put bishop
Bishop
e4. Yeah,
h5.
bishop e4 also. So no, it's not the only way to win. I'm sure.
Okay. So, um,
Yeah, why this move? I didn't understand.
no, she's not confident about going into this endgame. I think that is the problem, because she is not sure if this endgame is winning or not.
Oh, really?
Yes,
That's a bit strange.
with I mean, she perhaps feels that it could be a fortress, and that's why she has gone king e2. If we get time and if the players make their move slowly, then we can definitely
But
have a.
bishop d7 has been played. Okay, h6 was forced because knight into d7 was threatened. Here knight into d7 and h6 was threatened.
So this is the idea that let's say king d8,
Mm.
white takes, black takes, and white plays h6. But
You have to play bishop h4.
this is a draw, no?
I don't think so. You are losing a4 pawn for. No, I'll take. Yeah, no, I'll not.
This would
No,
also
I
be.
should have eliminated the e pawn. I think. No.
This would also be a
Yeah,
draw.
I should have
So
eliminated the a pawn. Um,
maybe knight a4 here.
yeah, knight a4 is a standard move, but you get bishop c8 and bishop a6 check, which is
No.
bit. No, king on e2 is most awkwardly placed. It's not.
Yes.
I mean, you have to go king e1 and all that. King d1 after bishop check. So
So
that's
let's say big knight b6,
yeah.
then bishop a6, king d1 and e2, and now we take the
Then it's a draw. So
yes.
yeah. Now
Wow, Harika has managed to find some resources.
yeah, now it's probably a draw. Yeah, it is a draw now because the pawn is going to be
So
equalized.
this is not the current position on
Yes.
the board.
Yeah.
Let us remind the
Yeah,
viewers
they
that
want.
we are looking at.
No, somehow that allowing knight b6 and knight c4 and shuttling. No, she has been. See, last 2 3 moves, knight b6 and knight. She has been shuttling
Oh,
there.
she played king f1.
Yeah, so she wants to play knight into a4 and she is not worried about bishop c8 because she will play knight b6 and bishop check. She will play bishop e2.
Oh, king f1, a very, very cool
Prophylactic move.
move.
Prophylactic move.
How much
Uh,
time did she
But
take?
she's allowing e2 check directly. What is that king? E2 check king into bishop. Okay. So she wants to play bishop e2 first. Okay. King f1. She wants to put bishop e2 first. And king f1 was necessary to prevent e2 check. If king d1, then e2 check was coming. So good plan. Bishop e2 and then knight a4 and concentrate You can never attack my d4 with my bishop on e2. Well, okay. And then the a pawn marches to a6 or a5. Yeah, bishop remains dead as long as the e2 bishop is alive. But the pawn structure, which is perfect, and somehow white has been reluctant to capture the pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very good idea with king to f1.
And bishop e2,
Very
so that
strong idea
you
by
don't
white.
sacrifice e2. See, we compare king d1, then there is e2 check, and you can't. You have to take the pawn. So king d1 e2 check, and the d4 pawn is lost. And the difference in king f1 e2 check is king into f2. So that's why she has chosen king f1. The
It
only, yeah.
was
So king f1. Now this,
important to keep this bishop attacked,
yeah. So now e2 check is not possible, and she's going to put bishop e2 next.
not take the pawn but take the bishop.
Yeah.
And next move is bishop to e2,
And
not
then,
allowing this
yeah,
bishop c8 bishop.
come out anytime, and the bishop is now a prisoner. Bishop is not a prisoner. You just take knight a4, and probably you bring the knight to d1 and take the e3 as well. Okay, simple plan. Bishop e2, knight a4, knight b2, knight d1.
King f1, a very strong move.
Yes, he probably took some time to find it.
But
Uh,
we are not. Yes, Chim probably did. We don't have the time update. I don't know why. Let's go to another game
no,
and bring
time
back this
from
board.
time. What I mean is, she wasted some moves, knight c4, and then finally she found it. Maybe on clock she didn't take time, but she found the idea. Okay, so king bishop h4. So idea bishop g5, bishop f4, and what next again? Yeah, so one bishop is prisoner, other bishop has no target.
Yes, bishop e2 has been played immediately
Yes,
without
yes.
any
And
thought.
yeah, I'm sure the one who plays king f1 will play bishop e2. So now she is not thinking of, she will take on a4, then she will bring the knight on d1 and take the e3 pawn. So which means that black will put bishop on e8. Okay, so now black has to put bishop on e8 not to lose the e3 pawn. Black is keeping bishop on g5. So white will, if white brings the knight to d1, black will play bishop e8. So you can never attack it for the second time. If you play king f3, you lose the,
But we can play bishop f3 and king e2 and take
yeah,
knight e3.
yeah, yeah.
No, I think we have to activate our king. But how do we do that? Let's say we play king d8,
Knight
king.
into a4, king c7. Okay, and yeah,
But we can never come out
the
because of
a6
the.
is not available. That's what I said. Activating a king is not possible. bc8 and bishop a6 becomes the only plan, which loses everything after the bishop action. No, you lose all the pawns then. No, I don't think there's a realistic drawing chance. This is a chance to create some anxious moments for white. Like she actually succeeded because she played. I mean, probably she was rattled after the move f4, so that's why. But she found the correct way. So I think the players must be tired, and it's also that is also going to play an important role.
Yes.
So since the other game is over, I think we can just wait for them to decide something, and we sort of we already discussed the other games in detail, isn't it?
Yes, we did discuss all the games. So,
Actually, is she a
would you?
left-hander? Bibisara,
Yes,
I just
I see
yes,
that she's making moves with the left
left
hand.
hand, yeah, and also writing with left hand. So
Yes, and
some moves have been played. What are they?
so she has played knight takes
A4,
a4. I
yeah.
can see that on the board.
Yeah, I thought
Bishop
bishop, yeah,
e8,
yeah.
knight a4, king d7 has been
I
played.
thought so because the a pawn has to be stopped by king, and when you play knight c3 and knight d1, I probably keep attack on h5. But when you keep attack on h5, you have to worry about bishop f3 and king e2. Then it's too slow to go bishop d7, bishop. Yeah. So another pawn will fall, and then the knight will be free to. Yeah, okay, king c7. She's stopping that pawn with the king. Actually, is a4, a5, a6 winning here? And then knight going to c8. Yeah, we saw that was not so clear, no? With pawn on a7, it was not possible to drive away the king from a8. And we looked at a position where a4, a5, a6, and knight a7 was coming. And Yeah, we saw that it wasn't.
She played knight c4. She's playing very fast.
Yeah, she has made up her mind to win this pawn, no?
Yes, so bishop g5 will be played and bishop f3 and king e2.
Yeah, and king b7 is not possible, so king b8. I don't know. She may even play knight. Yeah, but knight d6 doesn't make sense. You play bd7, so you delay the process of winning. No, no. First the pawn is attacked, so king b8, knight into e3. So you have to play bishop g5, and then comes bishop f3, and king b8 and king e2, king a7, knight into e3. I think, and
Yes.
then white puts the knight on f4, and yeah, white is systematically going to put a knight on f4, then bishop on g4.
Yes. This is very tough for Harika, and we will
Still, I think bishop g5,
bishop g5,
bishop
bishop
f3,
f3,
king b8,
king b8.
b8, king e2, king a7 looks like the only course.
So, how is this endgame? Let's have a look at the endgame after knight takes on e3.
Yeah, the problem is with bishop a3, at least you have king a6. Yeah, we'll come to that ending, which should be like bishop g5, bishop f3. You can't play king d7. So,
Yes, I think she has played bishop f7.
okay.
But then knight d6,
Oh,
bishop g8, huh? I'm surprised at this move.
acha, now that bishop will be. Okay, the bishop is better on h7 then, yeah?
So, how about we have a look at a player's interview right now
Yes, I think
and
that
come
will be
back
good.
after
Yes.
a short break
Yes.
so that we can continue looking at this game because we are sure we are going to enter into a long end game.
Yes.
Let's have a look at Vaishali's interview.
Yeah, go.
Vaishali and Nino was just really here with us. You just drew your game. It was a game full of twists and turns. You made an error there with, I believe it was b5, and then with knight c5, you had to sacrifice an exchange. What happened? Did you just not see that, or did you thought you actually had chances after that?
No, I thought it was an interesting sacrifice. Like, okay, I displayed in the opening. Then I sacrificed a pawn just to get a position to play, like, because it was just so stuck with the pieces. Then I saw this b5, like the 16 sack. It was interesting. I was not sure. Like, I had this e5, e6 options, and like it was just interesting. So I just went played.
You just thought it was
Yeah.
Well, after that, Nino, you had a significantly better position, but then in the next move, according to the computer, like we're all smart as computers are, not as you are. So after bishop h4, it seemed that the advantage turned to the side of white then, at least according to the computer. What was your sort of mind thinking?
Yeah,
at
when
that
I
point?
won this exchange, she sacrificed, I was thinking this just better position, but maybe it's just winning. But I cannot find immediately the good position for me. Then she has some tricks. She always has some tricks, if I d6 or open like king or two bishops are attacking, or my pawn is c5 is not going anywhere. But maybe queen d8 and bishop h4, this idea was very wrong. Super wrong, because I missed this f5. All my calculations, f5, bishop e7, king f7, and queen c4, king f6, e5, and my king is checkmated.
How do you go feel now? 5 rounds in, how do you feel?
Yeah, those 5 rounds over, but I just played 3 games. So I
Yeah,
have
for
not
you,
played,
that's
so
for you, it's a
yeah, so there's a long.
long way to go. But so far in these 3 games, how satisfied are you with your
My
step?
games could have been clearly better. It's not my best game. I hope to do well in the remaining games.
Nino, you?
I also play 3 games and I need to play 7 in a row.
Nino,
and
yes.
So now I'm just starting.
So now the real thing is actually starting. But before we let you go to prepare, yesterday, Nino, I understand you went out to see the city a bit. What was it like? I mean, I understand because I was there, but yes. What was it like?
Okay, I'm always happy to go out and see somewhere around what's going on. And it's just to take a little bit walk and to see.
Did you like what you
something,
saw in Delhi?
Sure. There was this red forest.
Red Fort.
Red,
Are you obviously India is your native country, but Delhi is not your home. So are you planning to go around seeing Delhi a bit? Are you familiar enough with Delhi that you'd rather prefer to sit and prepare?
I think like I have games continuously, there is no more rest, so I think I would just prefer to
Just
play.
prefer. Okay, we'll leave you to it. Thank you both so much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Humpy Conero and Lano are joining us now. It's 7:30. It's 5.5 hours of play in the fifth round here in New Delhi. It was a tense game. Humpy, you won. Would you take us through the game from your point of view?
It's quite an interesting position after the opening. I felt bishop c6, maybe queen c2 was not required. I was thinking of queen b3. And it's important to get the knight to f4 somehow. That was the overall plan in the line. After queen c2, take on c6, I didn't like white's c4 plan properly. White should wait with g3. I'll go rook g8, rook g1, queen d6, and rook e1, maybe something like this. After c4, I was very happy because I saw this rook h6 plan, which is very important. So once I got the rook to rook h6, rook c6, it's clearly better for me. I just need to find good moves over there. And after queen f6, if e5, I would be going queen f4. So anyway, white is going to lose the pawn in that position. So what she tried was better to try the endgame, but I felt instead of king e3, I was thinking of g3. But anyways, I have to aim for the a2 pawn, but this knight can come to f4. Okay, it was just another choice.
So Nana was playing despite being in a more difficult position. Nana, let me ask you, how does it feel to spend hours at the board struggling in a more difficult position and trying to...
Yeah, I forgot all my analysis after bishop g4. I couldn't remember anything. And yeah, after that, I don't know, I was playing my own. And yeah, I'm not sure about f3 after bishop g4, I don't know. Because after this, all these exchanges, I didn't like my position that much. But yeah, c4 plan, I was thinking to play c4 or to prepare e4 with g3, rook g1, but I think black is better then. So after, actually when I played c4, I missed this rook h6 and rook's transfer to queen side. That plan I missed. Yeah. After that, yeah, I was struggling, but...
How difficult is it to sit there and struggle, like just psychologically?
I mean, we're professional players, so I always play according to the position, so... This position requires to defend.
You defend. Okay, that's it. Humpy, you're used to winning and losing. Do you have any tradition, like after you win, do you celebrate in any particular way? Do you do something, or...
No, not really.
Win or lose, you sit and analyze and prepare for the next day.
Yeah, but tomorrow I have a rest day.
So what will you do tomorrow? Will you go out?
Probably I'll stay in the hotel. Just want to relax.
Okay.
Not about preparation, but it was too tiring in the start of the tournament. Like 2 days were completely with discussions and all. So I would like to
So nice to rest and focus more on chess. Nana, I want to ask you something, and this is going to turn to an issue, a different topic. You accepted to give an interview even though you lost. Now, that is very rare in the chess world that a player will accept to give an interview after they lost. Usually they're very annoyed, understandably, sometimes even rude. You accepted to do this. Why? I mean, not just is it because of the obligation, but in the contract, but do you feel a moral obligation to do that? And do you think players should give interviews even when they lose?
I mean, I play chess so long time, more than 30 years, I think. So I already get used to all the situations in chess. So it's okay. I mean, it's just a game.
And what your advice to your other colleagues? Should they give interviews when they lose?
Yes, of course. But you know, it depends on the individual, because someone maybe doesn't feel like this way. So I don't know. This is just my approach.
What's your view on this, Humpy? Like, should players be? Because in other sports, like you look at tennis, for example, where it's also an individual sport where players play for 5 hours. Okay, difficult physical sport. It's still 5 hours, like similar like you do, but still they go back to the court and give an interview in front of the same crowd which booed them or cheered
Yeah,
them.
I think it's giving an interview shows the sportiveness of a player, irrespective of the result. And in that way, I feel women are much more polite and understandable because I see very rare situations where they deny to give the interview.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and you're setting a good example. I hope your colleagues will listen and follow. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the days. Thank you.
Welcome back, and we have a result on Bibisara versus Harika's game. Those were some wonderful interviews by Vaishali and Nino, as well as Humpy and Nana. So graceful of Nana to join for the interview despite losing her game.
Yes, and quite a disappointing game from the opening with white base. But yes, I think the great sports persons as well, I must say. And the fourth game which was going on has also resulted into loss for
Harika, and we definitely did not expect this result on this board because of Harika's experience, and also because we were so optimistic about her position in the opening and middle game somehow, especially when she got the queen e8 bishop h5, and then suddenly when she did not go for that, the game tilted in white's favor very strongly.
Oh yeah, in fact, Harika is a very solid player and rarely loses. I remember in Olympiad she didn't lose a single game as well. And here, yes, the opening she got a pawn on e3 with black very soon. So it seemed that something was drastically wrong with White's position. It appeared that, and probably energetic play with bishop f7, queen e8, bishop h5 might have really created some result, as we'll quickly summarize the game. It seems a very strange opening, and somewhere I think the play became more strategic instead of aggressive aggression, which was the need of the position at that time. Position is somehow black got into a position which is strategically unacceptable, but actually acceptable because of the bad position of white king. Now, as the white king's position improved, the position became bad for black. So
Absolutely.
the onus of acting was on black, which probably black didn't do it in a proper way.
Let's do a quick summary of the game for the viewers who did not have a look at the opening. Bibisara opened with c4 and Harika went for the QGD setup against the English opening, and here after knight f3, when white did not play d4 herself, Harika took the opportunity to play d4 and convert into a reverse Benoni setup with black, and Harika after white's d3 went for the unusual bishop b4 move and countered knight bd2 with bishop e7 back. Very creative play by Harika in the opening, which we felt gave her a very unusual position in the middle game.
Because she was able to prevent white from playing e3. That was white's plan in the position, so she was able to do that. So white found an alternate variation. This was not possible because
So
yeah,
knight e5 is prevents knight c6, and
yes,
with the idea to play d3, and
e3 sometime, yeah. So
black plays knight bd7 challenging the knight, and white opted to go for this
a
pawn structure.
remarkable move because it looks a very bad move. It looks like a very bad move. F4, you give a square in the center on e3, and I think it's the practical sense of initiative of white that prevailed, because after knight g4, if I was asked to choose a position in this position, I would say that I clearly prefer black, and actually I still believe that black is preferable here.
Yes, and knight f3 followed by knight b4, king f1, knight to short
Yes,
castle.
bishop d2 would have been a disaster. No, bishop d2 was no, knight e3, there is queen a4 check, but bishop d7, queen into b4, knight c2 check, and other queen moves allow knight into g2 check. And although white succeeds in trapping the knight, instead of queen a4 check, say queen c1, queen a4, yeah, king f2, you come back knight e3. So it's
Sorry, bishop
bishop
d2
d2,
and
yeah.
knight e3.
So in case of queen c1 also. So bishop b4 check, the king had to be moved. So surely when she played f4, she anticipated knight into knight, pawn into knight, knight g4, knight f3, bb4 check, king f1. She has voluntarily played that when there is a threat of f6 opening up against her king. In fact, instead of knight e3, also f6 was a possibility. No, she played h3 immediately, so she didn't give a chance of f6. Here too, I think f6 or such moves were possible.
Here it's white to play, so
Yeah,
white
maximum.
played a3 first,
Yeah, bishop
drove
e7.
back the
Yeah,
bishop, and here f6 was
f6. Yes,
possible.
logical. Yeah.
Playing against white's only weakness in the position, which is her king, a very big weakness to play against in return for black's weak pawn on e3, which can be which can prove to be an asset actually if she manages to retain it, which she did until the end.
Yes, so I think that pawn would have played a very significant role. But of course, the difference in f6 and the move she played was she always prepared to defend the pawn. In case of f6, queen c1 is possible, and you can't defend the e3 pawn. And still, this position looks very dangerous for. So it's very difficult to drive away that queen on d4. So
Absolutely.
you have to play queen c3 first, perhaps.
Yes, there were so many possibilities in
Yes.
this game, but black went for f5 with the idea to play g5, and here a very precise move by
Yes.
Bibisara, not allowing black to play
Yes,
g5 and
queen c1.
f4.
After this, I think black is little worse. I think black is little worse because black cannot play the most active plan. G5, G4 or G5, F4 would have won for black actually. So that she prevented because she had to play bishop G5. And now she played H4, another remarkable move. So she has got very clear ideas, whether they're good or bad, that depends on her judgment on that particular day. But she plays with clarity. I think she has a good clarity of mind for the age, because at that age many players are confused about the correct plan and the accuracy of their plan. She's, I think, very confident. Let's see next.
And here again a remarkable move by Bibisara. Black was threatening to play c5 and be more solid in the center, while she plays c5 herself, not allowing black to play c5 and going for this queen c4, knight d4 ideas, as well as d4 in order to protect
Yes,
e5.
sometime. And here itself she plans to make the c8 bishop bad, and I think black should have taken some steps immediately to activate the bishop.
Which she
Uh,
did after
yeah,
bishop
but
d7, knight d4 and
a very
c6.
precise move preventing bishop c6.
Yes, again very accurate play by Bibisara, we
Yeah.
must say.
c6 I'm not sure, because you could play rook b8 and probably white c6 is not so effective.
Yeah, this position is so complex that probably many moves are possible, and we need to analyze every
Yeah, and
move.
pawns don't come back. So once you play c6, now you have only one side, one plan for black to activate the bishop. So that is bishop e8, bishop f7, queen e8, and bishop h5, which was possible in the game.
And which was played till the move bishop e8, bishop f7 and queen e8, but bishop h5 was not played, which was the main mistake. Here king f1 was completely surprising to us. We
And
expected
not a very strong move, I think, because her plan is fantastic. Because we were just wondering if white king was on a2, white would already be in a strategically winning position. But she actually wanted to do that, wasting so many moves. And if the things don't get opened up on the king side, the plan is great. But things could have been opened up on the king side.
Yes, absolutely. Let's just show what white wants to. She wants to go to a2, and here it was important that black played queen e8, which she did, but after king e1, bishop h5 was extremely crucial, not allowing white to continue with her plan and breaking open the position, play in the style of King's Indian, not care about the material and play for the time, the momentum.
Here, in fact, I was expecting h5 from white, but then there could be some problems. But at least I'm preventing bishop h5. Well, after king d1, bishop h5, I think black is better there, probably. Not sure. After rook d8.
Black played rook d8, which is also interesting.
Okay, yeah.
But here again, after king d1, we feel she could have reacted more energetically with
Yes.
bishop h5.
Could and should probably.
But that did not happen. Harika switched to the queen's side.
A completely sort of confused Probably she was not convinced of the accuracy of the bishop h5 plan and she abandoned the plan. But that was the correct plan. She had chosen the correct plan. She abandoned it randomly, somewhere uh, sort of mistake in
Probably
process.
trusted her opponent's judgment more than her.
Yeah, and probably she was seriously worried about the bishops. But if she was worried about the bishop, she should have tried action one of them.
But Queen e7 here took us by surprise once again. However, not all is lost, because even though it allows this plan with King c1 and King b2 more comfortably, Black still had this idea with b6,
She
which she
actually
went
played
for.
b6, yeah.
And after King b1, here it was important to take, which she did, and play Rook b8 and not go for the Queen b6 idea, which
Yes, after
she
rook b8, I
eventually
think
went
black
for.
is out of danger. I mean, it's a position which is roughly equal and it's a tactical position. Even if you lose the c6 pawn, you have ample counterplay because king on a2 is no longer safe because the b line is open and a5 and such moves are possible. And black also has outside chance of bringing g6 and bishop f8 or bishop g7, forcing a d4. So it's a counterplay does exist. I think after queen exchange, she decided to exchange queens here. After that, she is saddled with the same weakness without any counterplay.
Yes,
The weakness
absolutely.
is the same, but the counterplay is gone because the queen is gone. The opponent's king is safe now.
Queen b6, the main mistake in Harika's game, where which sort of decided the game in white's favor,
Yes.
because all of black's weaknesses remain in the position, with the black bishop being completely tied up behind her own pawns.
And the other bishop also not really having any good chances. And no threats against white king. The disappearance of queen means no threats against white king. Otherwise, the only chance was to create threats against b2.
Yes, and Queen b6. And after this also we feel that Bibisara played very well to play b4, rook a c1. She could have also exchanged
Yes,
queens,
but no, she doesn't want AB6. Now she wants to move the knight, and yeah, AB6 is a structure which she's trying to avoid.
and she
Yeah, now if Harika actually played this G6, then she could have played Bishop F8, at least trying to improve instead of Queen into Queen. Uh, she could have given the pawn straight with Bishop 8. The problem is after Queen into Queen and Bishop into C6 now, you don't have the C fabric.
yes, and there is no b5, there is
No,
no.
B5 Bishop E8 is if White plays B5 at least I have Bishop E8 and I read the bad bishop. But also
But can I just go
just
back?
come back, yeah. And now,
Now my c2 is protected.
yeah, but at least bishop e8, bishop a4. I mean, the bishops are, I mean, it's like a pawn down and not a bishop down.
Right, right. So this would have been a better saving chance, perhaps. We
Con-
don't know.
yeah, considering what happened, yeah, at this stage, it's not easy to judge that his position so bad is so bad.
Yes, and perhaps also f4 here.
F4, G4, no, F4 white just plays G4 always,
Okay.
and the keeps the king side closed.
Right. So Queen c5 was taken, and here again a5 further weakens the a pawn also, but
Yes.
knight b4 was the threat. So, but maybe
So rook d8 prevent knight d4 and a5 prevent knight b4. So, but it becomes b6 square, which turned out to be it became a sort of outpost for a or a temporary halting place for the white rook because white was able to exchange rook. I was just saying sort of 7-8 moves before this when the queens are about to exchange. If all the major pieces are exchanged queens and two rooks, then white is just winning, and that is sort of facilitated by a5 because rook b6 becomes easier.
yes, and now black has too many pawn weaknesses. Actually, similar to Nana's game against Humpy, that
And
black is the one.
see the accuracy also because she played d4 after exchanging the rooks. So there's no chance of bishop into e5 sometime.
Yes, like here, maybe this could have been a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably doesn't
Maybe
look.
tactically it doesn't
It
work.
probably doesn't work because, but we don't know.
We can go back actually.
Rook d8. Yeah, knight
No,
d4.
this
Probably knight
works.
d4. Rook b8.
So maybe knight e3
Yeah,
and
and
rook
knight c4 is a
d8 and
positional grip. But I have at least c5 and bishop b5. So yeah, it's at least
but
some complications which she just avoided. She swiftly took on b8. The last move is rook b6, And after bf8, rook b8 and d4, because she found that the bishop was not well placed, and now it is good.
Now it's stuck behind its
Yes.
own pawn, and
Yeah.
like
So
just one pawn makes such a difference. If this pawn was on e4, by black's position would have been wonderful.
because it would have attacked the bishop, but otherwise,
No,
no, I
but
don't.
even here, like there is no. Then we can just come out with our
No,
bishop.
if white gets bishop on f1 and pawn on e3, then black still has problems. But then the knight doesn't get out so easily. Some pieces are required to guard the e3 pawn.
Yes.
Yes, it makes a lot of difference. Bishop on f1 and c4, then bring the king to e2. And it is probably still difficult.
No, I mean if the e4 pawn, e3 pawn was on e4.
If white's pawn was on e3 and black's pawn was in e4,
Yes.
white would keep the bishop on e2 and then play rook b1 and then bring the king to d2 and knight b3, knight a1 and try to win the pawn. It would have been a slower process, but still the plan would have been only with white, and black wouldn't have a plan anyway. So it's
So
not a great position to play with black.
So rook d3 was played, g5, knight takes, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, and this was already super difficult for black. Black is suffering very much in this endgame, and rook d1, a very precise play by Bibisara, exchanging both the pair of rooks as Praveen ji suggested, and not caring about uh, this h pawn so much, because you will always pick up the c6 pawn in return.
Yes, and you
Yes.
may not even have to give a bishop, because black will never be able to control h1 square. So even if black pawn comes to h2, white will probably still not lose a piece.
So black played king g7. Let's have a look at the remaining moves. And f4, black created some chances, but here knight b6 was an error, because she got this wonderful move bishop f2. Great resource found by Harika.
Yeah.
If we take, then black takes back with the
So
bishop,
black actually wins a pawn temporarily.
and white
Yeah,
took.
but white gets back the pawn.
And now the idea is to come here with the king and protect c7 and prevent the pawn from queening with by bringing the king to defend against the queen. But king e2, bishop d7, knight b6.
Preventing bishop c8 and activation of the bishop. Bishop c8 and bishop a6 could be very dangerous.
And king f1, a very precise
a
move.
star move. I think it's probably the only accurate move here.
Very precise move with the idea to play bishop e2 and then take on a4, not allowing bishop c8, bishop a6 ideas.
Or even say after you could take knight into a4 for bishop a6, you could go back knight b6 and bishop a6 check bishop e2.
Yes.
That's also frustrating plan.
So king f1
King d1 instead would have run into e2 check.
would have been a draw because of
Yes.
bishop d4, and we lose
Several
this
pawns.
one of the two
Bishop,
pawns.
which was doing nothing, becomes a monster suddenly.
So king f1, a very precise move by Bibisara, and I think that after this the game is completely over. Black has no chance, but even then here I feel black could have instead of playing the bishop to f7, brought her king to c7 and tried to play this endgame
Yeah, it was
with instead of bishop f7, which I feel was lost
bishop,
immediately
yeah.
because of knight d6. Now bishop cannot go back, so she has to go back to
And she
g8.
loses a piece very
Bishop
soon.
d3, controlling h7. So now knight e8
No,
and
but
knight
first she
f6.
trapped the bishop. No, she didn't allow bishop f7 to come.
First bishop g6, not allowing bishop f7,
And now the bishop is
and knight
trapped.
e8 with the idea to play knight f6,
winning a piece.
take an f7, and black resigned. So here wonderful game by Bibisara, very much in control. I just have a question. If it was so easy to win this endgame as white, had black played a move like bishop g5?
Yeah, because it's now what happens is white can't approach the uh, e3 pawn with the king, because king has no square. So if at all it is to be attacked, it is to be attacked from
e2.
yeah. So bishop g4 when you don't have bishop a6, and bishop d7 I play king e2, and bishop c8, or yeah, and you are one move slow because I take knight into e3.
But I take.
Yeah.
So this was a question which was running
Yeah.
on my mind.
Yeah.
So let's say I play bishop
You
d7
get
here.
bishop to e8 back, correct? Yeah, so I go bishop e2. Yeah, and yeah, so bishop
What
c8.
if I keep my bishop here?
So I put bishop on c4 first. So you don't attack my h pawn. And now say I go king to d2 c3 up to a5 I go. You go to into a7, yeah? Yeah. Now say I go bishop a6. Now you have to take my pawn because if you yeah, you have to take my
Oh,
h
there is
pawn.
always a zugzwang.
So you have to play yeah, and I also have, yeah, and I will go bishop c8, and you take the pawn. My pawn is more dangerous. Okay, here yeah, another zugzwang or okay, no, you are threatening king b8. Yeah, so I play bd7 and you play king b7. It's
But
not
I'll
done. Yeah,
lose this pawn.
yeah, and the bishop is could be yeah. So no bishop that move is not correct. Here yeah, just a4, king b8, bishop a6. Yeah, but king a7.
Yeah, it's actually not
Bishop
at all
c4. No, now
clear.
it's bishop c4. King b7. Okay.
So king b4, king
Mm.
a7. How does white
a5,
win?
a6, and
Bishop
yeah.
e2.
No, but even after a6, I have no plan. Eventually, I have to play d5. So bishop, yeah, here
d5, if I take, you come here
bishop
and
g4 and I
play.
win a piece. And if
Yes.
other pawn you take, I play c6. That's why a pawn on a5
And then, yes, so I keep my pawn on a5.
to
And
prevent king b6. Yeah.
yes, to prevent king b6 and then take a break with.
And now a6, a7 is a.
Yes.
And you must play ed. That means, and I play bishop g4 on the previous move.
So 1 second. You must d5 at the precise point. So
Yeah.
once,
But probably there will be many precise movements.
yes,
Bishop g4.
g4 and bishop e8, not allowing bishop d8,
Yeah.
e6,
King
king
a6.
b7,
Yeah, king a6 or b7. Yeah.
e7
Yeah.
maybe,
And I put, yeah, so
and we win. Bishop
bishop f5 next.
f5 and bishop d7.
Yeah. And although you have two passed pawns, one is controlled by the king and other is controlled by the bishop. You go king a7, say, or king a6. I go bishop f5, bishop
Bishop f5
f5.
with the idea bishop
Yeah, bishop
g6.
h5, bishop
and
d7.
bishop d7.
So again king a6, bishop c6. So king b7, and now we can even wait for king c3 and king d. All but the pawns
And
are.
we always play
Yeah.
bishop h5 and we control both
It's
the
already a
pawns.
zugzwang losing another pawn.
Yes.
All pawns are going d4, king c4.
So white will collect all the pawns. Yeah.
And white will have the c5 pawn. That's the only pawn white will have, but that's enough.
Yes, for example, here. And this is winning. Wow, this was a very good game by Bibisara, an instructive endgame which we saw, which did not happen because black blundered with bishop f7 here.
Yes, I think
And now the
this
bishop
loses
is
a piece. Yeah.
trapped after bishop d3, precise move, not allowing bishop to h7, and with the idea of playing knight e8
No,
and
we
knight
are
f6.
bishop g6 first, so that you
Yes.
don't have, yeah.
And then knight e8 and knight f6.
And even if you keep the king on e7, it doesn't matter because the a pawn marches.
Yes. So, great game by Bibisara to win against
Yes.
Harika, and very definitely an upset here. Definitely an upset, and we hope that Harika will bounce back in the coming rounds and bring her fighting spirit back into the tournament.
Yeah, the youngsters have been playing very well here, isn't it? I mean, yeah, the players in 20s have played more impressive moves than players in 30s. That's what I feel. Overall, the some of the fantastic moves have been found by youngsters. Maybe the originality does count even at the highest level.
Absolutely, and we let's just read out the results for today before we take your leave. So, Bibisara Asubayeva, as we saw, won against Harika Tronavali with the white pieces. Then Vaishali Ramesh Babu drew with Nino Batsiashvili. So both of them, Vaishali on half point and Nino on one. Zhu Jainer won against Katrina Lano. Huge result there because Zhu Jainer now goes into the lead with 3.5 points. And Nana Zagnidze lost to Koneru Humpy. Very important win there for Humpy right before her birthday tomorrow, and she will be in good spirits for the game tomorrow. So let's hope for great games tomorrow as well. We really enjoyed today's round, didn't we?
Yes, very fighting chess yesterday and today. Yesterday all four games resulting in wins, and today three wins and one draw, which was also a very interesting game. Vaishali sacrificing exchange and going for opponent's throat, and opponent finding the correct moves and giving back the exchange. So very fighting chess in last 2 days compared to first 3 rounds. And we are going to see as the tournament progresses, we are going to see great games and probably very lengthy games towards the end as well. So let's please join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. tomorrow for the matches, and we look forward to a great tournament. The tournament doesn't have a break, so every day you have a game at 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time.
Absolutely, and I would like to thank everyone for watching this our broadcast, and also to everyone who wrote to us in the chat. Thank you. We hope you're happy with the board changes, and if you have any feedback, you can write to us in the chat or in the comments. And yes, Jeremy, we do read the chat. Jeremy writes that if the commentators end up reading the chat, please know that I appreciate the commentary and it's very engagement and insightful. So thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. Thank you so much for your
And
kind words.
we hope to see you tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So please set your clocks to those times and keep it for our wonderful players here who are fighting their heart out in the Women Grand Prix at New Delhi. See you tomorrow. Take care. Good night.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Georgina here with us. You just won your game against Katerina. I don't know what happened there. Just summarize this for us. What did she break?
It's very complicated game. I don't know what's I was going for attack, so I think my position maybe is better, and then she played longer, and I won again.
How do you feel right now? I mean,
Loudly.
another great result.
Loudly.
It's good. It's very important game, I think, and yeah.
Okay. Are you do you plan on seeing the city a bit, or are you just gonna stay in your room and prepare?
I know I haven't gone outside.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the game. Thank you.